Chapter 21:31. Oh. Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel curious. If fellow Zhong doesn't mind, can you let me take a look? I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the way of formations. Fellow Taoist also understands formations? Zhong Tianyao really didn't know what to say. Any cultivator that could understand a refining technique was already pretty good. Where would they have the time to comprehend formations? Moreover, the essence of formations had long been lost in the Xiaoyu continent. Apart from special cultivation sects, where else could one learn formations? The Imperial Thunder sect wasn't good at formations. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this way please. Zhong Tianyao said and brought Xiaohua to a deeper place. This place was somewhat similar to the previous palace, but it was even more dilapidated. In a place where the spiritual energy fluctuations were very obscure, there was a faint scorching flame emitting from it. This old man first discovered this earth fire, and then there was a strange movement in the ancestral hall. When this old man used the clan's magic tool to enter, only then did I know that there were relics of refining tools here. Zhong Tianyao explained. Then this old man made arrangements for the nearby area according to the design of refining tools. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the restriction. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. If fellow Taoist Zhong believes me, then leave this place to me. Really? Seeing Xiaohua so confident, Zhong Tianyao really didn't know how to express his feelings. Really, a series of pleasant surprises and a series of inconceivable feelings. This was all obtained after he added his malicious words and even had the intention to kill Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go ahead. I'll go out now. If fellow Taoist has any matters, please send a communication talisman. Zhong Tianyao bowed and saluted. He didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly walked out. Not to mention, Zhong Tianyao thanked the heavens for sending Xiaohua to Zhongling Mountain Villa. But when Xiaohua saw Zhong Tianyao slip out so nimbly, he was stunned in his heart. Damn it! This is Zhongling Mountain Villa. If it's not Myriad Thunder Valley, why do I feel like I'm the master of this place? Immediately, Xiaohua released his divine sense and examined the restriction above the earth fire. Ever since Xiaohua set up many arrays in Tianmen Mountain, his array formation skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also recovered some of his previous memories, especially the progress of the rabbit array formation. It could be said that his array formation skills had reached a new height. The restrictions on the Zhongling Mountain Villa's earth fire couldn't help but be said to be formidable. In any case, in the eyes of everyone else, it would probably take a few more days to comprehend the restrictions on the Zhongling Mountain Villa's earth fire. In the eyes of Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and Dharma eyes, the array that already had a flaw wasn't in Xiaohua's eyes. In merely 10 days' time, Xiaohua had broken through the restriction and placed a new restriction. Furthermore, he had also refined the control card and handed it over to Zhong Tianyao. Seeing Zhong Tianyao holding the magic tablet with deep gratitude, Xiaohua laughed inwardly. He himself understood that with the 5 elements artifact refining arts, artifact refinement didn't necessarily need to be restricted to earthly fire. All 5 elements could be used. In fact, it was not necessary to use earth fire in the fire refining technique. Zhong Tianyao definitely had yet to comprehend the entire artifact refinement method, which was why he viewed this earth fire with such importance. Using earth fire to refine artifacts was already inferior. How could it be used to refine high-grade artifacts? Although Zhong Peiyuan had already returned and had even brought back the materials to repair the Zhong family's ancestral artifact, Xiaohua didn't pay attention to these matters. Instead, he sat in the quiet room and spat out the icicle jus flame that he had been nourishing for a long time. The icicle jus flame in his hand was neither fast nor slow as it danced before Xiaohua's eyes like a dancing fairy. Great, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He had always wanted to repair the cloud-suppressing seal, but only today had all the conditions been gathered. It was now time to give it a try. Xiaohua waved his hand and many materials flew to the ground. The cloud-suppressing seal also rotated out with a rumbling sound and steadily stopped in midair. Xiaohua waved his hand again and took out several jade slips. He first glanced at them and pondered in his heart. Soon after, he waved his hand confidently and several wisps of icicle jus flame were separated and burned on the cloud-suppressing seal. Immediately after, Xiaohua methodically threw more than a dozen materials into the icicle jus flame one after another. Seeing the green smoke continuously rising from it, Xiaohua knew that this was the impurities within the tempering materials. Xiaohua's artifact refinement took more than 10 days. Zhong Tianyao and the others were rather anxious in their hearts. However, Xiaohua had already made it clear before the artifact refinement that if he didn't leave the quiet room, no one was to disturb him. Therefore, Zhong Tianyao would come to the artifact refinement area almost every 2 days to check if Xiaohua had already come out. On this day, Zhong Tianyao saw that Xiaohua still hadn't made any movements. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a dragon roar behind him and a swift and fierce aura rushed over. Ouch! Needless to say, Zhong Tianyao already knew that it was Xiaohua who had completed the refinement. Without waiting for him to turn around, he saw a mass of bronze-colored brilliance flash past the top of his head. The extremely dazzling brilliance was like an unfolding lotus, and stopped in front of him. Woo! A dragon head that still looked somewhat mottled above the lotus suddenly opened its mouth. The abnormally heavy copper seal under the dragon head flashed with veins. Heaven and earth spiritual energy rapidly condensed and small hurricanes were actually born in midair. Hiss! Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal's heavy might, Zhong Tianyao unconsciously sucked in a breath. He always thought that Xiaohua was repairing some artifact, but he didn't expect that it was actually a magic treasure. A damaged magic treasure. How could ordinary cultivators dare to have ideas about it? Perhaps only middle-stage core formation cultivators or even late-stage core formation cultivators would dare to attempt it. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhong Tianyao's face was piled with smiles as he turned around and cupped his hands. Ha ha ha! Behind Zhong Tianyao, Xiaohua's body flew out. His face carried a trace of arrogance. Of course, he was very proud of himself for being able to finish repairing a magic treasure the first time. Return, Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal gradually shrunk and returned to Xiaohua's hand. However, the majority of the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal had already been repaired. The dragon head was also repaired a lot, but its appearance was still unclear. Xiaohua knew that he didn't have the refining method of the cloud-suppressing seal. These repairs were mostly to repair the edges and could increase the cloud-suppressing seal's might. However, if he truly repaired it completely, without the refining method of the cloud-suppressing seal, it was absolutely impossible. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this magic treasure is truly formidable. When it was damaged, it could still resist a core formation cultivator. Now, I'm afraid it can directly smash a core formation cultivator to death. Zhong Tianyao complimented. Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. I'm just practicing with this thing. How could it have the might that fellow Taoist Zhong spoke of? Zhong Tianyao watched Xiaohua put away the cloud-suppressing seal, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. He smiled apologetically. This magic treasure. This old man thinks it's somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, or perhaps heard of it. Chapter 2132. Hee. Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't reply. Zhong Tianyao tactfully extended his hand, opened a storage pouch and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is what third brother obtained from the auction in Ocean City. There are also the 7 rare materials that fellow Taoist took out last time. Oh, Xiaohua extended his hand and received it. He scanned it with his divine sense and took out a jade slip. He smiled and said, "What is this?" Hee. It's naturally the refining method of my Zhong family's magic tool. If fellow Taoist wants to help I repair my magic tool, this thing is indispensable. Zhong Tianyao said with a smile. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He didn't examine it, but probed. Could it be that the Zhong family's magic tool is so heavily damaged? What does fellow Taoist Xiao think? Zhong Tianyao smiled extremely slyly. He clapped his hand again and took out a magic tool that looked like a bamboo cane. There was a pigeon-like immortal bird on top of the bamboo cane. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and immediately knew that there was an extremely deep crack on the bamboo cane. Moreover, a small half of the immortal bird was also missing. He could see the inside of the immortal bird's body with a glance. Alas, no wonder there are so many rare materials. Xiaohua sighed. The degree of damage of this magic tool was definitely more serious than he imagined. From the looks of it, the magic tool's array might also need to be repaired. Fellow Taoist Zhong, this Xiao was a bit careless. Xiaohua said with a smile. If I can't repair it, fellow Taoist Zhong shouldn't blame this Xiao. Of course not. Zhong Tianyao smiled apologetically.
Actually, to tell fellow Taoist Xiao the truth, although this old man has already prepared for over 100 years, although the materials have already been gathered, the reason why I didn't dare to make a move is because this magic tool is too heavily damaged.
If this old man didn't obtain this refining method, I wouldn't have pondered about this matter. However, since there is such a condition, this Zhong naturally has to make a move. However, fellow Taoist Xiao definitely knows better than this old man that to repair this kind of magic tool, I'm afraid that just refining techniques alone won't be enough. This old man has also seen fellow Taoist Zhao's restriction techniques. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to decline. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao fails in any way, this old man will definitely not say anything. Alright, although Xiao Hua's expression was somewhat difficult, he was actually eager to give it a try in his heart. Repairing this kind of magic tool was no different from refining it from scratch. He really wanted to see if he could succeed in refining it. If there are any leftover materials in the storage bag, please accept them, fellow Taoist Xiao. It's more or less a token of my appreciation. Zhong Tianyao smiled again and said, however, because the formation within the jade slip involves my Zhong clan, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao will keep it a secret. Well said. Xiao Hua nodded. I know my limits. Half a year later, in the guest hall of Zhongling Villa, Xiao Hua sat at the head of the table with a smile on his face. Zhong Tianyao's face was even more excited as he sat beside him. He really couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. It was also just a moment ago that Xiao Hua suddenly came out from the place where he was refining artifacts and gave him a completely repaired artifact. Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhong Tianyao said respectfully. This old man really didn't expect that fellow Taoist would be able to repair my Zhong clan's magic tool so quickly. This is truly beyond my expectations. Fellow Taoist Zhong, did you think that this Xiao would break the artifact? Xiao Hua said with a smile. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This old man really did have such concerns that day. Zhong Tianyao nodded and said, however, if fellow Taoist Xiao can't succeed, this old man will definitely not succeed. Therefore, this old man staked everything on this one throw. That artifact. Can it be used? Xiao Hua asked. It can definitely be used. Zhong Tianyao nodded. This old man has already used a special method to test it. There's no problem. Haha, that's good. Xiao Hua stretched and said, since that's the case, this Xiao can be considered to have finished dealing with the Zhong clan's matters. This Xiao still has to accompany my wife on her travels. At this moment, in the guest hall, Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu were respectfully accompanying Xueqi. Their faces were also filled with excitement. Zhong Yejing shouldn't have come, but at this moment, she was also accompanying Xueqi. Zhong Tianyao glanced at the smiling Xueqi and said, accompanied by a beauty, traveling to the ends of the world. This old man also had such a refined interest 100 years ago. Now that I'm old, at this point, Zhong Tianyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a question in his heart. This Xiao Hua looks so young. He must have taken something to preserve his youth. How old is he now? Based on his cultivation, he shouldn't be much younger than I, right? Haha, fellow Taoist Zhong has the heavy burden of the Zhong clan on your shoulders. Even if you want to leave, you can't, right? Xiao Hua smiled and then said to Zhong Yejing, I wonder how the fine seeds this Xiao entrusted to the Zhong clan are doing now. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, this junior has already seen it a few times. The Zhong clan's disciples in Yun City all followed Senior Zhao's instructions and gave these fine seeds to the secular world to sow. There were no mistakes. And that's the best. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reminded again, these fine seeds will probably be commonly used in my Xiaoyu continent in the future. At this time, the old and the new are replaced, and it's the best way to make money. This Xiao will give this to your Zhong clan. If the secular disciples can make some money, this Xiao won't stop them. However, this definitely can't let the poor people not get the fine seeds because of this. When Zhong Yejing heard this, she was slightly stunned. After thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly understood. She immediately stood up and said, this junior really doesn't understand this kind of secular matter. Since senior said so, this junior will go and supervise. If this happens, this junior will punish severely. Good. Xiao Hua clapped. This merit will also belong to the Zhong clan. Then, he stood up and looked at Xueqi. He said, wife, our matter here has been settled. This husband will accompany you to QC. Good. Xueqi naturally became happy. Zhong Tianyao urged Xiaohua to stay a few more times, but he couldn't. Thus, he called out all the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciples and respectfully sent Xiaohua off. Zhong Tianyao very reluctantly watched Xiaohua and Xueqi fly hand in hand into the blue sky. Zhong Tianyao immediately ordered Zhong Peifu, Zhong Peiyuan, and the others to start the awakening of the Zhong clan's disciples' bloodline. Different from the pleasant surprise of Zhong Tianyao and the others, in the courtyard where the qi refining disciples were cultivating, Zhong Haoren had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Xiaohua happily fly away with Xueqi. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. During this period of time, Xiaohua didn't come to find Zhong Haoren for some unknown reason. Thus, the good karma between Zhong Haoren and Xiaohua had long been forgotten by the Zhong clan's disciples. And the things that happened in the past few years really made Zhong Haoren feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was only now that he truly understood what Xiaohua had asked him when he received the heavenly mending pill. At this time, he felt how childish and impulsive he was that day. Because in just a few years, Zhong Xiuhan no longer put this young man who cared about her, loved her, and regarded her as a treasure in her eyes. At this time, because of the heavenly pill, Zhong Xiuhan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already shown her talent among the early-stage foundation establishment disciples and was surrounded by many handsome and confident foundation establishment male disciples. Each and every one of them used different methods to please her. How could she think highly of Zhong Haoren, an qi-refining disciple who couldn't speak? Therefore, sympathy wasn't love, and gratitude couldn't repay love. Husband, by doing this, aren't you being too cruel to Zhong Haoren? After leaving Zhongling Mountain Villa, Xiaohua naturally told her about Zhong Haoren's matter. It wasn't that he didn't think about Zhong Haoren. Sometimes, he would also release his Buddhist awareness to check the situation in Zhongling Mountain Villa. How could he not know about the twists and turns between Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren? If there were feelings, why would they be together day and night? Xiaohua held Xueqi's hand and said, but if there were distractions, it would be unfair to Zhong Haoren and Zhong Xiuhan. Alas, that's right. Xueqi sighed. With so many temptations, even if Zhong Xiuhan wanted to maintain her original heart, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. He, my wife. Don't speak for Zhong Xiuhan. Xiaohua said with a smile. Your husband didn't want to deal with Zhong Xiuhan. Everything was Zhong Haoren's choice. Since he has done it, he shouldn't regret it. Moreover, your husband can faintly see my own shadow in him. If he can persevere in his cultivation, your husband's restriction on him will definitely not last for too long. At that time, he will be able to rise from the ashes. With this experience in the mortal world, his state of mind will definitely be perfect, and it will definitely be useful for his future cultivation. My husband now has the demeanor of an almighty. Xueqi covered her mouth and laughed. I also know that if you have the chance in the future, you will definitely help Zhong Haoren. Your husband indeed has this plan. Xiaohua said thoughtfully. It's really not easy to find an upright and plain-spoken person with a firm mind. Could it be that my husband has other arrangements for Zhong Haoren? Xueqi suddenly realized. To tell you the truth, your husband has an idea. Xiaohua also nodded and concealed it. Xueqi said with a smile. Then I will wait and see if Zhong Haoren can enter my husband's eyes. Immediately, Xueqi rolled her eyes and said with a smile. This senior Zhong is also interesting. From what you said, he didn't hold back and handed over the Zhong family to you. When did he become so generous? Xiaohua curled his lips. The generous one is your husband. Your husband gave him the storage bag of Fei Xiqing from Xiqing's Fei family. If he thanked your husband hysterically, would he still have a conscience? It can't be. My husband actually gave him all the spirit stones and other things? Xueqi covered her mouth and pretended to be shocked. How is that possible? Xiaohua waved his hand disdainfully. I didn't give any spirit stones or pills, but I gave all the tokens and jade slips to old Ghost Zhong. If old Ghost Zhong has the heart, he can get more than Qin Kai from Xiqing's Fei family. I don't believe that my husband didn't leave a share for himself. Xiaohua blinked and said in a low voice. My wife, do you know what it means to take advantage of opportunities? Gidge. Xueqi laughed like a flower. After that, Xiaohua took Xueqi and didn't rush on their journey. They didn't travel in a straight line, but like before, They sent countless good seeds to the poor and destitute commoners along the way. Chapter 21:33. Alas, your husband's strength is still too insignificant. The more Xueqi did this kind deed, the more he felt powerless. This dawn rain continent was truly too big. Even if Xueqi traveled every day, it was impossible for him to spread the seeds throughout the entire dawn rain continent. Yes, I've also been considering this recently. Xueqi's heart ached for Xueqi, and she said considerately, "Husband, you should think of a good idea. Husband alone definitely can't save all the people of Dawn Rain Continent." Immortal Alliance? Xueqi suddenly realized. However, just as he finished speaking, he mocked himself. Your husband is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. I don't even know where the Immortal Alliance is. What right do I have to find them? It's not just that. Xueqi shook her head as well. I've occasionally heard Master say that the Immortal Alliance only appears when the Tao sect is in danger of being exterminated. They don't care about the life and death of ordinary sects, let alone the common people. Why don't we find the sect master and ask? Xueqi probed again. Xueqi hesitated and bit her lips. Although she didn't say anything, her expression didn't show that she agreed with Xueqi's words. Forget it, Xueqi waved his hand and said gloomily, I have a clear conscience. That's it. While speaking, Xueqi smelled a salty and moist smell from his mouth and nose. Rather unaccustomed to it, he asked curiously, why is it so smelly? Could it be that some family's salted fish has become smelly? Ha ha ha, Xueqi also sniffled and said, Husband, you've made a fool of yourself. We've already reached the seaside. The sea breeze blew the moist smell over. As she spoke, Xueqi activated her magic power and flew forward. Her fluttering clothes and fluttering hair were incomparably graceful. Female cultivators are truly unfathomable. It's just a sea? Why are they so excited? Xueqi released his Buddhist perception and had already seen the Xueqi Sea 100 miles away. The waves beating against the shore practically sent the sound of the waves over. We're finally here. Xueqi sighed inwardly. He let out a long whistle and chased behind Xueqi. He grabbed Xueqi's slender waist and rushed towards the place where the waves came from. This is the sea? Even though he'd already noticed it with his divine perception, Xueqi couldn't help but sigh when he really saw the magnificent and boundless ocean of darkness with his eyes. The magnificence of the ocean was truly too impactful to the eye. Even if it was nether, flame forest, or ink cloud forest, it would absolutely not be as shocking as this boundless ocean. Not to mention, at this moment, it was a gentle breeze. The fine lines were like fish scales, rippling under the golden sunlight. That glittering golden scenery made the money grubber Xueqi's eyes almost emit golden light. In addition, from time to time, tiny fish would surface from the sea, and the birds that were soaring above the sea would swoop down and devour them in one gulp. On the beach, crabs of all sizes were scurrying around, and fist-sized shells were embedded in the rocks, moving slightly. The combination of movement and stillness was truly a tranquil scene between heaven and earth. Xueqi landed on a protruding reef and slightly closed her eyes. She didn't have any protective yellow talismans around her body, so she let the sea breeze and the splashes of the waves wet her clothes. At this moment, Xueqi was wearing a pink dress. Not only did the wind blow her clothes up, wrapping around her curvy figure, even the traces of water that were gradually getting wet also revealed some spring scenery. Xueqi didn't approach and only watched from afar. He knew that the current Xueqi was the Xueqi who had broken away from her shackles, the Xueqi who dared to love and hate. Even though Xueqi didn't release her divine perception, Xueqi felt that Xueqi wanted to place this entire ocean of darkness into her bosom. I'm afraid that only such a situation can allow her to build her foundation. Xueqi seemed to suddenly understand the reason why Xueqi wanted to see the sea. He also seemed to understand why Xueqi didn't want to build her foundation. Looking at Xueqi's intoxicated appearance, Xueqi once again gazed into the distance. The place where the two of them flew over was a bit remote. All around them were steep cliffs. Fishermen rarely came here, and most of them were seabirds spreading their wings. On Xueqi's left, a few li away, a small fishing village impressively came into view. The first thing that entered Xueqi's eyes was the fishing net that was spread out on the shore. A wooden frame was set up to spread the fishing net over there. Under the sunlight, it actually had a sparkling luster, looking quite majestic. There was no one around the fishing net, but there were dozens of seabirds gathered in front of the fishing net. Occasionally, they would stick their heads out to peck at something. They should be swallowing the small fish and prawns that escaped from the fishing net. Next to the fishing net, there were several small wooden boats. They weren't big, but they weren't small either. Some were laid flat, some were upside down, and there were even some that were slanted. The boats were covered in moss and were still very shabby. Presumably, they were discarded by the fishermen. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua was puzzled. It's a sunny day now. Why don't I see anyone fishing in the sea? Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the fishing village. In the fishing village, there were many women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Strong men were rare. Many of these women, children, the elderly, and the weak had worried expressions on their faces. Although they stayed in the small huts from time to time, they would raise their heads and cast their gazes towards the depths of Xueqi Sea, as if that was where they were concerned. Oh, could it be that the fishermen have all gone fishing in the sea? Xiaohua thought as he released his divine sense towards the depths of Xueqi Sea. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the fishing village. In the fishing village, there were many women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Strong men were rare. Many of these women, children, the elderly, and the weak had worried expressions on their faces. Although they stayed in the small huts from time to time, they would raise their heads and cast their gazes towards the depths of Xueqi Sea, as if that was where they were concerned. Oh, could it be that the fishermen have all gone fishing in the sea? Xiaohua thought as he released his divine sense towards the depths of Xueqi Sea. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Dozens of li away, two rather large ships were slowly drifting in this direction. On the ships were dozens of men, all of them bare-chested. The decks were piled full of fish. It should be the men of this fishing village returning from a rewarding journey. Hee. No wonder they're all looking towards the sea. They probably know that today is the day they're supposed to return. Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. Smelling the salty sea breeze, his heart suddenly felt warm. It seemed that many years ago, he had also had such expectations, and had also been anticipated by others. To be worried by others and to be worried by others. Although this kind of life is dull, sometimes it's quite interesting. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat gloomy. Although these women and children have worried expressions on their faces, in their hearts, they have faith that their husbands will return today. But what about me? Even now, I still don't know where I was born, where my parents, where my brothers and sisters are. Chapter 21:34. However, with Fairy Hongxia and Xueqi, Xiaohua's gaze was filled with tenderness as he looked at Xueqi, who was like a naughty child. I can be considered to have a place to settle down in this dawn-rain continent. Just like this, Xiaohua casually sat on the fine sand with one leg bent, one elbow on his knee, one hand holding his chin, and the other hand grabbing a handful of fine sand from the ground. With a slight tilt, the fine sand slowly slid down from Xiaohua's hand. Over and over again, Xiaohua did it unintentionally, but after looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua suddenly became pensive. This sand is buried on this beach, and no one knows about it. Perhaps it has been here since ancient times, or perhaps it was washed from the bottom of the sea. If I didn't come here, this sand would be silent forever. However, I came. I thought it was because of Xueqi that I came. I grabbed this sand up high and it slid down again and slid down again. Xiaohua's thoughts slowly drifted away. He seemed to be thinking a lot, but also seemed to be thinking very little. His comprehension seemed to be very deep, but also seemed to be very little. Xueqi had long seen Xiaohua sitting there. She liked this kind of free aura, liked this kind of fierce sea breeze. Her temperament had always been that kind of intense love and hate. However, ever since she entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, for the sake of cultivation, she cut her feet to fit her shoes. Later on, for Xiaohua, she tried her best to. And she had always been doing it. She wanted to change her personality, to become a gentle and virtuous little boy. She had changed a lot now, but her heart still had some shackles. Now, her heart had merged with the sea breeze. Her heart had merged with the boundless sea. She really wanted this leisure, this indulgence, this freedom to come a little more. Hua! A faintly discernible noise came over, slightly disturbing Xueqi's thoughts. Xueqi raised her head and saw that in a small fishing village far away, a large group of women,
children, the elderly, and the weak were supporting each other as they came out of their small houses. In front of them were dozens of drooping naked little boys, stumbling as they ran. Many of them directly fell on the fine sand. However, these people's faces were filled with joy. Above the boundless sea, two indistinct masts could be seen, like two small sticks that a child was playing with. This mast was no longer a mast, but the hope and joy of all the fishermen in the fishing village. What they welcomed was the man who worked hard for their lives under the mast. Ha! Xueqi felt a sweetness in her heart. She also looked at Xiaohua, watching as he gradually transformed from a powerless loose cultivator into a cultivator with outstanding strength who cared for the common people.
Wasn't he the mast in his heart? The tranquility of the Xueqi Sea was exactly like this. Everything was under the sunlight. Amidst the sound of the waves, time gradually faded away. The two masts gradually became clear, revealing two dilapidated ships. Xueqi jumped down from the reef. She didn't urge her magic power. Instead, she walked slowly, step by step, across the beach. Her slender footprints were left on the beach, winding and firm. Xueqi walked to about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua. She sensed Xiaohua's abnormality again. The sea breeze blew past his body as if it didn't exist. Xiaohua's hand was still constantly grabbing the fine sand, tilting the fine sand. However, the fine sand was lifted up by the sea breeze and passed through Xiaohua's body. At this time, Xueqi was already accustomed to the strange sight. She knew Xiaohua was comprehending a cultivation method, so she sat on the ground with a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. However, there was some love in her eyes, some reluctance, and even some pain. She knew that now that her feelings had been released, she was afraid she would soon be able to build her foundation. As for building her foundation, Xueqi had an indescribable feeling. On the surface of the sea, regardless of the distance, it was like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Although the masts were already in sight, by the time the entire ship could be clearly seen, it was already sunset. At this time, the sea scenery was different. The orange sunlight dyed the sky to the west. Countless clouds formed various shapes, decorating the sky. The waves were a bit big. Fragments of red were accompanied by more and more darkness, sprinkling on the surface of the sea. Many seabirds gradually returned to the tide, carrying the day's fatigue. The slowly moving ship dragged the shadow on the side, also carrying the hard work of the fishing village's men. However, even if dusk came, even if the wind and waves were big, even if it was getting colder, the fishing village's women still held their children's hands in their hands. They allowed the shadow to grow longer and longer, but they still waited on the shore. It seemed that if this was not the case, their worries would not be eased. But at this time, a few miles ahead of the two ships, a fierce rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and a large wave of water soared into the sky along with the sound. Without waiting for the wave to fall, dozens or even hundreds of figures flew out from the sea. They were actually divided into two groups of cultivators fighting. The dozens of cultivators in front rushed out of the Xueqi Sea. The water-blue brilliance around them swayed slightly, sending out strange ripples under the setting sun. The cultivators chasing behind them were dressed in all kinds of different colors, and the magic tools in their hands were also strange. In particular, the cultivators chasing after them were all valiant, far from the cultivators in front of them. A loud voice rang out. "Fellow Taoists, why are you forcing us so hard? We are all itinerant cultivators, and we are just traveling near the Xueqi Sea. The sea beasts we killed before were all obtained casually. Fellow Taoist, please understand." Ha! A forthright female cultivator's voice rang out. A middle-stage foundation establishment female cultivator with thick limbs and rough skin raised her voice. "Boy, why are you acting like a bunch of brats in front of me? I have been watching you for half a year. You said that you were training, but you just wandered around the Xueqi Sea every day. I don't see you cultivating, but you caught a lot of sea beasts. You have a good harvest these days, right?" Xueqi, fellow Taoist Co. A man with bronze-colored skin who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sneered and said, "What's the point of talking to these cultivators with evil intentions? They dare to use the name of itinerant cultivators to hunt sea beasts, so they must be disciples of some aristocratic family or sect. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell with one look. How can itinerant cultivators reach foundation establishments so easily? Moreover, they are still wandering around the Xueqi Sea. Why aren't they cultivating?" Fellow Taoist Xiang is right.
Another thick man with a big axe in his hand shouted with a big black face full of whiskers. The women of Xingming Island are too weak.
In my opinion, they should have been killed long ago. Why the hell should I care about them? Humph. Awakening Island only knows how to kill, kill, kill. Can't you be a little more refined? The reputation of our overseas islands has been ruined by you. A male cultivator wearing a sparse Confucian robe said in a refined manner.
Bah, the thick man spat. You sure are refined.
Do you think the number of sea beasts killed by your Tiger Spine Island is small? I heard that Tiger Spine Island's blood tiger mental cultivation technique requires the blood of sea beasts to reach large success. Who knows how many sea beasts' blood you need to reach foundation establishment?
Damn it. You actually dare to be refined in front of me.
The 4 cultivators from the overseas islands were talking with fervor and assurance. They were Xingming Island's Ko Qinglian, Awakening Island's Xiang Wenqing, Awakening Island's Bai Min, and Tiger Spine Island's Ding Xuan. They were the leaders of the disciples sent by the 4 surrounding sects.
Looking at their appearance, they seemed to have a card up their sleeves and were not worried at all that the so-called itinerant cultivators would run away. Looking at the itinerant cultivator who was talking with them just now, he actually had a normal expression and did not seem worried at all. Although there were only a few early-stage foundation establishment disciples among the dozens of cultivators following behind him, they were the same as the itinerant cultivator and even had a sneer on their face.
Don't talk nonsense. Ko Qinglian was a female cultivator after all. She was the first to notice that something was wrong and transmitted her voice. These dozens of cultivators look unfamiliar. They don't seem to be Meng country's disciples. Moreover, they are too calm. There are only 5 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. They are not a match for us at all. But just now, they clearly had the strength to run away. Why did they stop here? Why didn't they go ashore? Ha ha ha, Madam Ko is too cautious. The refined Ding Xuan was no longer refined at this time. He licked his lips and laughed. In the eyes of mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators like us, these are just children. What tricks can they play? Meng country's cultivator families and sects all know the rules of our Go He Hai. Which one of them did not follow the rules? They, even if they are disciples of some family, if they are killed by us, then so be it. What tricks can they play? Good. Since that is the case, let's kill all these cultivators. Hearing this, Bai Min could no longer hold back. He waved his thick arms and the big axe actually summoned a shadow. It flashed with a trace of sharp light and chopped towards an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator dozens of feet away. Attack! Seeing Bai Min attack, everyone was stunned. According to their original plan, they still wanted to find out the details of these cultivators and see what they were planning to do. But since Bai Min attacked, they had no choice but to attack as well. They could only wave their hands and order their disciples. Yes, the disciples received the order. Regardless of whether they were Qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators, all of them activated their yellow talismans and magic tools. Rays of blue light flashed around everyone. Most of the disciples of the overseas islands had a water attribute physique. Their magic tools and yellow talismans were also of the water attribute. The water attribute spiritual Qi of heaven and earth around Go He Hai flocked together with the magic seals. It was not a big deal for one cultivator to cast a magic seal. It was also not a big deal for 10 cultivators to cast a magic seal. However, with dozens of cultivators, and even a few mid-stage and early-stage foundation establishment cultivators' magic seals, the amount of spiritual Qi of heaven and earth absorbed was much more. Following the flow of spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, fine winds were produced. And these fine winds were gradually strengthened during the rising tide of the evening. Borrowing the strength of the wind, the rising tides and waves were also larger. Let's go! When the rogue cultivator saw this, a trace of nervousness appeared on his face. His eyes looked around as if he was looking for something. Then his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, he flew towards the 2 ships drifting in the wind and waves. To be continued. Chapter 2135. Where do you think you're going? Bai Min and the rest sneered. The Dharma artifacts in their hands had already flown out. Not only did the Dharma artifacts spill out blue light, even the seawater above the Kwai He Sea was drawn into the air by their Dharma artifacts, condensing into water pillars and smashing towards the disciples who were flying. Rise! The several foundation establishment cultivators who were guarding behind the itinerant cultivators saw how powerful the attacks were and hurriedly stopped. They looked at each other and secretly nodded. Then they waved their hands at the same time and a ladle-like Dharma artifact appeared in each of their hands. The few of them activated the Dharma artifacts in unison. But when the Dharma power reached out, the ladles suddenly disappeared and turned into several black holes. A huge suction force was born from the black holes. Not only did the light of Bai Min and the rest disappear into the black holes, even the water pillars that were drawn by the others also fell into them. Even huge waves were raised on the Xueqi Sea and these huge waves were sucked in by the black holes. Ah? What Dharma artifact is this? Ko Qinglian was slightly shocked and quickly scanned with her divine perception. What kind of itinerant cultivators can this be? Bai Min snorted and clenched his fist. He activated his Dharma power and said angrily, "Which sect wants to go against the overseas islands? I want to see how powerful your Dharma artifacts are." As Bai Min activated his Dharma power, waves of monstrous waves flew up from the sea that was no longer calm and smashed towards the itinerant cultivators. That's right. I also want to see how powerful this Dharma artifact is in the hands of a few Foundation Establishment initial stage brats. Ding Xuan also cursed and actually gave up on the Dharma incantation that he was good at. Like Bai Min, he activated the waves and poured them towards the few black holes. Alright, I also want to see. Ko Qinglian also laughed. They were all overseas cultivators. It was normal that they didn't know other Dharma spells, but who didn't know the art of controlling water? Who would be worse than who? Instantly, more than 10 water dragons were born on the surface of the water and entered the black holes. It had to be said that the strategy of the cultivators from the outer sea islands was truly impressive. In the blink of an eye, just as the other cultivators shot out a wave of yellow talismans, there was a loud rumble. The top of the head of a Foundation Establishment cultivator on the left trembled. The cultivator's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was dispirited as he fell into the sea like a leaf and was instantly submerged by the turbulent waves. Above the Foundation Establishment cultivator, a black and white light flashed and ripples formed in the air. A stream of water gushed out like a waterfall. At the same time, the faces of the other Foundation Establishment cultivators changed slightly. Useless thing. A light reprimand sounded. In the space about 10 feet away from the crowd, a burst of light flashed and the figure of a middle Foundation Establishment cultivator gradually appeared. This cultivator had already appeared and immediately formed a strange Dharma seal with his hands. A hazy light flashed and pounced on the water. With a crunching sound, the falling water actually froze. Following the surge of black and white light, the ice was once again submerged into the black holes. Who is fellow Taoist? Seeing this, Ding Xuan's face was slightly startled. He cupped his hands and asked, "Could it be that you're with these rogue cultivators?" Ding Xuan emphasized the word rogue cultivator. Unfortunately, the cultivator didn't pay attention to him and only urged his Dharma chi to maintain the black holes. At this time, how could Ding Xuan and the others not know that there was a powerful cultivator among them? There was no need for others to say anything. Bai Min waved his hand and the big axe swung out again. This time, there was no afterimage. The huge axe split the water and directly attacked the waist of the cultivator. With such a fierce momentum, no one doubted that as long as the axe struck, not to mention the light protecting the body, even if there was some kind of spiritual armor protecting the body, this cultivator would be seriously injured. The eyes of the cultivators from the various islands were all fixed on the axe, trying to see if the cultivator was going to dodge or maintain his transcendent treasure. Suddenly, from the side, a thin flying sword, like a nimble flying snake, silently pierced towards Bai Min in the midst of the already tumbling waves. Damn it! Where did this shameless person come from? That flying sword was very vicious. Bai Min didn't dare to put his life in the hands of Ding Xuan and the others. He had no choice but to turn the axe around and forcefully chop down. That flying sword wasn't afraid of Bai Min's great strength. It raised its head and was about to stab Bai Min's wrist. Dang! Bai Min's shadow slightly slanted and struck the flying sword. The flying sword was slightly knocked away, but Bai Min's axe had already turned around. As Bai Min's eyes stared at a place in the space in front of him, he activated his magic power and the axe brought up a wave that soared into the sky. Each drop of water contained a very strong force and struck towards that place in the void. Hee. With a light laugh, the invisibility talismans of the mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators, who weren't tall, were also destroyed by Bai Min's attack. As the cultivators made hand seals, their flying swords flew back to save themselves and turned into rainbows to chop at the big axe. There's something wrong. At this time, a second mid-foundation establishment cultivator appeared. Ko Qinglian and the others felt different from before and increasingly felt that things were not good. At this time, other than the foundation establishment cultivators fighting each other, the aura refinement disciples were trading yellow talismans back and forth. Many disciples had already died. On the surface of the sea, dark clouds suddenly rose. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was disturbed and chaotic, and the waves surged. The cultivators naturally didn't care. They were all flying in the air. The two ships had long stopped and even dropped their anchors. Everyone's faces were pale and they were trembling. They looked up at the people fighting not far away. The entire ship was rocking in the waves. The ship, which originally looked quite big, was now almost like a toy. Looking at the women and children on the beach, everyone had a miserable expression on their faces. Many people were paralyzed on the ground and sobbing silently. The fishermen were admittedly innocent, but when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. They just happened to be passing by this place, so how could they escape? Xueqi had seen it long ago, but she was an aura refinement cultivator and simply couldn't intervene. As for Xiaohua, he was currently comprehending karma. His hand was constantly grabbing sand and then pouring it down in torrents, over and over again, repeating over and over again. Xueqi's face gradually became anxious. Because at this time, 5 mid-foundation establishment cultivators had already appeared one after another. They held the 5 black hole-like magic tools in their hands and blocked in front of Xiang Wenqing and the others. Fellow Taoists. Why is this? Xiang Wenqing's eyes turned rapidly. He cupped his hands and said, "Could it be that there's a misunderstanding? Ha ha ha, we Xianle sect disciples only came to this coastal area to travel, but you're chasing us so relentlessly. Didn't you always want to know why we came? I'll tell you right now." The cultivator in front raised his head and laughed loudly. Xianle sect disciples? Xiang Wenqing frowned and immediately exchanged glances with Ko Qinglian and the others. Everyone was puzzled. How could Xianle sect disciples see these small fish and shrimps? Chapter 21:36. However, I and the others originally didn't want to reveal our faces. But you all just had to force us like this. That cultivator sneered again. Since that's the case, I and the others have come. I'll let you all see I's true face. Oh, so it's like this. Ko Qinglian smiled and bowed. Since you're fellow Taoists from Immortal Music Sect, then we naturally won't pursue this matter. We'll have to trouble you. That's right, Immortal Music Sect has a very good relationship with my overseas islands. Fellow Taoists, you're only here to travel. We've misunderstood you. This doesn't count as anything. We'll leave now. Fellow Taoists, please do as you please. Xiang Wenqing also smiled. Haha, fellow Taoists, isn't it too late to leave now? That cultivator laughed loudly. My Immortal Music Sect actually values you little sea beasts from Xueqi Sea? My Immortal Music Sect discovered. But before this cultivator finished speaking, a cultivator beside him frowned and said, "Third junior brother, aren't you talking too much?" "Yes, little brother understands." That cultivator immediately shut his mouth and waved his hand. Fellow senior brothers, since these cultivators have seen our whereabouts, then we'll do as the seniors said. Leave no one alive. Hearing this cultivator's command, the 5 foundation establishment middle stage cultivators' bodies flashed with a blue brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth were all absorbed into their bodies. Go. Ko Qinglian and the others didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that they'd already fallen into the others' trap. Hearing everyone's loud shout, they urged their magic power and their bodies overflowed with brilliance. They were about to escape into the water. Rise. Hearing that foundation establishment middle stage cultivators' low rebuke, the 5 cultivators simultaneously sat cross-legged in midair. Their hands formed extremely strange seals. Rays of blue light surged and rushed into the seals. Following that, rays of blue flowers flew out from the seals and rushed into the black hole from before. Moo! 5 consecutive sounds like a bull tearing at something rang out. That black hole suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a small dot to a few feet in size. At this moment, what flew out from that black hole were palm-sized snowflakes. These snowflakes were different from the snowflakes falling from the sky. They were like a torrential downpour, spinning and covering the sky as they fell towards the surrounding space of several thousand feet. In an instant, the temperature within the area of several hundred feet where the cultivators were fighting dropped rapidly. Ice shards condensed in the air and fell into the sea. The surging waves were still moving at first, but in just a few seconds, they froze. Kacha-kacha, sounds that sounded like ice being frozen gradually spread from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Ding Xuan and the others had just fallen into the water and were about to escape when the power of the ice was transmitted, freezing the seawater within 1,000 feet. They couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of calculation was this? What kind of great effort was this? However, they weren't in a hurry to think too much about it. They hurriedly turned around and flew out of the frozen sea. One by one, their eyes turned red. They activated their magic tools and fiercely attacked the 5 cultivators who still had their eyes closed and were circulating their magic power.
Humph! The tall and skinny cultivator who spoke first widened his eyes slightly and waved his hand.
4 rays of light flashed past and pierced towards Ding Xuan and the others.
Wherever the light passed, the ice shards in the air formed along with the light and attacked the 4 of them like 4 slender flying swords.
Pang! The ice shards didn't have any resistance against the 4 people's magic tools and shattered upon contact. However, the shattered ice shards flew in all directions. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth around the magic tools turned into ice shards. In a short period of time, the 4 people's water-type magic tools began to freeze. This is bad. Bai Min secretly panicked. He already felt that the magic power inside the magic tools had condensed and couldn't be controlled freely. He knew that in a short moment, the magic tools would lose control. What should we do? Bai Min hurriedly spread out his divine sense and looked around. However, at this moment, the dozens of chi refinement disciples from the 4 islands who had escaped into the water were unable to fly out of the ice. It was obvious that they were all sealed under the sea. The seawater under their feet had already completely frozen into ice. The dark green ice was as clear as crystal and was extremely beautiful. However, this was far from the end. What was even more frightening was still around them. Within a radius of several hundred meters, strands of blue brilliance flashed, and streaks of white ice formed, gradually condensing in mid-air. A kind of power that could confine the surroundings was born from the previous 5 black holes. It can't be. It can't be that everything within a radius of 1,000 feet has been frozen, right? Bai Min came to a realization and still couldn't believe it. Damn it, if we don't leave now, when will we? Bai Min's figure suddenly flew up and flew towards the 2 ships in the distance. At this moment, the 2 ships were still not sealed in the layer of ice. They were only at the edge of the ice seal.
Although the 2 ships had already dropped their anchors, how could the waves in the hands of the cultivators be suppressed by the anchors of the mortal ships? One of the ships was already in imminent danger. Now, with the help of the cultivator's divine sense, the frozen layer of ice raised another wave. This wave was even higher and bigger than the previous one. With just a wave, the ship was overturned and collapsed like a small wooden boat. The entire ship immediately fell apart, and the dozens of fishermen on the ship inevitably fell into the water. A series of miserable cries could be heard. If it were any other time, the fishermen wouldn't be too shocked even if they fell into the water. However, at this moment, the seawater was about to freeze. The coldness of the seawater was far beyond their imagination. The moment they fell into the water, their limbs stiffened and they couldn't move. Many of the fishermen began to sink into the water. Of course, although the fishermen on the other ships were so cold that their teeth were chattering, they didn't dare to be negligent. They threw out wooden logs and other objects, trying to save the fishermen who had fallen into the water. Seeing Bai Min escape, the other 3 didn't think too much. They flew in 4 different directions, trying to escape this calamity. Out of the 5 cultivators, 4 of them opened their eyes. With a wave of their sleeves, they each stretched out their index fingers and pointed at the black holes in front of them. With a series of cracking sounds, a layer of pure white ice rapidly formed several feet in front of Bai Min and the other 3, blocking their flight path. Fight! Other than Bai Min, Ko Qinglian and the others all threw out the magic tools in their hands. All the magic power in their bodies surged into the magic tools. They knew that if they didn't do their best now, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Pang pang pang. 3 loud sounds rang out. The magic tools hit the layer of ice and broke it. However, when the 3 figures flew into the layer of ice and were about to escape, the layer of ice condensed again. It was extremely easy to freeze the 3 people and their magic tools in the layer of ice. Looking at Bai Min again,
he suddenly put his magic tool into his storage bag. He suddenly slapped his forehead and a yellow flame appeared. From his mouth, he actually spat out a fist-sized fire bead. That fire bead emitted a blazing flame and rushed into the layer of ice. Bai Min's magic power wasn't weaker than the 5 strange cultivators. However, he fell into their trap and his magic tool was restrained. Now that he took out a fire-type magic tool, it naturally broke the layer of ice in an instant. His figure also broke out of the layer of ice. Right now, it wasn't just a layer of ice anymore. It should be an exquisite ice palace. Seeing Bai Min escape, the 5 cultivators weren't surprised at all. There was even a hint of laughter in their eyes. However, one of the cultivators on the left sneered and stood up. He slapped his hand and a bottle-shaped magic treasure flew out. A misty watery light came out of the bottle and attacked Bai Min. Bai Min was as anxious as a stray dog. He didn't look back and grabbed with his hand. The fire bead flew out and a raging flame met the attack. With a sizzling sound, the raging flame and the watery light collided. They were both sent flying. That raging flame just happened to hit the last ship. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the ship. Moreover, it began to burn. How could Bai Min and the others care about the life and death of these fishermen? The 2 of them waved their hands, formed hand seals, and began to fight again. Husband, husband! Xueqi saw clearly from afar. As early as when the first ship was destroyed, she called out to Xiaohua in a low voice. She even used her hand to push Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to her. Xueqi even pushed the void, just like before. What should we do? Seeing the second ship being hit again, the women and children on the shore were crying. Even a few elderly women wanted to rush into the sea to save them. Xueqi was abnormally anxious. When Xueqi's gaze fell on Xiaohua's hand, her eyes unconsciously lit up. Xueqi immediately reached out without hesitation and completely caught the sand that Xiaohua poured down. Xueqi's move was indeed useful. The seemingly motionless Xiaohua snorted. That sound was like the sound of nature that shook the entire world. Immediately, Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at Xueqi. Ah! Xueqi naturally also looked at Xiaohua. However, when she saw Xiaohua's silver eyes, a faintly discernible hand, and a river that was as bright as the stars in his fingers, she let out a low cry. It was as if her entire gaze and person were sucked into that river. In just an instant, Xiaohua's eyes rolled, revealing human emotions. His bright black eyes returned to their original state. Xueqi. Xiaohua returned to normal. Looking at the deathly pale Xueqi, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xueqi was grief-stricken. Her eyes were extremely sad. However, within that sadness, there was also a trace of relief and even a trace of pride. Hearing Xiaohua's call, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Pointing at the sea, she said, "Husband, there are people fighting there. 2 ships belonging to the secular world were destroyed. There are probably dozens of lives at stake. This concubine knows that husband is compassionate and would rather delay his cultivation to save them. So, okay." Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and he immediately knew what Xueqi was talking about. He immediately said, "This husband will go there right away." Husband. Xueqi clenched her teeth and said, "Husband, can you give that pink jade slip to this concubine first? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 21:37. Good. Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He gave the jade slip to Xueqi and flew into the air towards the ship. Where did this fellow Taoist come from? Why don't I see immortal music sect disciples here? Xiaohua's divine sense had already attracted the attention of the 5 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. When they saw that Xiaohua had actually flown over and was even flying towards Bai Min, the tall and thin cultivator in the lead stood up and asked coldly. When he asked, the seals in his hands were not completed. In the air, countless ice shards rapidly condensed, blocking Xiaohua's path. Scram! Xiaohua had already seen the dozens of fishermen in a critical situation. Seeing this cultivator blocking his path, he was already unable to restrain his anger. With a wave of his hand, a wall of samadhi true fire was born. That seemingly incomparably beautiful ice palace, which seemed unbreakable in the eyes of cultivators, was like snow encountering fire. It was extremely easy to burn a large passage. Moreover, this ice layer was still burning in the Samadhi true fire. Samadhi true fire.
That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly waved his hand.
The remaining 3 cultivators all stood up solemnly. Each of their hands were about to form seals, preparing to attack Xueqi. Wait! A voice that was filled with joy, doubt, and even hatred rang out. Yes, sect master. When the 4 people heard, their faces were shocked. Immediately, they all bowed towards the source of the voice. In the air, another person's figure appeared.
This person's cultivation was only at foundation establishment, but that incomparably handsome and evil-looking cultivator's eyes didn't seem to be a cultivator of the human world.
This person was Zhongqing Shao. This guy. Didn't he die in the ink cloud black forest? How could he come out alive? Zhongqing Shao looked at Xueqi with a complicated gaze.
The feeling in her heart was really indescribable.
His current cultivation seems to be comparable to middle-stage foundation establishment. If he died, of course I know he has nothing to do with Master's death. However, not only did he not die, but his magic power also advanced by leaps and bounds. He's almost only a bit weaker than me. He was previously a loose cultivator. Even if he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, how could he compare to me? In that case, this guy definitely has nothing to do with Master's death. When she heard the news of Xueqi's death, Zhongqing Shao was very sad and cried for Xueqi. However, now that she saw that Xueqi wasn't dead, and that his strength was even comparable to the middle stage of foundation establishment, Zhongqing Shao began to suspect Xueqi instead. Looking at Xueqi again, he didn't even look at the 4 cultivators.
With a flash of his figure, he had already flown to the sky above the ship.
Go! Xueqi slapped his forehead, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out with a rumbling sound. A layer of bronze light descended from the sky, and completely covered the wreckage of one ship and the other ship. Furthermore, within that ancient bronze brilliance, there were tiny scarlet-green flames faintly flowing. Under the brilliance of the suppressing cloud seal, the flames on the ship were instantly extinguished, and the ice under the ship gradually melted. Even the surging waves quickly calmed down under the brilliance of this brilliance. It was as calm as the surface of a lake. The panicked fishermen felt warmth and the calm seawater. How could they not know that someone was helping them? These fishermen were all overjoyed, and hurriedly swam in the sea. Some struggled to get on the ship, and some were busy rescuing others. Their swimming ability was excellent, and now that the wind and waves were calm, to them, it wasn't much different from flat ground. Although everyone couldn't get on the ship for a while, it was only a matter of time before they were all rescued. Xueqi released his divine sense, and knew that all the fishermen, including those who were frozen and fell into the sea, were swimming on the surface of the sea. Only then did he feel relieved, and had time to observe everyone else. When he looked around and saw Zhongqing Shao, his eyes unconsciously shrank, and his heart jumped. Heavenly Devil Sect Master? Why is he here? However, where his divine sense passed, Zhongqing Shao wasn't there at all. Why is it Heavenly Devil Sect again? Didn't that cultivator say it was Immortal Music Sect? Xueqi was slightly surprised, and then he understood. Presumably, this was Heavenly Devil Sect using Immortal Music Sect's name to do some shady business here. This guy's magic power and divine ability seem to be much stronger than the last time I saw him. This young master actually can't see his cultivation level. It seems this guy's progress is even greater than this young master's. Xueqi pondered. Last time, there was a Devil Sect's formation, and this time, it took a long time to set it up. Moreover, he also has 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators as helpers. This matter is somewhat troublesome. Just as Xueqi was thinking, Bai Min, who was fleeing earlier, sensed the movement here. He saw the power of Xueqi's cloud-suppressing seal, and he himself was being pressured by that cultivator, so he had no choice but to turn around and return. He shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoist, help me!" Seeing this, the cultivator chasing Bai Min's face changed dramatically, and his flying speed slowed down slightly, secretly looking at Zhongqing Shao. "Hey, why did fellow Taoist come back?" Xueqi glanced at Bai Min and said, "If you left, you would have left. Now that you've come back, not only will you drag I down, you'll also lose your life." Bai Min cupped his hands and said, "I am Bai Min from Silicon Island." Obviously, Bai Min also just saw Zhongqing Shao, and at the same time, He also discovered the strangeness that his divine sense couldn't see. Unconsciously, his complexion was the same as the cultivator chasing him, incomparably pale. That's right, Xueqi was only one person, and looking at his appearance, he was only an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Although his magic weapon was powerful, how could it be compared to a cultivator whose divine sense couldn't see and whose magic technique couldn't sense cultivation? Wasn't he just trying to find a doctor when he was sick? Moreover, Xueqi's words had a hidden meaning. Although Bai Min looked impetuous, he still muddled his way to the middle stage of Foundation establishment in Guihe High. So how could he not understand the meaning in Xueqi's words? He immediately understood that his escape was deliberately done by these cultivators, and it was a part of their plan. He was so stupid to see Xueqi, this straw, and actually walked right into their trap. They couldn't let him go even if they wanted to. Bai Min regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. You're actually quite smart. You actually saw the flaw in it with a glance. Zhang Qingxiao said warmly, as if he was giving pointers to a junior. Not at all. Fellow Taoist has always been far-sighted and strategizing. Since I've seen fellow Taoist once and experienced fellow Taoist's methods, how could I not know? Xueqi didn't dare to be careless. Looking left and right, he carefully answered. Fellow Taoist? Ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao faced the sky and laughed heartily. He pointed his hand and said, Xueqi, the first time I saw you, you seemed to have let your fellow disciples escape in order to save them. You were originally the ones who could escape the most, but you fell behind. If I didn't intend to let you go, I'm afraid you wouldn't have escaped so easily, right? And today, you still have this kind of kindness and soft-hearted heart. Chapter 2138. Even now, you're still concealing my identity. Do you think I'll let this boorish person escape? Hee, let me see, your magic treasure has actually been repaired a bit. It's even more powerful than before. However, this magic treasure isn't protecting you right now, but instead protecting some vulgar people who are worse than pigs and dogs. You are really a good person. Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Sect master? Bai Min heard and couldn't help but be stunned. He really couldn't figure out which sect Zhang Qingxiao was the sect master of. Xueqi ignored Zhang Qingxiao's sarcasm and looked at the fishermen who were saving themselves under the cloud-suppressing seal. He said with a smile, Sect master actually still remembers me. It's really an honor. As for what I do, that's my business. It has nothing to do with your heavenly demonic sect. Heavenly demonic sect? You're the heavenly demonic sect. Bai Min suddenly realized and pointed at Zhang Qingxiao with a trembling finger. My islands have never interacted with your heavenly demonic sect. Why did you scheme to harm us? Who knew that Zhang Qingxiao simply ignored Bai Min and still looked at Xueqi thoughtfully? She shook her head and said, I've thought for a long time, but I still can't figure out why fellow Taoist Xiao is doing this. Since you can't figure it out, then so be it. People who walk different paths can't work together. Xueqi said coldly. That's right. These words are wonderful. People who walk different paths can't work together. Zhang Qingxiao clapped and laughed. You're the Tao, I'm the devil. Naturally, it's different. Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have realized something and pointed at her nose. You and I can be considered old acquaintances, but I forgot to tell you, my surname is Zhang. Xueqi waited for a moment, but seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't continue, he could only cup his hands and say, so it's Sect Master Zhang. I just don't know why you don't listen to the name when you have the surname. Hiding your head and tail isn't what a real man does. Ha ha ha, real man? I've never claimed to be a real man. Zhang Qingxiao flicked her sleeves and said, what I want to do is also not what a real man does. As for my name, it won't be too late to mention it after you defeat my 5 subordinates. Go kill Xueqi. Zhang Qingxiao turned hostile as soon as she said so, and she immediately ordered 5 middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Yes, Sect Master. The 5 of them didn't dare to hesitate. They looked at each other and rubbed their hands together. Each of them emitted a water-blue brilliance and rushed into the 5 black holes. A muffled sound rang out. It seemed like the awakening of a hibernating ice dragon. 5 sparkling and translucent ice pillars rushed out from the 5 black holes and smashed towards Xueqi. Bai Min was close to Xueqi. He saw that the ice dragon was like a real dragon, possessing a terrifying might. Moreover, wherever the ice dragon passed, the air would be frozen. A huge force pressed down from afar, completely imprisoning him and Xueqi. Bai Min did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to the side. The ice dragon did not care about Bai Min and completely sealed off Xueqi's surroundings. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that just relying on something like this won't be a problem for me. Xueqi laughed heartily. Similarly, he also rubbed his hands together. Several streaks of green and red light flew out. They were precisely the fire threads of the Samadhi true fire that were like 5 small snakes. At this time, the fire threads in Xueqi's hands were vivid and lifelike. They had a snake head and a snake body, but their features were not clear. Go! Xueqi raised his arms, and 5 fire snakes roared as they rushed towards the 5 ice dragons. In a moment, they collided.
Hiss! Bai Min, who was not far away, saw this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air.
The fire snakes and ice dragons collided, but there wasn't much of a sound. However, the strange thing was that the thin fire snakes were not annihilated by the huge size of the ice dragons. Instead, when the two came into contact, they immediately ignited the ice dragons and quickly burned towards the back of the ice dragons. In addition to the fact that the Samadhi true fire was not afraid of this ice magic, more importantly, Bai Min had already seen that the magic power contained in the fire snakes was far from what the ice dragons could compare to. In other words, Xueqi's magic power far surpassed his opponent. No, it was far beyond his opponent and magic formation. If Bai Min could understand, how could Zhang Qingxiao and the others not understand? Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face became wider, and hatred flashed in her smile. She secretly said, "Little junior brother, you actually have the cultivation of late-stage foundation establishment? It's only been a few years. If you didn't get some benefits from me, Shang Huaming, how could you cultivate so fast? If it wasn't related to me, Shang Huaming, how could you improve so much?" Idiot! Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed and she waved her big sleeve. 5 rays of light flew out and hit the ice dragons at the roots, cutting them off and preventing the fire snakes from continuing to burn. Other than fighting against ice, you don't know anything else? When the 5 cultivators heard this, they immediately flew up from their original positions and clapped their hands. 3 magic tools and 2 magic treasures were raised in the air. Haha, since ancient times, fire has been able to subdue ice. How about I try it today? Xueqi waved his hand again and dozens of fireball talismans and fireball techniques were shot out, hitting a range of 100 feet. Humph! Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Since ancient times, evil can't prevail over good. I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and took out the blood-red flag again. It shook slightly, and this time it was even more powerful. A few faint wisps of blood-red light that were almost inaudible flew into the air and formed a net of blood threads. The net of blood threads directly covered the fireballs that Xueqi used his magic power to create one by one. Xueqi's fireballs were mixed with true Samadhi fire. Others were helpless against it, but when they fell into the net of blood, they were immediately and silently extinguished. Seeing this, Xueqi was not surprised. The devil sex methods had always been unexpected. His true Samadhi fire last time seemed to have no effect. However, seeing Zhang Qingxiao extinguish the true Samadhi fire so easily, Xueqi's eyes narrowed. Clearly, Zhang Qingxiao's progress in cultivation was also beyond his expectations. Xueqi paid a bit of attention to Zhang Qingxiao, and didn't pay much attention to the attacks of the 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out. A magnificent golden light flashed within 100 zhang radius. Xing 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 sounds rang out. 3 magical artifacts that had just gathered the spiritual energy of the water element of heaven and earth were sliced apart by the soaring dragon shears. The other 2 magical artifacts were also knocked flying into the air. The 5 balls of light that had just condensed were instantly dispersed. Wonderful! The 5 middle foundation establishment cultivators turned pale with fright. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with it, they heard Zhang Qingxiao clap her hands and laugh. "Xueqi, I've really underestimated you. I thought that having a late foundation establishment cultivation was already pretty good, but I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you can control 2 magic treasures at the same time. It's really wonderful." As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and the bright scenic bell flew out from her storage bag. This bright scenic bell was clearly different from the first time Xiaohua saw it. Unexpectedly, it also had a dazzling golden brilliance, and that brilliance was like a golden lotus. But as soon as the golden lotus came out of the storage bag, it immediately produced an enormous suction force. The nearby spiritual energy of heaven and earth flocked towards it, giving rise to a small whirlwind. Hiss! Seeing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of this bright scenic bell's magic treasure was clearly more powerful than the cloud-suppressing seal. Moreover, that brilliance had already taken shape, and the degree of completeness of the magic treasure was also higher than the cloud-suppressing seal. Although his soaring dragon shears were powerful, it was also damaged. He didn't know if it could match up? Then let this Xiao experience sect Master Zhang's methods. Xiaohua didn't say anything further and urged his magic power. The soaring dragon shears flashed with golden light and flew towards the bright scenic bell. With a dang sound, it seemed that the ice shards in the air were swaying. Xiaohua immediately felt his vision blur for a moment, and the soaring dragon shears' golden light immediately stopped. Quick! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and slightly shook his head. He felt that his head was as heavy as 1,000 catties. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately urged the soul-piercing technique. Zhang Qingxiao's Naiwen palace suddenly felt like it was being pierced. He couldn't help but hold his head. His body also wanted to fall a little bit. And taking advantage of this moment, the soaring dragon shears swiftly flew over. With a schwab sound, like the sound of silk being cut, the bright scenic bell's golden brilliance and the lotus-like luster within the brilliance were all cut into two halves. Quick! Zhang Qingxiao reluctantly endured the pain in his Naiwen palace and pointed his finger. The bright scenic bell's brilliance greatly increased, and the brilliance flocked over to block the soaring dragon shears. That golden light took the form of a faint lotus and surrounded Zhang Qingxiao, the two martial brothers of the past. The moment they met in life and death. When the lotus had just surrounded Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and the flag that he had previously put away in his sleeve waved again. The bewitching blood-red color appeared again, and unexpectedly, it transformed into a large rock-like fog and pounced towards Xiaohua. Granny, you have quite a lot of secret techniques. I'll let you see what the secret techniques of the Devil Sect are. Zhang Qingxiao said, not venting his hatred. Don't you know? Secret techniques? I'd like to see who's stronger. Seeing the blood-red rock, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. Needless to say, this was definitely the method of the Devil Sect. If he had the mighty Vajra Dharma body, he would be able to break it. But right now, his Buddhist Dharma body was gone, and only the Phoenix Dharma body was left. He didn't know whether it would be useful or not. But how could Zhang Qingxiao give him time to think? Although the rock didn't have any power, a dense bloody and austere aura had already enveloped Xiaohua. Rise! Xiaohua's body shook, and a phoenix cry rang out. The Phoenix Dharma body rushed out, and the power of heaven and earth filled the entire area. Zhang Qingxiao was completely dumbstruck. However, Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly revealed a sinister expression, and a real killing intent arose. He sneered and said, Xiaohua, which cultivation sect are you from? You actually have the true blood of the phoenix. This young master is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not some cultivation sect. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. This young master has already told you. Why are you so interested in this young master's background? Instantly, Xiaohua's face also revealed a sinister expression. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he secretly said, could it be that this guy is related to the cultivator who sealed me? Immediately, Xiaohua's killing intent also rose. Right now, he still didn't have the strength to break the seal. He absolutely couldn't let Zhang Qingxiao expose his strength. Chapter 2139. Looks like I have to use the spirit fire. Xiaohua's phoenix body fluttered. The wind on his wings faintly sounded. His sharp phoenix claws could actually tear a piece of the blood-colored rock, steadily gaining the upper hand. But if Xiaohua wants to kill Zhang Qingxiao, it's absolutely impossible without the spirit fire. Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed. The magic power in his whole body surged. He was already prepared. The bright thunder escape was about to be activated. That wisp of spirit fire already passed out from his Buddhist heart. As long as he gets close to Zhang Qingxiao, he will definitely spit out the spirit fire without hesitation. He believes that under the scarlet spirit fire, Zhang Qingxiao will definitely turn into ashes. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes also emitted a cold light. He had already regarded Xiao Hua as a murderer who harbored evil intentions. Zhang Qingxiao also activated his secret technique.
All the blood in his body rushed to his head. The bright scenic bell shook violently, and the invisible sound waves gradually expanded. Based on Xiao Hua's reaction just now, Zhang Qingxiao also has the confidence that her full-strength attack can make Xiao Hua instantly lose consciousness and kill him in one strike. The two people's killing intent suddenly appeared. The whole place sensed it. Not only was Bai Min shocked, even the 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators and the dozens of aura-refining disciples scattered around the sea panicked. They have never seen the sect master with such great fanfare. It seems the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was about to be ignited. A real biting cold wind came out. At this moment, there was suddenly a change in Xiao Hua's storage pouch. A dark green brilliance unexpectedly flew out from his storage pouch, straight into the air, and immediately rushed to the right side of the sky. And immediately afterwards, a tyrannical divine sense swept over like a waterfall. Who? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked. This divine sense is not something she can compare to. This person's divine sense is far superior to hers. Nyang nyang. Xiao Hua stared blankly again, then immediately became overjoyed. That dark green brilliance was the token that the mysterious Nyang Nyang gave him, telling him to check it after he built his foundation. After Xiao Hua built his foundation, it's not that he didn't think about it, but because he had to accompany Xueqi to gain experience, he didn't have the time, so he temporarily put it in his storage pouch, waiting to send Xueqi back to the mountain. Who knew that he would actually meet the Nyang Nyang at this time? Seeing Xiao Hua's joy, how could Zhang Qingxiao not know the severity of the situation? She no longer cared about fighting with Xiao Hua and waved her hand, ordering, "Let's go." Yes. Everyone bowed and waved their hands, hurriedly tidying up. Sect leader Zhang, don't you think it's too late to leave now? How could Xiao Hua let Zhang Qingxiao go? He activated his avatar and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. His sharp phoenix claws flickered and blocked Xiao Hua's attack. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Zhang Qingxiao smiled maliciously. She raised her hand and flicked her finger. Dang! A bell rang. The phoenix battle form trembled rapidly and fell from the sky. Xiao Hua felt the space around him shaking again. He couldn't stand steadily. Chi! A clear and melodious sound rang out. The sound penetrated the bell and resounded in everyone's ears. Xiao Hua's ears immediately became clear, and his avatar also stabilized. Then, he withdrew it back into his physical body in an extremely dispirited manner. Can't I stop you? A rainbow-like brilliance flashed in the distance and landed in the sky above everyone. The Empress revealed her figure and coldly said, "Junior Zhang Qingxiao of Heavenly Demons Sect greets Senior." Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare to be negligent. She pointed at the bright scenic bell and it immediately flew into her hand. She then bowed and greeted, "Oh, so it's a sect leader." The Empress's beautiful eyes swept over and said, "No wonder your tone is so arrogant." Hee hee, Xiao Hua. Dyer's cute appearance appeared beside the Empress. She looked at Xiao Hua and blinked her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao announce her name in front of the Empress, this name was like thunder in Xiao Hua's mind. It was even more powerful than the bright scenic bell from before. Isn't this the name of second senior brother? This guy. Could it be second senior brother? How is that possible? Although second senior brother flaunts himself as outstanding and elegant, he's still far from this guy. Moreover, although second senior brother's corpse isn't seen and we can't determine whether he's dead or alive, master and eldest senior brother are both dead. How can second senior brother live alone? Even if second senior brother is alive, it's impossible for him to have such a high cultivation. A gold core cultivator? Ah, master. That's what he dreams of. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes were moist. He didn't care about Dyer's appearance. I don't dare. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically and said, "Junior is only talking to Xiao Hua. Senior is a cultivator with profound magic power. Junior is not your opponent." I absolutely don't dare to say these words in front of you.
What are you waiting for? The Empress did not take Zhang Qingshao seriously at all. As her divine sense swept over, she saw dozens of disciples frozen in the ice layer. Senior, please no. Zhang Qingshao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Junior was looking for something here. Who would have thought that these cultivators would see it? Junior was afraid of leaking the news, so I had no choice but to, Senior. Seeing this, how could Bai Min let go of this opportunity? He hurriedly stepped forward and said, This guy is the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect. He intended to provoke the conflict between our outer islands and Meng country's cultivation sections. That's why he set up an ambush and used the name of Immortal Music sect to kill us outer islands disciples. He even wanted to let Junior escape and spread false news. If fellow Taoist Xiao didn't appear in time, this thief's plan would have succeeded. Senior should know that if our outer islands fought with Meng country's cultivation sects, tens of thousands of cultivators would die. Senior, you must uphold justice for us. Don't let this bastard escape. The Empress's expression didn't change at all. She said indifferently, I also don't know the art of divination. Who knows who is telling the truth? It's normal for cultivators to fight each other. How can one cultivate without dying? Senior's words are correct. Zhang Qingshao rolled her eyes and said, Junior is looking for Qiu Yinlu. How is it the ambush that this guy said? Qiu Yinlu? The Empress seemed to have heard of this name before. She asked curiously, how did Devil Monarch Qi Feng's weapon end up in Dawn Rain Continent? Empress knows of true Monarch Qi Feng? Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly and immediately said respectfully, How could the Empress answer him? She said indifferently, If it's for this weapon, it's normal for you to seal the news. However, do you think that this Foundation establishment cultivator would know of your devil cultivator's weapon? Hee, it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Qingshao smiled apologetically. In order to not leak any information, Junior can only do this. And that's reasonable. The Empress's brows didn't crease as she said it as a matter of course. Seeing this, Zhang Qingshao smiled apologetically again. Since Senior has already distinguished right from wrong, then can Junior leave? Senior, you must not let him go. His hands have taken the lives of many cultivators. Bai Min said anxiously. Chapter 2140. The Empress glanced at him and said with a smile, What does the lives of cultivators like you have to do with me? This. Bai Min was flabbergasted and didn't know how to answer. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Qingshao cupped her hands and was about to fly away when the Empress said coldly, Did I allow you to leave? This. Zhang Qingshao was also hesitant, not knowing what the Empress meant. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Dai naturally couldn't let the Empress speak and asked curiously, Why aren't you speaking after seeing the Empress? Hee. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and smiled apologetically. Junior suddenly thought of something else. Please forgive me, Empress. Humph. You're already at Foundation establishment. Did you forget the Empress's words? If it weren't for this servant accompanying the Empress, you wouldn't have sent out this Jasper Caltrop. Dai scolded as she stole a glance at the Empress. Xiaohua was anxious and hurriedly bowed. I'll let the Empress know, however, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish. The Empress waved her hand and said coldly, I'm only asking you what happened here. Don't say anything else. Yes. Xiaohua knew that the Empress was angry and hurriedly looked around. Junior also doesn't know what happened, but Junior saw that the fishermen on these two ships were about to be buried in the belly of the fish, and their relatives at the seaside were grieving inconsolably. Junior couldn't bear to see such a tragic thing happen, so Junior came to intervene, wanting to save these fishermen. As for what those two families are doing, Junior really doesn't know, and also really doesn't want to know. These lowly people? The Empress had long seen the fishing boat under the protection of Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal and was very surprised. You want to save these lowly people? I'll let the Empress know, Junior really does think so. The life and death of those two families has nothing to do with Junior. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Hee, for these lowly people, you can take action, but you don't care about the life and death of these cultivators. The imperial concubine chuckled. Although this concubine doesn't know what you're thinking and doesn't understand what you're thinking, this concubine will still go with the flow. As she spoke, the Empress waved the sleeve of her palace dress. A cloud surged and flew under the cloud-suppressing seal.
It ignored the light of the cloud-suppressing seal and swept up the ship, the fishermen floating around, and even the wreckage of the other ship. In an instant, it flew to the shore.
Ah! Seeing such a divine ability, Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. If he had such a great ability, why would he need to expend so much effort? Next, Xiaohua pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal, soaring dragon shears, and other items flew back into his hand.
He bowed and said, "Junior thanks the Empress for her great kindness on behalf of these fishermen."
What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who protected them?
Although the imperial consort's tone was indifferent, it was clear that her anger had dissipated somewhat.
She pointed at Zhang Qingxiao and said, "This person is a little strange. Even this consort can't see through him. Do you think this consort killed him? Or should we let him go?" Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly paled. Xiaohua's heart was beating wildly. If it was before he knew Zhang Qingxiao's name, he would definitely clap his hands and cheer without hesitation. After all, he didn't have a good impression of the heavenly demon sect. But after knowing Zhang Qingxiao's name, his first reaction was that self-righteous second senior brother of his. How could he let someone with the same name die in front of his eyes? That's right, if this Zhang Qingxiao isn't that Zhang Qingxiao, then why did he keep inquiring about my background? Why did he let me go when he could clearly trap me last time? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the first time he met Zhang Qingxiao and what Zhang Qingxiao asked. But if he is second senior brother, why did he kill me when we met this time? Do I want his life or not? But if I don't want his life, then I'll miss this good opportunity today. If I want to kill this guy in the future, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Xiaohua. He knew clearly in his heart that as long as he told the truth, Xiaohua would definitely either kill him or let him go. Since he couldn't be sure of Xiaohua's background, what was the difference between telling the truth and telling the truth? However, facing Xiaohua who couldn't be sure of his background, Zhang Qingxiao absolutely couldn't tell the truth. Just Xiaohua alone could force him to reveal the truth. How could he meet gods and kill gods, meet ghosts and kill ghosts? Suddenly, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and said to the Empress. Empress asked the wrong person. Didn't Junior say it already? Junior only cares about the life and death of these fishermen. The life and death of these people have nothing to do with Junior. Empress can decide for yourself. Hee, that's true. The Empress also laughed. What does the life and death of you cultivators have to do with me? As she spoke, she flung her sleeve and brought Xiaohua along. The three of them flew up and quickly flew to the shore. They ignored Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Sect Master. The 5 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators looked at Bai Min and whispered, "What should we do?" Go. How could Zhang Qingxiao dare to make any other plans in front of the Empress? He hastily waved his hand and brought the disciples to flee in panic. Before Zhang Qingxiao left, he still fiercely glared at Xiaohua who had already landed on the reef in the distance. After Zhang Qingxiao and the others of the demonic sect left, Bai Min was somewhat dumbfounded. According to his thinking, Xiaohua or the Empress would at least save the dozens of people frozen under the ice. After all, for Xiaohua, it was just a matter of a word. For the Empress, who seemed to have boundless magic power, it was also a piece of cake. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would throw away their responsibilities and simply ignore him. Bai Min activated his ardent pearl and barely managed to melt some of the ice. However, the ice was so hard that it was condensed by the magic weapons of the 5 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators. His ardent pearl really couldn't do anything. In desperation, Bai Min could only look at Xiaohua again. That's right, how could Xiaohua, who was kind enough to save the fishermen, ignore these cultivators who were about to die? Bai Min thought for a moment, then pitifully and dispiritedly flew to the left of Xiaohua and the others. He obediently stood there with his hands by his side and didn't say anything. As for those fishermen, they were really sad and happy at the same time. They originally thought that they were going to be swallowed by the ice water and die a violent death. However, they didn't expect that Xiaohua would actually come out and stabilize the entire fishing boat with a cloud-suppressing seal, blocking all danger outside the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. Then, like a dream, the entire fishing boat flew up and landed on the shore in the blink of an eye. It landed in front of the women and children who had almost become orphans and widows. It was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad. For a moment, The entire fishing village was in an uproar. Everyone counted their harvest and sent the women and children back to the fishing boat.
A few slightly older old men, who were probably the leaders of the fishing boats, trembled and trembled as they came to the reef where Xuehua and the others were.
They also obediently knelt on the beach and pitifully looked at the Empress and the others. Xuehua followed the Empress and landed on the tall cliff. He pointed at Xueqi and said, "Empress, that's Junior's junior sister." "You have a junior sister? Didn't you say you were a loose cultivator?" Dyer blinked, but then she looked at Xuehua's spirit storage bag and asked, "That little Martin? And your child Xiao Huang? Is he dead?" Dyer's eyes were big and full of doubts.
Her expression was somewhat unbearable, as if she was extremely afraid that Xuehua would say some bad news.
He, Xuehua patted his spirit storage bag, but in reality, he used his primordial spirit to take out Xiao Huang. He smiled and said, "Dyer, Xiao Huang is very good. He has already completely recovered. However, he is now sleeping soundly again." Hee. Dyer happily clapped her hands and jumped up. She smiled and said, as expected, "Little Martin is really fine. Empress, this servant said that little Martin is at his mother's place and his heart will be at ease. He will definitely be fine." The Empress looked at Dyer's happiness and also smiled faintly. Dyer unrestrainedly reached out and wanted to pick up Xiao Huang. At this time, Xiao Huang slightly opened his eyes and looked at the scenery around him with surprise. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at Dyer. Apparently, Xiao Huang still remembered Dyer. He only slightly waved his tail and didn't have any reaction. He closed his eyes again. "Little Martin, why are you so sleepy? When Dyer saw you, you were already sleeping. Why are you still sleeping now?" Dyer lovingly stroked Xiao Huang's fur and said, "Yes, Empress. Why is Xiao Huang always sleeping?" Xiaohua also asked softly. He should be trying to distract the Empress' anger. Hearing Xiaohua's words, the Empress restrained her smile and said indifferently, "The advancement of spirit beasts is different from that of cultivators. They repair and evolve their bodies while sleeping. Don't you cultivators of the human realm also heal through closed-door cultivation? It's the same principle." Then the Empress looked at Dyer and said with a smile, "Don't talk about little Martin. Back then but halfway through she stopped. Her face showed a strange expression and said, Dyer, give little Martin to this Empress." "Yes." Dyer was a bit reluctant, but she still gave it to the Empress. The Empress took Xiao Huang and inserted a 3-colored light into it. Then she closed her eyes again. After a while, her face showed a dignified expression. "Xiaohua, what did little Martin eat after waking up?" the Empress suddenly asked. Xiaohua didn't dare to hide it and told her about Yi Yuan and Jindan. The Empress thought for a moment and handed Xiao Huang to Dyer. She frowned and said, "This Xiao Huang of yours is strange. Why does he call you mother? Where did you get?" Speaking up to hear, the Empress glanced at Xiaohua's Naiwan palace and said lightly, "You still don't remember?" "I'll let the Empress know." Xiaohua nodded. "Junior already knows that my Naiwan palace is sealed, and my Dantian is also sealed. As for my memory, I still haven't recovered." The Empress looked at Xiaohua with a bit of surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to build your foundation so quickly and reach the middle stage of foundation establishment so quickly. You were able to detect the seal 100 years earlier than this Empress expected." Xiaohua. Chapter 2141. Xiaohua knew that the Empress was asking and blushed. Just as he was about to speak, Dyer asked curiously, "Empress, this servant doesn't understand." The Empress glared at Dyer and said, "Speak. What exactly is little Martin?" Dyer looked innocent. Dyer has been thinking about it for so many years. Seeing that the Empress seemed to have discovered something, Dyer couldn't help but ask. "Can't you ask later?" The Empress's tone was slightly dignified. "This servant doesn't dare." Dyer's face also turned cold, as if the Empress had discovered her thoughts, and she lowered her head slightly. "And you girl, this Empress brought you here to experience emotions. You may have some gains. Don't try to be smart." The Empress lightly warned. "Yes, this servant understands," Dyer hurriedly replied. The Empress looked at Little Yellow and said, "This Empress is still somewhat confused. But this Empress is basically certain that this little Martin is not little Martin. As for what it is only a guess. Perhaps it is the Truth Listener beast. Truth Listener? Heard this name and trembled, throwing little Yellow out of her hand. Fortunately, Xiaohua was beside her and reached out to catch it. He seemed to have seen this name from somewhere before, but he didn't have any impression of it for now. Truth Listener. It's the legendary, strange beast that can expel evil, distinguish right from wrong, and understand the secrets of heaven and earth. It's born to suck in ghosts and souls, and it's born to feed on them. The Empress enunciated each word clearly. Hiss. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood where he had heard the name Truth Listener from. Wasn't it the inheritance of ghost cultivators? Truth Listener was the natural nemesis of ghost cultivators. It specialized in eating ghosts. Every malicious ghost and Ghost King was Truth Listener's food. Moreover, Truth Listener could see the 9 underworlds. All the dark secrets of heaven and earth could not escape its eyes and ears. However, according to what this Empress knows, little Martin is still young. Whether it can evolve into Truth Listener depends on its luck. The Empress said again, this strange beast is a heavenly wonder, and it is even rejected by heaven and earth. It has encountered many disasters in its life. If it is not careful, it will die. However, what puzzles me is that if little Martin is Truth Listener, I should have been able to detect it the last time. Why am I only able to detect it now? Furthermore, little Martin's form is completely different from the Harkins when it was young. Dai's panic had yet to subside. She fearfully looked at Xiao Huang in Xiaohua's hand and said with a trembling voice, Nyang, Nyang Nyang, since it's a vicious beast, there must be something unusual about it. It's normal that Nyang Nyang doesn't know about it. Haha Dai, you don't have to be so scared. The Harkin may be infamous for its ferocity, but how could it possibly harm you when you were young? If you befriend him now, who knows, he might be able to protect you in the future? The Empress said with a smile. Her smile was so charming that even the sea breeze became gentle. Really? Daphne asked in disbelief. She had almost forgotten that she was holding little Huang in her arms. Well, don't forget that you saved his life. Xiaohua said as he handed Goldie over. Didn't he let you hug him when he saw you just now? Hee, that's right. Daphne smiled, but there was still some fear in her eyes. Her arms were a little hesitant. Xiaohua smiled and placed Xiaohua in her hands. If you can't hug him properly now, you won't have the chance to hug him when he grows up. Okay. Daphne took a deep breath and took little Huang. Unlike before, there was a great deal of surprise in her eyes. After Daphne hugged little Huang, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Junior was just about to explain to Nyang Nyang. It's fine, I don't need any explanation. The Empress waved her hand indifferently. I just casually picked up this little Martin that looks like the Harkin. It can be considered a good karma. It has nothing to do with you. Haha, Junior came out to train this time to accompany Junior sister. Xiaohua knew that if he didn't explain, the Empress wouldn't forgive him. He looked at Xueqi who was sitting on the beach in the distance. His eyes showed gentleness as he said with a smile. Junior didn't want to build his foundation, but under a coincidence, he suddenly built his foundation. It was really out of Junior's expectations. However, because Junior's sister still hasn't built her foundation, Junior has always been accompanying her. She said she wanted to come to Xueqi Sea to see the sea. This Xueqi Sea is so far away from the state of Xi, so Junior wanted to wait until I returned to the state of Xi from Xueqi Sea before sending the message. The Empress was disdainful at first and didn't really take it to her ears. But at this time, she suddenly asked curiously, So, you also built your foundation during this training? You accompanied your Junior sister out? Saying this, the Empress looked at Xueqi. Junior doesn't dare to hide anything. Nyang Nyang, please investigate. I just built my foundation a few years ago. Xiaohua couldn't say the specific number of years and quickly replied. Junior still hasn't returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Empress said thoughtfully. Your cultivation is really fast. In just a few years, you reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Are you hiding your cultivation because you're afraid others will know? Hee, that's right. Seeing the Empress's question, Xiaohua knew that the anger in her heart was slightly reduced. He smiled apologetically and said, When others see Junior's foundation establishment cultivation, they naturally think Junior is an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If Junior reveals his skills, wouldn't that be a great advantage? Humph, you human cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent really have too many thoughts. The Empress snorted coldly and said, if this Empress makes a move, regardless of whether you're at foundation establishment or cheer refinement, you'll all be killed. How could there be any advantage to be taken? Yes, how can Junior compare to Senior? Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly. Since you're accompanying your lover to travel the Dawn Rain continent, then this Empress's matter can't be considered too important. This Empress won't say any more. The Empress looked at Xiaohua and Xueqi with a trace of surprise in her eyes and sighed. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Empress. No need. The Empress still waved her hand. What orders does Empress have? Xiaohua said again, although Junior's strength is weak, if Junior can help, I'll definitely do my best. The Empress nodded and said, actually, this Empress isn't a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent. When Xiaohua heard the Empress say, cultivator of the human realm of the Dawn Rain continent, he felt that something was wrong. Now that he heard it, he somewhat understood and asked curiously, then Empress, where are you from? This Empress is also not a cultivator. The Empress shook her head and said, this Empress is from the 10,000 demon realm. 10,000 demon realm? It was obviously the first time Xiaohua heard this name. His face revealed astonishment. What is that place? The 10,000 demon realm is the same place as the Dawn Rain continent. The Empress smiled and said, it's just that it's full of demons, not humans. And this Empress is also not a human. Chapter 2142. Then the Empress explained, Dawn Rain continent is just a continent. It's extremely big and it's filled with human cultivators. There are also cultivators from other races. This space is considered a human realm. And in other spaces, there are also cultivators from other races. For example, Dawn Rain continent's enemy, the demon realm. That's the space of demons and beasts. There are some temporary or permanent connections between different spaces, commonly known as space cracks. If it's bigger, it's called a space passage. If it's smaller, it's called a space crack. This Empress has only been in your Dawn Rain continent for a few decades. I also know that your Dawn Rain continent's Imperial Demon Valley has a space passage that opens from time to time. My 10,000 Demon Realm and Dawn Rain continent are both demon realms. There are also some space cracks. However, it's very secretive and not many people know about it. When this Empress was traveling in the 10,000 Demon Realm a few decades ago, I suddenly saw a space crack appear. Only then did I realize that it actually led to Dawn Rain continent. And this Empress happened to have something to do here, so I brought Dai into this space. A few decades ago? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The time that the Empress mentioned was similar to the time when he appeared in Shanghuaming in his memory. Could it be that he was from the 10,000 Demon Realm? Yes, that space crack seems to be temporary. When this Empress came in, the crack had already begun to gradually disappear. The Empress said thoughtfully, moreover, when this Empress came in, it was near the Imperial Demon Valley. The surroundings seemed to have just gone through a great battle. The space was extremely unstable and there were many cracks. Then, isn't there another space that leads here? Xiaohua turned his eyes and asked. You can say that. The Empress nodded. However, what other spaces are, whether there are any cultivators, or what race of cultivators there are all uncertain. At least this Empress hasn't heard of any other space for now. This Junior understands. Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. He was afraid that he had some relationship with the 10,000 Demon Realm that the Empress came from. After all, Xiao Huang was also recognized by the Empress at this time. The Empress hesitated slightly and said, actually, this Empress came to Dawn Rain continent this time to find a person. As for him coming here as a man and a woman, this Empress doesn't know. Yes, this Junior understands. If Senior knows how that Senior came, where he went, or even if there is an image of him, that would be for the best. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. The Empress shook her head. He naturally came to Dawn Rain continent through a spatial rift. As for where he went, isn't that what this Empress is looking for? Furthermore, It's impossible for him to reveal his true body in front of human cultivators. Therefore, it's impossible for this palace to have an image of him in Dawn Rain Continent. Xiaohua didn't give up. Then, Senior must have some clues, right?
If this consort had it, this consort would have found it long ago.
Why would this consort need your help? The imperial consort said in annoyance. Of course, Xiaohua suddenly understood. If the Empress had some random clues, all she needed to do was find a cultivation sect and give them some benefits. Why would she need to look for him? Of course, I also have some misgivings, the Empress said.
With a wave of her hand, a ray of light flashed and disappeared in an instant.
Xiaohua felt that not only was he unable to hear any sound, but even everything in front of him was also a three-colored expanse. It should be the Empress who set up a restriction. Sure enough, he heard the Empress say again. This person has my 10,000 Demon Realm Supreme Demon Body Cultivation Technique. This Empress doesn't want more people to know about it. Ah? This was the first time Xiaohua heard someone mention the words supreme. Furthermore, it was from the Empress whose cultivation was unfathomable. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although that cultivation technique is useless to the human race, the Empress frowned. But the interference is great. This Empress doesn't want this information to be leaked. This. Xiaohua hesitated and said embarrassedly, this kind of top-grade cultivation technique, this junior. I'm afraid it's really beyond my ability. This Empress also didn't put any hope on you. The Empress said disdainfully. However, if you can really help this Empress find it, this Empress can consider passing on the most basic modified chance to you. Empress, didn't you say that it's useless to the human race? Xiaohua asked curiously. What's the use of passing it to this junior? This Empress seems to have seen you have some kind of Dharma body. Presumably, you are also a descendant of some kind of demon cultivator. Using this basic chance, it can help you cultivate a Dharma body. If you can master it, it will be more than half of your original strength. So powerful. Xiaohua was shocked. This cultivation technique is really incredible. The 10,000 Demon Realms External Incarnation Technique is the magical power of the Demon Realm's Great Saint. How can you know it? The Empress said proudly. This technique is comparable to Shang-Qing Heaven's 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. At this point, the Empress suddenly realized something. She immediately stopped talking and changed her words. In short, this cultivation technique can connect to ghosts and gods. If you can find it, this Empress will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua's heart was itching. He cupped his hands and said. The Empress clapped her hands and took out a dark green jade ruby-like object again. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, take this object. When this object is 100 or so kilometers away from that person, it will produce a reaction, and this Empress will naturally know. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully took it and carefully put it into his storage bag. This time, don't let this Empress down. The Empress warned. Yes, I definitely don't dare. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. That artifact has the image of that person in the 10,000 Demon Realm. If you have the time, you can take a look. The Empress said again. That person in the 10,000 Demon Realm is called Ming Hua. He is also a well-known figure. Yes. Xiaohua could only be a follower. All right, this Empress is leaving. The Empress clapped her hands. Xiaohua's eyes shook for a moment and returned to the previous scene. There are still a few people waiting for you over there. Where is the Empress going? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. The Empress hesitated for a moment and said, this Empress has a feeling that there are some opportunities in the north of the country of Xi. I'm afraid I have to go there and take a look. Oh, Xiaohua nodded and bowed. This junior wishes the Empress success. Gidge, the Empress smiled. Why does it mean success when the horse arrives? Why not a camel beast? What about a lion? This. Xiaohua also scratched his head and said honestly, since it's like that, this junior also doesn't understand. Haha. The Empress swept her gaze and glanced at Xueqi. She said, this junior sister of yours is quite interesting. It seems. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. If I tell you, you will be bound again in the future. Don't think too much. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, he already knew that the Empress already knew that his Naiwan Palace and Dantian were sealed when she first met him. However, she just didn't say anything. It seems that this time is also the same. She clearly saw that something was wrong with Xueqi, but she still didn't say anything. Are all experts like this? Xiaohua thought to himself. Xiaohua took Xiao Huang from Dai Er's hand and bowed. Farewell, Empress. Xiaohua this time, don't disappoint the Empress.
Dai Er's gaze was still on Xiao Huang as she said with a smile.
Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiaohua thought of the opportunity that Dai Er gave him again and again. His heart warmed. He clapped his hand and took out a youth-retaining grass. He said, "This is something that this Xiao obtained by chance. This is for Dai Er." Ha ha ha. Youth-retaining grass. Dai Er was overjoyed. She grabbed it and said with a smile, "Empress, Dai Er also has youth-retaining grass. Dai Er won't be afraid when Dai Er transforms in the future." The Empress's eyes revealed affection. She glanced at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "This Empress knows why you didn't take this Empress's matter to heart. It turns out that there are no benefits." "No, definitely not." Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly shook his head. The Empress thought for a moment. She clapped her hand and took out 2 jade slips. One was dark green and the other was pale white. She handed them to Xiaohua and said, "This is my 10,000 Demon Realms flowing cloud movement technique. If you can practice it, you can help this Empress. This other jade slip is an introduction to the 10,000 Demon Realms language."
After saying that, without waiting for Xiaohua to refuse, she waved her hand in Xiaohua's hand and flew to the sky with Dai Er.
"Junior thanks Senior." Xiaohua held the jade slip in his hand and cupped his hands to the sky. He was quite emotional in his heart. No wonder so many cultivators wanted to climb up to high-level seniors. With just a casual move, without waiting for him to speak, the flowing cloud movement technique was given to him. Listening to the meaning, this movement technique was not ordinary. Xiaohua didn't have time to check the jade slip, nor did he have time to check the dark green jade. He turned his head to look at Bai Min and the few fishermen who seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. When Xiaohua flew over, the few old fishermen had already knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Junior brother thanks Zhen Han for his kindness." "Hee hee, you wait," Xiaohua waved his sleeves and said. "It wasn't I who did it. Didn't you see it after waiting? It was that fairy who saved me." Spiritual Master. An old man with wrinkles on his face as if carved by a knife said with emotion, "That fairy and Spiritual Master both need to be thanked. However, this junior is even more grateful to Spiritual Master. If it wasn't for Spiritual Master saving us, we would have already become food for fish and shrimp." Yes, the fairy and Spiritual Master are both good immortals. We pray that the 2 immortals will live as long as the heavens, and their love is stronger than gold. The other few people smiled apologetically. "Who?" Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, "Old man, that fairy is I, Senior." "How can you say that? If the fairy knows, your lives won't be guaranteed." Several people's faces immediately turned green. They smiled apologetically and said, "This junior saw that the 2 immortals are both beautiful. They are really a pair, so I made a wild guess. Don't say any more." Xiaohua hurriedly stopped them. He pointed at Xueqi and said, "That person is I's dual cultivation partner. Don't let her hear it." At this moment, Xueqi was sitting cross-legged with a solemn expression. She seemed to have comprehended something, so how could she hear it? However, the few fishermen nodded their heads in sympathy and didn't mention this matter again. However, the leading fisherman still asked for Xiaohua's name. Xiaohua didn't care. Since he did it, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, so what if he left his name? Xiaohua still hadn't reached the realm of doing good deeds without leaving his name. Chapter 2143. So it's Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao. The fisherman kowtowed again. "Taoist Master Xiao, we don't know how to repay your kindness to us. From now on, we'll definitely set up a longevity tablet for Taoist Master and pray that Taoist Master's fortune will last forever." "Haha, then thank you very much." Xiaohua cupped his hands and sent the fisherman away. Only now did Xiaohua turn to Bai Min and say, "Fellow Taoist Bai, is there anything else?" Bai Min smiled bitterly. What else could there be? Xiao Hua was definitely asking while knowing the answer. However, Bai Min wasn't a brainless person. He rolled his eyes and bowed. I'm here to thank Taoist Master Xiao for saving my life.
If it weren't for Taoist Zhao's intervention, even if I could escape this calamity, I'm afraid none of the 57 disciples of my overseas Starbright Island, Jiwa Island, Awakened Silicon Island, and Tiger Spine Island would have survived.
Haha, I didn't plan to save these fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua shook his head. Fellow Taoist Bai, your words are too heavy. Of course not. Bai Min said anxiously. Although Taoist Master Xiao didn't intend to save us, this is the truth. If Taoist Master Xiao didn't show up, we would have died long ago. Taoist Master Xiao can't erase this matter. Alas, all right. Xiao Hua said helplessly. Don't say so many useless words. I promise to save these disciples. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Bai Min was overjoyed.
However, before he could finish thanking, Xiao Hua said again, however, I can't save them for nothing.
Of course. Bai Min smiled apologetically. Senior, if you have any conditions, just say it. Xiao Hua nodded.
Just as he was about to say that he would bring their storage pouches, he thought of something. These are all Qi refinement disciples.
What good things can they have in their storage pouches? Don't ask for something else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, Yes, I have 3 conditions. Bai Min said somewhat uneasily, Taoist Master Xiao, if your conditions aren't difficult, can you save the disciples of the islands first? If they're frozen in the ice for too long, it's not suitable for their swimming physique. Fine, Xiao Hua nodded. Zhao's conditions aren't difficult. I'll save you and your disciples first. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Bai Min imitated the fisherman and called him Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua glanced at Xueqi. Seeing that there was no movement, he flew above the ice layer. The gigantic block of ice floated on the surface of the sea. It was 1,000 feet wide and several tens of feet deep. It was sparkling and translucent, looking extremely beautiful in the dark of the night. Go! Xiao Hua waved his hand and the fire carpet flew out. Although this thing was destroyed by Xiao Hua's spirit fire, Xiao Hua's fire controlling technique was very subtle and didn't damage the formation too much. Therefore, after obtaining Fei Xiqing's storage pouch, Xiao Hua easily repaired it with the 5 elements refining technique. The fire carpet flew into the air, and as Xiao Hua poured his magic power into it, it gradually grew bigger, turning into a layer of fire that was hundreds of feet wide. The thin flame was greenish-red in color, and its temperature was extremely high. Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the layer of fire slowly descended and gradually seeped into the layer of ice. Immediately, the unbreakable layer of ice immediately turned into ice water and mixed into the sea. What caused Bai Min to be astonished was that the fire net avoided all of the disciples without exception. Not even a single hair was burned. Although the disciples rescued by Xiao Hua weren't in any danger, their vitality was greatly damaged. They didn't have time to thank Xiao Hua, and they all used their flying talismans to land on the shore, took medicinal pills, and adjusted their breathing. And Xiao Hua had to use nearly 8 fire carpets in a row before he managed to save all the disciples of the various islands. Seeing that Bai Min was busy arranging the cultivators, Xiao Hua didn't say much and flew to Xueqi's side, sitting close to her. What did Empress mean by Xueqi's words? Xiao Hua secretly tried to figure out Empress's tone just now, trying to judge whether it was good or bad. Unfortunately, Empress's tone was extremely indifferent. So how could Xiao Hua judge whether it was good or bad? Forget it! Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. If it's good fortune, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Empress is also extremely right. If you know too much, you will inevitably be afraid of everything. It's really boring. Immediately, Xiao Hua took out the pale white jade slip to check. After Xiao Hua's spiritual sense entered it, he looked at it for a moment, and his face revealed a strange expression. Isn't this the simplified green seal text? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and secretly laughed in his heart. The words of the 10,000 demon realm were actually similar to the green seal text. Of course, the words were much simpler, and since this simplified green seal text could be written into the jade slip, it naturally lost the power of heaven and earth, and lost the essence of the green seal text. 10,000 demon realm. Demon? What is this thing? Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment, and knew that it was impossible to comprehend it in a short time, so he put it away. His eyes looked at the dark sky, the little stars and the curved moon, and thought, 10,000 Demon Realm is actually the same space as the Dawn Rain continent. What does it look like? If I'm not wrong, I should be from the 10,000 Demon Realm. If so, I am also a demon? If I'm a demon, why can't Empress see it? She still thinks I'm a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent? It's really strange. I finally know the origin of Xiao Huang. It's actually the extremely powerful Di Ting. Damn, even Dai is afraid of it. If this kid becomes Di Ting in the future, won't he? Xiao Hua suddenly thought. Can he absorb the souls of spirit-severing cultivators? In that case, this young master's matter will be easily solved. AI, it's not that simple. Didn't Empress say? Xiao Huang still has a long way to go to become Di Ting. This road is so long that this young master can even split his spirit. I still need this kid to vent my anger for this young master. Xiao Hua was disheartened again. This guy only knows how to sleep and eat and sleep. Thinking of Xiao Huang's cuteness, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile, like a loving mother. Right, if Xiao Huang is Di Ting, what's that Xiao He? Why haven't this young master met Xiao He? Ming Hua, what kind of famous character is this? He actually has the supreme technique of the 10,000 Demon Realm. And he even came to the Dawn Rain continent. And with such a technique, he must hide in the dark to cultivate. He must have come here to cultivate. Oh my, the external incarnation technique is comparable to the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones of Shangqing Heaven. Right, what is this Shangqing Heaven? What is 1 Qi into 3 pure ones? Empress's words are really profound. Also, external incarnation, why? Does it sound similar to the Ghost Cultivator's technique in countless ways? It seems to be somewhat similar to the Sword Heart Energy Seed technique. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Could it be? At the end of the technique, no matter what it is, it will all return to the origin? The 1 Qi into 3 pure ones must also be a cultivation technique like this. Chapter 2144. That's right, that Zhang Qing Xiao is from the Devil Sect. There must be something like this in their cultivation technique. It's just a matter of who can cultivate it to the extreme. Thinking of Zhang Qing Xiao, Xiao Hua was full of doubts. He thought of Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei. The night passed quickly, and at dawn, Xueqi woke up. Seeing Xiao Hua by her side, she smiled sweetly, clapped her hands, and immediately handed the pink jade slip to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only glanced at it with his divine sense and knew that there was still a restriction inside. So he didn't ask any more questions and carefully put it into his space. He understood that Xueqi would definitely not say anything until the time was right. Husband, those fishermen have all been rescued, right? Xueqi's gaze swept across the many disciples resting in the distance and understood. And your husband was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, why did my wife suddenly cultivate? Did you have some enlightenment? That's right. Xueqi smiled sweetly and said, the last knot in my heart has been untied. I feel that I can enter the foundation establishment stage at any time. Ha ha ha, great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He actually somersaulted a few times in the air and said, this trip to QC was not in vain. Hee hee, Xueqi also laughed. It's a pity that I was comprehending and could not see my husband display his might. Ha ha ha, my wife is wrong. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pinched Xueqi's nose and said with a smile, the one who displayed his might yesterday was not your husband, but someone else. Who? There was someone else who helped? Xueqi was surprised and looked around. Unfortunately, other than Bai Min and the others who had already stood up and were walking over, there were no other cultivators. It was very lively yesterday. Xiao Hua had a mysterious expression on his face. He then looked at Bai Min and the others and said in a low voice, however, these cultivators brought a bamboo pole for me to strike. After I'm done, I'll explain everything to you in detail. Bamboo pole? Knock. What do you mean? Xueqi asked curiously. At this time, Bai Min and the others had already arrived. The four of them bowed and said, I and the others thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving our lives. Hee hee, there's no need to bow. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yesterday, fellow Taoist Bai Min has already paid his respects to quite a few people. If it wasn't for him begging me bitterly, I would have left long ago. When Bai Min heard this, his heart warmed. He was very pleased with himself. He felt that everything that happened yesterday was not in vain. That's right. We all know fellow Taoist Bai's feelings for us. He could have escaped, but he chose to stay with us instead. In the future, the connection between Awakening Silicon Island and our 3 islands will be even closer, Ko Qinglian said with deep affection. A strange expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. Damn it, this Ko Qinglian couldn't have been interested in Bai Min for a long time, right? She actually took this opportunity to confess today? Hee, this is what I should do. Bai Min said with a smile. However, I've already agreed to 3 of fellow Taoist Zhao's conditions yesterday. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please give me your orders. I hope that the 4 of us will be able to satisfy fellow Taoist Zhao's requests. Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak. The 3 of them also smiled apologetically. This fellow is quite tactful. Xiaohua secretly gave a thumbs up to Bai Min in his heart. He said again, my 3 conditions are very simple. First, I also want to hunt some sea beasts in the heavenly sea. I hope that the island masters of the various islands in the sea will show mercy and not blame me for overstepping my boundaries. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao must be joking. Bai Min immediately replied, not to mention fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness to us. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao brought his dual cultivation partner here to hunt sea beasts, we won't interfere too much. And that's good. Xiaohua said with a smile. My second condition is, can you let me cultivate your water escape technique? Water escape technique? Bai Min was slightly stunned. He looked at the others and was very puzzled. Ding Xuan thought for a moment and smiled apologetically. Is fellow Taoist Xiao talking about the technique that we use to enter and exit the sea? And that's right. Could it be that it's not a water escape technique? Xiaohua knew that he was wrong. Hee, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that it's not a water escape technique, but a type of water dispelling technique. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, it's an ordinary technique of the various islands in the sea. In essence, it's a flying technique. As she spoke, Ko Qinglian slapped her hand and took out a jade slip from her storage pouch. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in this technique, I'll give it to you right away. So it's like that. Xiaohua was very disappointed. He received it with his hand and looked at it with his divine sense for a moment. He nodded and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Ko. Seeing Ko Qinglian rush to give the water dispelling technique to Xiaohua, Ding Xuan smiled apologetically again and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Zhao's 3rd condition is? If my Tiger Spine Island has it, I'll definitely give it to you. When did these people become so respectful? They all want to curry favor with this young master? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. His strength was comparable to 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and he also had the backing of a cultivator like the Empress whose true cultivation was unknown. Which cultivator wouldn't want to make friends with him? Cough cough, my last condition is, who knows where Sunset Island is? After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at the 4 people very eagerly. Sunset Island? Sure enough, the 4 people looked at each other in dismay. You look at me, I look at you. It seems that none of them have heard of this island. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'll let you know. Among the various islands in the sea, there are Star Bright Island, Moon Island, Broken Star Island, Sunrise Island, Star Island. And there's also Scorching Sun Island. However, I've never heard of Sunset Island. Xiang Wenqing finally got the chance and hurriedly said, then, is there any island that has the celestial race? Xiaohua thought for a moment and still asked. Hee, if we're talking about the celestial race, then the various islands in the sea should all be counted. Bai Min said with a smile, as for the true celestial race, I'm afraid they're already gone. Oh right, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to find Sunset Island, my Silicon Islands records are more comprehensive. Moreover, my island master also has a wide range of connections. Fellow Taoist Xiao might as well return with I. You'll definitely be able to obtain some information. Ding Xuan, Xiang Wenqing, and Ko Qinglian smiled bitterly. As expected, Bai Min was the first to say this sentence. However, they were also clear about Bai Min's righteous act yesterday, so they couldn't snatch it from him. Thus, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Bai invited fellow Taoist Xiao to the island, we won't fight over it.
We'll go report to the island master and ask him to make a decision. Immediately, the three of them each took out a small storage pouch and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, these three conditions are practically unspoken. We still feel apologetic in our hearts. These sea beasts' inner cores, beast skins, and other items are the specialties of QC. Please kindly accept them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy in his heart. Truly, he got whatever he wanted. Sometimes, some words not spoken were more important than spoken. Xiao Hua pretended to decline a few times, but he accepted them. Immediately, the four island masters formed a team. Xiao Hua carried Xueqi and followed everyone into the sky, heading towards QC. Behind them, in the fishing village, many fishermen indeed erected Xiao Hua's longevity memorial arch. At first, they were grateful, but later, as long as they paid their respects to Xiao Hua, after going out to sea, they would be calm and even had a bountiful harvest. However, the fishermen who didn't pay their respects were far worse. It was unknown whether it was true or if they made it up. In any case, as time passed, all the fishermen in QC began to pay their respects. Taoist Master Zhao's name actually became their guardian god. Sometimes faith came about like this. Perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps it was true, perhaps it was false. However, as for whether it was true or false, even the believer couldn't say for sure. And, even if it was the believer, how could he say it clearly? The depths of QC were different from the seaside. Xiao Hua, who was surrounded by the crowd, felt that all he could see was waves. He couldn't see north, south, east, and west. Other than the sparkling light in his eyes, he couldn't see anything else. Moreover, the sound of waves in his ears was mixed with the whistling sea breeze and the cries of seabirds. After flying for an hour, Xiao Hua still couldn't see anything different. It was simply like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Good boy, this young master is a directionally challenged idiot. On Dawn Rain continent, let alone here. Xiao Hua sighed and stole a glance at Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi's eyes were also filled with confusion. Naturally, she had the same thoughts as Xiao Hua. As they were traveling, Bai Min and the others paused slightly and turned to fly towards the north. After a while, they once again flew towards the east. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, Fellow Taoist Bai, why is that? Wouldn't it be fine if we just directly flew over? Why are we taking a detour? Bai Min smiled apologetically and said, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Just now, the place we passed by was a dangerous place. Its range was several tens of miles. Within it, divine sense was disturbed, true qi, and true essence were also disturbed. Many times, flying techniques couldn't be used. Ordinary cultivators who didn't know about it would most likely lose their lives if they fell into it. Oh, there's such a thing. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Wasn't this similar to the forbidden and dangerous places on Dawn Rain continent? Exactly. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, This place is still the inner sea of my QC. It's far from the deep sea. According to my island master, not only are there many dangerous places like this, there are also many powerful sea beasts in the sea. Even if Gold Core, Nascent Soul, and other seniors were there, they could be attacked. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked, This Xiao knows that as long as those demonic beasts reach the 8th stage, they can transform. Their strength is comparable to nascent soul cultivators. Since those sea beasts can attack nascent soul cultivators, and it's said that even spirit severing stage seniors are disturbed, these sea beasts should be around the 8th stage. Why didn't they transform? The reason why Xiao Hua asked this was because he had just seen Yang Yang and Dai so he was extremely puzzled. I know about this. Ding Xuan said with a smile, My island master once said that because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the QC becomes thinner, although those powerful sea beasts can defeat nascent soul cultivators, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is innately thin, it's not enough for them to transform. If they can't do it in the deep sea, then they'll come to the near sea. Xueqi said with a smile, The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is still abundant. If the 8th stage sea beasts come to the near sea, those spirit-severing stage seniors, I'm afraid they'll swarm over. Ding Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 21:45. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead.
suddenly enlightened. Yes, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the distant sea was insufficient, it was still possible to survive. In the coastal sea, it was true that it could transform, but before it could transform, its inner core would be taken away by cultivators. How could it still cultivate? And for powerful human cultivators, if they wanted to hunt 7th or 8th stage sea beasts, they had to take the risk of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth being insufficient. They had to take the risk of being killed by sea beasts. In this way, each of them formed a kind of restraint. This was also the reason why there were so few demon cores in Xueqi continent. However, why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so thin in the depths of Xueqi Sea? An even more terrible question appeared in the mind of Xiaohua, who liked to think. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have to take our leave. Just as he was thinking, Ding Xuan, Ko Qinglian, and Xiang Wenqing stopped in midair with their disciples. They cupped their hands and said, "Our 3 islands are on the east side of Awakening Silicon Island. We have to part here. Once again, thank you for saving us, fellow Taoist Xiao. If you have free time, please come to our 3 islands. Island Master will definitely thank you." The 3 of them said, "Okay, I have visited Awakening Silicon Island. If I have the chance, I will also go to the 3 islands to take a look. In addition, if the 3 of you have news about Sunset Island, please also inform me." Xiaohua said a few polite words and parted ways with the 3 of them. After the 3 of them left with their disciples, Xiaohua asked again in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Bai, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. This Xueqi Sea is so big. If you only rely on the sun for directions, I am afraid it is not reliable. How do you distinguish the direction? How do you identify the route?" Hee. Bai Min clapped his hand and took out a spoon-like light green magic tool. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the magic tool used by our overseas islands, Compass Point. You only need to carve the map of the sea near you into it and that magic tool will be able to guide the direction." "Haha, I see." Xiaohua laughed. "Looks like I am not too bad at directions. Everyone is a sea idiot when they are on the sea. By the way, fellow Taoist Bai, can you give me a copy of the map of the Sinan Sea and the QC? Xiaohua asked without any trace of politeness. Bai Min looked a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "This kind of artifact and sea chart are the secrets of each island. I can't take it. However, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants it, I'll mention it to the island master when I see him later. With fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness to my Silicon Island, it shouldn't be a problem." "All right," Xiaohua nodded. He didn't mind. If the Awakening Silicon Island wasn't given to him, he could just casually find one on the Qianhe Sea. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized black shadow appeared on the horizon. Bai Min pointed at it and said with a smile, "This is my Awakening Silicon Island." Xiaohua gazed into the distance. That island was truly too far away, and he couldn't see it with his eyes. Xiaohua was also too lazy to release his Buddhist consciousness. He only nodded slightly and followed Bai Min as they flew straight to Awaken Silicon Island. Only when they flew closer did Xiaohua get a clear look. He was somewhat flabbergasted again. This island was really too big. Its circumference was actually 100 li. Moreover, there were hundreds of small islands of various sizes clustered around it. These hundreds of small islands seemed to form a large-scale formation, protecting this Awakening Silicon Island from all sides. Bai Min even started to lead Xiaohua around the island from afar. They flew to the east and flew to the west. Obviously, they were avoiding the restrictions within. "This defense is too tight," Xiaohua said with a slight smile. "We can't not defend." Bai Min smiled bitterly. "The Qianhe Sea is not like the Xueqi continent. Not only do we have violent astronomical phenomena, such as hurricanes, fierce rain, and even inexplicable thunder. Even the tsunamis that we frequently encounter are hard to withstand with human strength. Not to mention that occasionally, some tyrannical sea beasts come here. It's really hard for you." Xiaohua understood the difficulty of survival in the Qianhe Sea. Hiss. Bai Min sent out the communication talisman. That light blue flame rushed into the water and disappeared in an instant. "I hope my island master can have the information that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to know." Bai Min carefully smiled apologetically. "I hope so." Although Xiaohua said so, he was still nervous in his heart. Haoming City didn't know, Bai Min and the others didn't know, but this Sunset Island might not be easy to find. Sure enough, several days later, Xiao Hua's face carried a trace of disappointment. He left the awakening Silicon Island accompanied by an early gold core cultivator. "Husband, it looks like there's trouble," Xueqi said considerately. Both Island Master Zhang of Awakened Silicon Island and their self-proclaimed knowledgeable elder have said that they've never heard of it. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to find Sunset Island." "Yes, that Zhang Ye said it clearly. The tides rise and fall of the Qianhe Sea, and the islands in it are also uncertain. That Sunset Island is probably one of them. And now it has already sunk into the sea. Where can we find it?" However, Island Master Zhang also said that many islands changed their names because their island masters died or because their cultivators declined. Maybe Sunset Island still exists. It's all possible. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have told us the locations of the 4 largest islands in the Qianhe Sea: Scorching Sun Island, Iceblade Island, Gale Island, and Yensen Island. Where should we find them? Then where should we go now? Xueqi asked again. From Island Master Zhang's tone, the locations of these 4 islands are very far from the coastal waters. Moreover, they are very far from each other. This Zhang Yi is quite righteous. Not only did he give me the compass, but he also gave me the sea map. Xiao Hua clapped his hand, and a light cyan compass appeared in his hand. He probed it with his divine sense. After looking at it for a long time, he clapped his hand again and took out the sea map he obtained from Haoming City. He pointed his hand, and the sea map flickered with a blue brilliance and fell into the compass. Then, a layer of brilliance overflowed from one end of the compass to the other end. "Great." Xiao Hua checked again and said with a smile, 60% of the 2 sea maps match, and the other 40% complement each other. The sea map of the Qianhe Sea is considered complete. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. "What's wrong, husband?" Xueqi always knew about Xiao Hua's whims and asked with concern. Xiao Hua frowned for a long time and shook his head slightly. He said puzzledly, "There seems to be some warning signs. However, I don't have any way to check the warning signs. Perhaps someone on the Dawn Rain continent wants to plot against me again? Who exactly is it?" With husband's cultivation, I'm afraid only a Jindan cultivator can cause a warning sign. Xueqi also pondered and asked, "Husband, you must be careful. When we return from the Qianhe Sea, we must be even more careful. We must take the transportation array all the way." "And for safety's sake, that's exactly what I have to do." If Xiao Hua was himself, it would be fine. However, he couldn't ignore Xueqi's safety. Zhong Tianyao previous threat wasn't without reason. In this world, there were many high-level cultivators who didn't care about their status. Chapter 2146. Let's go. That Scorching Sun Island is quite close to here. Let's go there before. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, held Xueqi's soft hand, and said with a smile, "We don't need to hurry. If you can build your foundation on this boundless sea, how wonderful would that be?" "Exactly, that's what I was thinking." Xueqi also covered her mouth and said with a smile, "That Scorching Sun Island might be another name for Sunset Island. Let's go slowly and enjoy the scenery of the sea." Then, Xiao Hua took Xueqi, and the 2 of them really flew leisurely. The sea map in the compass was very complete. The sea map in Haoming City recorded some islands and the situation on the islands, while the sea map in Awakening Silicon Island mostly recorded the routes between the islands, the dangerous places in the sea, and the distribution of sea beasts. Xiao Hua took the compass and followed Xueqi all the way. They avoided all the dangerous places, and Xiao Hua didn't let go of any place with sea beasts. He didn't know what these sea beasts were for, so he hunted some and put them in the space. If it weren't for the fact that his space didn't have enough space to hold seawater, with Xiao Hua's greed, he might have taken these living sea beasts into the space. Moreover, for Xueqi's foundation building, Xiao Hua didn't walk much every day. He walked at sunrise and stopped at sunset. According to the instructions of the compass, he found an uninhabited island or reef, and laid down a rabbit array to rest or cultivate. This trip took more than 10 days, and they hadn't even reached half of the journey from Awakening Silicon Island to Scorching Sun Island. On this day, Xiaohua and Xueqi landed on a slightly bigger island. The sky was already dark, and the sky was still clear before. At this time, the sea breeze gradually rose, and dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Beside the dark clouds, there was a dark red color. Good heavens! Xiaohua looked at the sky. An unparalleled might of heaven and earth was faintly brewing. He couldn't help but be speechless. It's often said that man can conquer the heavens, and cultivators also have the responsibility to go against the heavens. But this might of heaven, I don't know what kind of cultivation base a cultivator has to contend against it.
Young master's cultivation is still shallow.
Let's go with the flow for now. Xiaohua pursed his lips and took out the flowing cloud movement technique. He had already finished reading the explanation of the 10,000 demon realm. After all, he had some understanding of the green seal text. These simplified green seal text were not particularly difficult for him.
In fact, he had already mastered the so-called water-dispelling incantation during the few days he was on Awakened Silicon Island.
What kind of movement technique is this? Isn't this wind evasion? Xiaohua simply read through the movement techniques training method in the jade slip, and immediately understood. Presently, he'd already cultivated the wood movement, earth movement, and fire movement, and he was even cultivating the lightning movement amongst lightning cultivators. So there was probably no cultivator on Dawn Rain continent that was more proficient in movement techniques than him. Xiaohua only looked at it once and immediately understood that this so-called flowing cloud movement technique was the wind evasion elementary movement technique that he had never heard of before. It was a technique that borrowed the power of the wind to display a movement technique that was similar to the flowing cloud movement technique. Good boy, young master still hasn't thought of finding some water movement technique or metal movement technique to complete the 5 elements movement technique. Unexpectedly, there's this wind evasion that I've never thought of before. 10,000 demon realms wind evasion. This empress, what kind of true body does she have? Xiaohua was shocked and overjoyed. He was amazed at the wonders of this world's cultivation techniques. After a moment, Xiaohua once again calmed down. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and carefully comprehended it. After an unknown amount of time, a kachap sound of thunder woke Xiaohua up from his meditation. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, above the entire Xueqi Sea, layers of dark clouds covered half of the sky. It was actually as boundless as the Xueqi Sea, and the rolling dark clouds kept rolling, as if there were endless ghosts in the clouds. The rolling dark clouds took on all kinds of shapes. There were mountains, rivers, spirit herbs, birds. Within these rolling dark clouds, there was a faint dark red light that flickered. It flickered in and out of existence, and a boundless majesty overflowed from within the dark clouds. Grandma, it's really magnificent. Xiaohua was speechless. He could only sigh in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a thunderstorm before, but he had never seen such a magnificent thunderstorm. These oppressive dark clouds were like a pressure on one's heart. Following the first thunder just now, like a firecracker, the sound of thunder continued to resound. Immediately after, a pitter-patter sound of raindrops the size of beans came one after another, hitting the surface of the Xueqi Sea. One after another, fist-sized depressions appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, the wind became stronger and stronger. The waves gradually formed. At first, it was small waves, then it became huge waves. However, the rumbling sound of the waves was far from being able to suppress the flashing thunder in the sky. Xiaohua was originally sitting within the rabbit formation. Most of the rainwater was blocked by the formation. A layer of faintly discernible faint golden brilliance flashed around Xiaohua and Xueqi. However, when the many lightning bolts above his head were like little golden snakes swimming around, Xiaohua suddenly had a familiar feeling. I seem to. A scene suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. It was this kind of night filled with thunder, and a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged on the same island as tonight. In the pouring rain, strands of lightning struck that figure. Could it be me? I am actually not afraid of heavenly lightning? Xiaohua's heart surged with pride. If I am struck by heavenly lightning again, would I be able to remember something? But if it doesn't work, this heavenly lightning is not a joke. This young master's physical body, cultivation and so on, will all be damaged. This hesitant thought was merely a flash. Xiaohua stood up. If I can recall my memories, even if my cultivation is damaged, so what? Moreover, didn't this young master get struck by lightning before? Seeing Xiaohua stand up, Xueqi, who was already frightened by the lightning, was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Husband, what are you going to do?" This. Xiaohua hesitated. He didn't know how to explain it to Xueqi. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "This husband has some things that I have to do. Now I should do it." "You have to do it?" Xueqi frowned slightly. "Could it be more important than your life?" "Yes." Xiaohua nodded and replied, "Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly." Xiaohua's words were said to himself. However, the speaker had intentions and the listener had intentions. These words seemed to have pierced Xueqi's heart. Xueqi's face immediately flushed red. Her eyes flickered slightly. She nodded firmly and said loudly, "Well said, husband. Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly. This concubine will accompany you." "Ah? You? What are you going to do?" Xiaohua was shocked. He pulled Xueqi and said, "This husband still has some confidence that he won't be struck by lightning. Can you do it?" "He, husband." Xueqi held Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "Actually, this concubine could have taken the Ling Lei pill long ago. With husband's secret cultivation method and the Tian mending pill, this concubine should have a 50% chance of reaching foundation establishment. However, this concubine didn't dare to reach foundation establishment because in my heart, I couldn't bear to part with husband. There was a trace of apprehension in my heart. Husband, I'm afraid you don't know why this concubine came to Xueqi. This concubine's parents met each other when they were traveling on Xueqi. And this concubine also knows that they came to Xueqi together to reach foundation establishment and never returned. This kind of gloominess forced this concubine to not dare to rashly take that step. And now, since husband wants to take the risk, how can this concubine not accompany you?" "So that's how it is." Xiaohua immediately understood why Xueqi, who had already cultivated the Ling Lei pill, Tian mending pill, and even the dragon transformation art, still hadn't reached foundation establishment. Obviously, her mental state wasn't perfect. Now that she heard his words, her mental state was perfect. If she didn't reach foundation establishment now, her mental state would inevitably be lacking. This was the best time for Xueqi to reach foundation establishment. "Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, wife, please." Xiaohua laughed and pulled Xueqi out of the formation. The huge sea breeze mixed with bean-sized raindrops hit the two of them. Xueqi's body faintly glowed. Obviously, it was a defensive yellow talisman. However, there was no movement on Xiaohua's body. Obviously, this force wasn't enough to trigger a reaction from his protective light. "Wife, please." Since it was Xueqi who reached foundation establishment, Xiaohua naturally couldn't attract the lightning first. He smiled and said, "Very well, I'll give you a chance to protect this concubine." Xueqi laughed and clapped her hands, taking out the Ling Lei pill refined by Xiaohua. "Take out the Tian mending pill as well, just in case," Xiaohua reminded. "Crow's beak." Xueqi scolded jokingly. "The Tian mending pill is in the storage bag. This concubine can take it out with a raise of her hand. There's no need to be so cautious." Seeing that Xueqi didn't have any burden in her heart, Xiaohua was secretly happy. Xueqi sat cross-legged and looked deeply at Xiaohua. She raised her hand and put the Ling Lei pill into her mouth. Once the Ling Lei pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a surging current that rushed into Xueqi's meridians. Ah! Although Xueqi was already prepared, she was still shocked by the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Of course, Xueqi was only startled for a moment. Immediately after, the mental cultivation method of the Thunder Control Sect's Sun Lei Palace began to circulate and forcefully guided the medicinal power to flow through her meridians. After the medicinal power had circulated 9 cycles in her meridians, Xueqi's true qi had increased by 20%. Luckily, Xueqi's meridians had been tempered by the dragon transformation art and had already become thicker by 30%. This amount of true qi was still within the limits of her meridians. Hong! A loud sound rang out and Xueqi's mind exploded. The medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill had already seeped out of her meridians and directly entered Xueqi's blood vessels. Xueqi's blood vessels had already come into contact with the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Immediately, like an ignited explosive, It began to explode bit by bit and pushed forward bit by bit, gradually approaching her heart. This is bad. Xueqi was alarmed. She could use the dragon transformation art to control the true qi in her meridians, but how could she control her blood vessels? This was something she had never thought of before. Chapter 2147. Heaven Mend Pill. Xueqi instantly thought of Xiaohua's warning.
Without hesitation, she slapped her hand and the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth.
Io, why did you take the Heaven Mend Pill so early? Xiaohua had been paying attention to Xueqi, but he didn't dare to use his divine sense. Seeing Xueqi take the Heaven Mend Pill from the start, he couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth, a flood immediately rushed into her meridians. It followed the path of the Thunder Pill and seeped into her blood vessels. At this time, the unstoppable explosion had already spread throughout Xueqi's blood vessels and rushed straight to her heart. Rumble. When the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power reached her heart, Xueqi's heart suddenly swelled like a bubble. Xueqi's face was snow white. She finally understood why the Xue family with the Thunder Beast bloodline had so few foundation establishment cultivators. The Thunder Beast's true blood was truly tyrannical. It was absolutely not something a human cultivator's body could withstand. Fortunately, just as Xueqi's heart was about to burst, the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power arrived. It quickly repaired the damaged areas and continuously strengthened the heart's toughness. Roar! Just as Xueqi's blood vessels were stimulated by the Thunder Pill's medicinal power, she raised her hands and let out a roar similar to that of a thunder beast. As Xueqi waved her arms, a faint shadow of a thunder beast flew out from Xueqi's body. At the same time, Xueqi's snow-white face unexpectedly became a bit sinister. She actually showed signs of turning into a thunder beast. No way! Xueqi won't turn into a female thunder beast, right? Xiaohua was stunned as he watched from the side. His mind raced. Not only did the terrifying figure and face of a female thunder beast appear in his mind, he even thought that if Xueqi really turned into a female thunder beast, should he fall in love with someone else? It was also at this time that the true qi in Xueqi's meridians suddenly changed. Threads of flickering lightning formed in the true qi. Her true qi suddenly increased and expanded by more than 30%. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their meridians would have been filled with true qi when they reached foundation establishment. Now that their meridians suddenly increased by 30%, they would have already burst. Even Xueqi, who thought that her meridians were already full after taking the Ling Lei pill and Heavenly Mending pill, the sudden appearance of true qi caused her meridians to swell. Fortunately, Xueqi had already practiced the dragon transformation art for a long time, and her meridians were already very tough. She only reached her limit after her qi increased by 30%. However, if he added even half a point more, he was afraid that he would have to examine Xiaohua's alchemy technique again. Kacha! A faint sound came from Xueqi's meridians. It was the sound of a trace of true essence condensing. In Xueqi's heart, this voice was like the sound of nature. Immediately after, a series of popping sounds, similar to the popping sounds in his blood vessels, resounded throughout his meridians. The true qi in Xueqi's meridians showed a series of reactions, and a lot of true essence began to condense. Now is the time. Xueqi didn't know how many times she had already imagined this in her heart. At this time, seeing that the time was ripe, she slapped her hand, took out the foundation establishment pill from her storage pouch, and put it into her mouth. Swish! Xueqi also released her divine sense at this time, wanting to extend it in the direction of the Kuei He Hai. First it was several tens of zhang, then it was close to li, and finally it was several li away. Not only that, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10 li had already converged. In the air within these several li, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to condense, and bit by bit, visible to the naked eye, crystals gradually formed. Although Xueqi's foundation establishment aura couldn't compare to Xiaohua's, it was still much more vast than an ordinary cultivator's foundation establishment aura. Kacha! At this time, tiny streaks of lightning began to flicker around Xueqi's divine sense. Clearly, they were attracted by Xueqi's foundation establishment aura. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this lightning would strike Xueqi, and even Xueqi's body. He really wanted to release his divine sense to help Xueqi resist, but at this time, It was also the crucial moment for Xueqi's foundation establishment. He was afraid that if he released his divine sense, it would disturb Xueqi's foundation establishment. How about I go somewhere else? Xiaohua immediately thought of the taboo that two cultivators couldn't enter foundation establishment at the same time. At this time, the thunder beast behind Xueqi roared and gradually rose above Xueqi's head, reaching a height of more than 10 zhang. Gotcha! Although the lightning struck Xueqi's divine sense, causing her Naiwen palace to be unable to escape the pain, the majority of the lightning was withstood by the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast was also in pain after being struck by the lightning. It roared and hammered its own chest. The thunder beast's body actually grew slightly bigger after being struck by the lightning. Xueqi's Dharma body isn't afraid of ordinary lightning. Xiaohua suddenly realized. His figure flew several tens of zhang before stopping in midair. His eyes were bright as he stared at Xueqi. Lightning continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. Xueqi's face showed an extremely painful expression. Although the thunder beast's shadow had now risen to a height of 10 zhang, there was still some true qi in her meridians that hadn't been converted into true essence. More and more lightning was attracted by Xueqi and continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast's shadow began to show signs of collapsing. Xiaohua was very anxious. His figure flew again, but before he could fly several tens of zhang, he saw the thunder beast's shadow wave its hand again. As if it was an instinct, magic power similar to a spell appeared on its hand. Looking at the thunder beast's shadow again, two balls of brilliance suddenly flashed. It was actually the vague appearance of the male and female thunder beasts when Xiaohua refined the thunder pill. Gotcha! Following the thunder beast's wave of its arm, a portion of the lightning that was originally attacking it was actually driven by it and turned to attack other lightning. The art of controlling lightning. Xiaohua, who had been staring at the scene, was pleasantly surprised. He understood that this was the thunder beast's innate ability. Just how vast was this scene? Hundreds of zhang high in the sky, the thunder beast's shadow with green and red brilliance was flapping its wings. Its hands were constantly forming spells, and dozens or even hundreds of golden lightning were driven by it. They separately struck the sky, contending with the lightning falling from the sky. This thunder beast's hand. I'm afraid it's the art of controlling lightning. Xiaohua understood that the thunder beast's shadow used it again and again, and he had long memorized the art of controlling lightning in his heart. However, when he tried to use it, his magic power was clearly surging, but the lightning didn't listen to his command at all. Why is this? Xiaohua's gaze swept quickly, trying to find the reason. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the brilliance of the male and female thunder beasts in the thunder beast's shadow. Because every time the thunder beast's shadow formed a spell, the two balls of brilliance would flicker once. I'm afraid it's related to the two balls of light. However, just as Xiaohua was about to take a closer look, a hurricane began to appear in the night sky. A suction force appeared above Xueqi's head, and all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within several li was sucked in by Xiaohua like a whale. Chapter 21:48. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi shrank, Xueqi's divine sense also converged. After the thunder beast's shadow waved a few lightning bolts, it simultaneously shrank back into Xueqi's body. Fortunately, after the thunder beast's shadow disappeared, Xueqi's somewhat deformed face regained its original beauty and whiteness. Xiaohua finally let out a sigh of relief. He nipped the thought of shifting his love in the bud. Rumble Xueqi's divine sense converged completely. Although the thunderstorm was still there, the lightning bolts no longer struck here. Ha! Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Xueqi. He knew that she was driving her true essence, using a new technique to open up new meridians and stabilize her early foundation establishment cultivation. This process would probably last for several days. Therefore, with a joyful laugh, his entire body flashed and flew up into the sky. His divine sense rushed to the place where the lightning was produced. The thunder and lightning seemed to have been enraged by Xiaohua. It was like the sound of a giant running, and also like a rushing river, unceasingly striking towards Xiaohua. Let the lightning come more fiercely. Xiaohua raised his arms and shouted, but his arrogant voice was drowned out by the sound of thunder. Gotcha! The first lightning bolt finally hit Xiaohua's body. Ouch! A burst of numbness came from his body, and within the numbness, there was a tearing pain. Xuehua was in so much pain that he rolled in the air. Gotcha! The second and third lightning bolts came one after another. The power and energy within the lightning bolts were increasingly great. Xuehua felt like he was being torn into several pieces. Damn it, something's wrong. Why is this feeling different from what I expected? Xuehua immediately felt that something was wrong. This pain didn't seem to be as comfortable as he remembered, and it didn't evoke any of his previous memories. Better not. Xuehua frowned. If I can't recall my memories, I'll lose my life for nothing. Seeing the fourth lightning bolt coming even more fiercely, Xuehua shook his arm without hesitation. The phoenix Dharma body flew out, and the lightning bolt hit the Dharma body. Xuehua and the phoenix Dharma body felt the same. The intense pain still came from the Dharma body, but Xuehua understood that this pain was useful for refining the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body that had been baptized by the thunder tribulation should be able to withstand the lightning of this ordinary thunderstorm. Unfortunately, Xuehua didn't have the method to refine the phoenix Dharma body. The thunder had a primitive function within it. It couldn't be used by Xuehua. Yes, Xuehua was a bit depressed. If I get the Dharma body incarnation method, I should be able to use the lightning thunder. Xuehua was a bit depressed. Rise, Xuehua endured the pain, sat down cross-legged, and put his palms together. He used the exquisite Heart Sutra of the Buddhist sect. The 2 pieces of gold leaf from the Zhong family made up for the Heart Sutra. Now, there were only 9 empty slots in Xuehua's exquisite Heart Sutra. However, these 9 slots were all at the top of the exquisite Heart Sutra. Except for the last 2 floors that were completely empty, only the last slot on the 3rd floor was empty. Seeing that Xuehua wasn't willing to give up this precious cultivation opportunity, he released the Buddha Sarira. Once the Buddha Sarira flew out, the golden Buddha's light immediately lit up the entire night sky. Although this Buddha's light was very faint, it was extremely tenacious. It was like a small golden sword piercing through the night sky. The dazzling lightning in the entire night sky must be somewhat dim under this. Obviously, this lightning was not willing to succumb to the Buddha's light, or perhaps, the Buddha Sarira was the center of Xuehua's divine sense. All of the lightning recklessly rushed towards the Buddha whose eyes were already clear and whose eyes were indescribably compassionate. Kachacha, indescribable pain. This pain was far from being comparable to pain. It was similar to Xuehua's experience of Huang Yi's 10,000 years of loneliness and hatred. This pain tormented Xuehua's heart and tempered his will. At the same time, it also pushed Xuehua's exquisite Heart Sutra to slowly advance. Every time the lightning struck the Buddha Sarira, Xuehua's state of mind would have a trace of carving, and a drop of golden liquid would be formed on the Buddha Sarira. This liquid would either be smeared on the Buddha Sarira to fill the gap on the Buddha's body, or it would seep into the Buddha's body to condense the golden body of the Buddha Sarira. When Xuehua's Heart Sutra couldn't catch up with the speed of the golden body, it slowly seeped into the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira. As a result, that 2 qi-long Buddha Sarira gradually grew, and the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira also gradually condensed into a 3rd lotus. Xuehua, who was in the sky, was no longer sitting cross-legged. He was in the same posture as the Buddha Sarira, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Moreover, his slender eyes were slightly opened. Admittedly, his eyes didn't have the kind of majesty that looked disdainfully at the heaven and earth, but the compassion it contained in his eyes was extremely similar to the Buddha Sarira's eyes. Xuehua's state of mind. Xuehua's compassionate heart was precisely the same as the compassionate heart of Buddhism. On the path of merit cultivation, this Buddha Sarira was being tempered by the lightning. Xuehua's Buddhist Heart Sutra was also advancing at a rapid pace. Unfortunately, although the thunderstorm above the Qianhe Sea was several times more intense than the Xiaoyu continent, after 9 days, it also gradually stopped. That scorching sun revealed its head behind the dark clouds. The golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the waves of the Qianhe Sea. That wave was also like the thunderstorm, gradually calming down. Folds of broken gold covered the entire Qianhe Sea. Great! Xuehua's eyes were wide open, and the compassionate in his eyes was slightly restrained. His gaze passed through thousands of miles of blue waves, and he whispered, Amitabha, is there right and wrong in the world? How can the word compassionate fill it? Withdraw. Xuehua kept the Buddha Sarira and the phoenix celestial body back into his body. His divine sense swept over, but he saw that Xueqi was sitting cross-legged on the cliff outside the rabbit array. There was no surprise in her eyes,
and there was a faint brilliance flowing around her body. In his senses, it was the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment.
Where did I get this feeling from? Xiaohua's mind turned again. When I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm, I attracted lightning?
And I'm afraid so. Since the Phoenix celestial body can cultivate in lightning, I naturally have this memory when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm.
Forget it. When this Zhao's cultivation is deeper, I'll flatter the Empress and see if I can follow her back to the 10,000 demon realm through the space crack. Maybe I can find my memory and find my birth and family. Then, Xiaohua flew to the top of the cliff, some distance away from Xueqi, to protect her. Just like that, Xueqi opened her eyes after a dozen or so days.
In her bright eyes, there was not the joy and pride of other cultivators who just entered foundation establishment, but more. There was a flash of sadness.
Wife. Xiaohua, who was guarding beside Xueqi, immediately sensed it and said in surprise, "Congratulations on advancing to foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, your lightning beast bloodline should be stable. Not only did your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but your strength now also surpasses those of the same level. Oh right, has your realm stabilized?" A smile appeared on Xueqi's face, and she covered her mouth and said, "I just entered foundation establishment. How can I dare to boast? Now that my realm is stable, husband doesn't have to worry."
Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly, flew in front of Xueqi, and lightly kissed Xueqi's temples, saying, "Wife is indeed a genius. You really have great premonition. Before leaving the Imperial Thunder Sect, you said foundation establishment at Xueqi. You've only been at Xueqi for a few days, and sure enough, you said foundation establishment. Your husband really admires you."
Hearing this, Xueqi's previously hidden sadness suddenly reappeared.
She immediately lowered her eyes, looked at the distant blue waves, and said with a forced smile, "How would I know what premonition is? It's just that my parents went missing at Xueqi, so I wanted to come to Xueqi to take a look."
Xiaohua did not notice Xueqi's uneasiness.
He reached out and held Xueqi's slender waist, opened his mouth and licked Xueqi's earlobe, whispering, "Wife, now. You're a foundation establishment cultivator.
You and I dual cultivate. It won't affect your cultivation, right?"
Hearing this, Xueqi's face flushed red, and her body gradually became hot and dry because of Xiaohua's flirting. The original trace of gloom in her heart had already flown out of the sky.
"Wife, your husband has a dual cultivation technique here. It's far superior to that Qiu Mingwei's furnace technique," Xiaohua said with a lewd smile. "Maybe you can even step into the middle stage of foundation establishment."
Bah! Xueqi lightly spat, turned her head, and instead bit Xiaohua's ear, saying, "Don't mention that dirty man and woman to me."
"Ayo," Xiaohua begged for mercy in a low voice. "Your husband knows his wrongs. Your husband knows his wrongs. My wife and I are a match made in heaven. How can they compare to us?"
Sigh, Xueqi's heart seemed to emit a sorrowful sob, as if she was somewhat unwilling, However, Xueqi's face was still red like fire, and the teeth that bit Xiaohua's ear also loosened, replaced by her tongue. Her slightly nervous arms also stiffened, and she somewhat forcefully hugged Xiaohua.
"Great!"
Xiaohua secretly rejoiced, unable to suppress the impulse in his heart. His figure flashed, and he was about to fly down the cliff. Unfortunately, at this incomparably crucial moment, a weak divine sense swept over from afar, had already swept past Xiaohua and Xueqi, and immediately locked onto the two of them.
"Ah!"
Xiaohua and Xueqi were shocked, and Xueqi's reaction was even more intense. She pushed Xiaohua away, and urged her magic power to stand in midair. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes, and her face became even redder, and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of resentment.
"Grandma, who is this? It must be on purpose."
Xiaohua's heart was immediately extinguished as if it had met with ice water. He jumped up in the air, shouting in exasperation, and instantly released his divine sense. If the distance was close enough, Xiaohua definitely would not hesitate to release the soul stab technique, and would definitely ruthlessly teach this untactful cultivator a lesson. However, after Xiaohua released his divine sense for a moment, a trace of strangeness appeared on his face, and he thoughtfully looked at the place where his divine sense swept past. After a moment, Xueqi also returned to normal, rolled her eyes at Xiaohua, and released her divine sense, also looking in that direction.
When Xueqi understood, an eager expression appeared on her face, and she said with a smile, "Husband, usually when I see you, you are happy to help others. Why are you so lazy today?" Chapter 2149. Humph, the greatest pleasure in the world has been disturbed for no reason. Who would be interested in caring about others? Xiaohua said angrily. Didn't you see that she's already coming this way? Looking at her, she has enough strength to fly here. Hee, since that's the case, husband will help me to prepare. I'll go and try my skills, Xueqi said, and without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, she flew toward the depths of the Xueqi Sea. Wife, Xiaohua was a little anxious. That sea beast has strength close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and that female cultivator is also at the early stage of foundation establishment. She can't fight it and is flying toward us. What's the use of you going? You just entered foundation establishment. I just entered foundation establishment. But isn't there a fellow cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment there? Xueqi said indifferently. Moreover, don't I have a virtuous wife nearby? What's there to be afraid of? Virtuous wife? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Go, just go. Your husband will be your virtuous wife, and I guarantee nothing will happen." I knew my husband would agree, Xueqi said, and she sped up to fly into the distance. At the same time, beauty like a butterfly appeared in the air, and the colorful butterfly-like brilliance protected Xueqi's body. Seeing Xueqi take out her magic weapon, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He clapped his hand and held the soaring dragon shears in his hand. Although there was no difference between holding it in the air and holding it in his hand, Xiaohua still felt at ease holding it in his hand. The two had just flown a few miles when they heard a rumbling explosion in front of them. They saw a short petite female cultivator flying toward Xiaohua and Xueqi while constantly waving hand signs behind her. A string of water balls fell into the water of the Xueqi Sea. The water balls exploded, and the sound of the explosion splashed the sea water everywhere. In the midst of the splashing sea water, a pitch-black sea beast several meters in size was exposed. Several soft tentacles stretched out from the two sides of the sea beast's back, and then it moved the sea water, chasing after the female cultivator as if it was flying. At the same time, several small, ink ball-like particles also smashed toward the female cultivator. Whenever the particles exploded, a putrid stench and pitch-black smoke mixed in the seawater rushed toward the female cultivator. The smoke actually didn't dissipate in the sea wind. The female cultivator was obviously afraid of the smoke. She used several water balls to blast the smoke away, and immediately fled far away. However, the female cultivator's flying speed wasn't fast. In fact, it was even slower than the flying speed of an ordinary cultivator. Thus, no matter how fast she flew, the sea beast could easily catch up to her. Fellow cultivators, help me. When the female cultivator saw Xiaohua and Xueqi, who were both in the early stage of foundation establishment, fly over, she was pleasantly surprised. This gongxia is too powerful. It should be close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The three of us together should be able to scare it away. After we escape this calamity, I will thank you two fellow cultivators. No problem. Hearing this, Xueqi pursed her lips and glanced at Xiaohua. With a wave of her hand, a dozen or so fireball talismans were taken out with a rumble. They really were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers on the black and white sea. Xiaohua curled his lips. Wasn't this the fireball talisman he gave Xueqi earlier? Now she actually took it out and used it. Xiaohua's fireball talisman was so powerful. Dozens of fireballs fell on the sea beast's pitch-black back and exploded at the same time. The explosion caused the gongxia to shake violently, and the surrounding seawater was raised high. It was obviously in great pain. With a loud and clear sound, a water sword suddenly shot out in front of the gongxia's head. As soon as the water sword came out, the Xueqi Sea immediately condensed into ice and pierced toward Xueqi. The ice sword was so fast and so powerful that it contained a sufficient amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua was slightly startled. He was just about to wave the soaring dragon shears, but at this moment, he saw Xueqi calmly urging the true essence in her body. The butterfly-like magic weapon suddenly flashed, and one of the butterfly-like magic weapon expanded, blocking the ice sword. The ice sword pierced the butterfly, twisting it. But in just a moment, the butterfly trembled slightly and returned to normal. The ice sword, however, lost its strength and fell into the Xueqi Sea. Seeing this, Xiaohua felt relieved. Fellow Taoist, why didn't you come to help? The female cultivator, whose face was somewhat pale and seemed to lack blood, was the female cultivator Xiaohua met at the auction in Haoming City. She asked very strangely. Xiaohua originally wanted to touch his nose out of habit, but he suddenly remembered that this female cultivator might have seen his actions. He immediately stopped and said with a smile, "My wife will do it. I will hold the fort for you." The female cultivator looked at Xueqi and glared at Xiaohua. She raised her voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, lure Zhenjia to the side. I know Zhenjia's weakness. If you and I work together, we will be able to drive this monster away." Okay. Hearing this, Xueqi waved her hand and threw out more than 10 fireball talismans, while she flew horizontally. Zhenjia was in pain. He swept his weak and tyrannical divine sense and chased after Xueqi. At the same time, the ink balls in his tentacles shot toward Xueqi. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The female cultivator reminded, Zhenjia's ink balls are highly toxic. If the skin touches even a little bit, it will immediately disintegrate. If it touches the face. Hearing this, Xueqi was shocked and hurriedly threw several fireball talismans in front of her. Unfortunately, Xueqi's technique was not as good as Xiaohua's. A few ink balls still dodged the fireball talismans and flew close to Xueqi. When the ink balls exploded, the ink fog rushed toward Xueqi. Xueqi hurriedly flew up, and the butterflies around her rotated again. However, she flew a little too late. Moreover, the ink fog could actually seep into the butterfly orchids. Go, Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing that Xueqi had some mishap, he immediately swung his big sleeve and used the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. A gust of wind was generated from his Taoist robe and instantly blew away the ink fog. Ah! The female cultivator was shocked at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. Fellow Taoist is actually in the middle stage of foundation establishment? Xiaohua turned to look at the female cultivator. At first, he was somewhat puzzled as to why this female cultivator, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, knew about the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. However, he immediately understood. This female cultivator. If she isn't a disciple of Blood Red Island, then she must be a disciple near Blood Red Island. However, Xiaohua understood that the sea region he was in was far from Blood Red Island. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a disciple of Blood Red Island would come here alone. Just as the female cultivator was in a daze, several ink balls also flew to her feet and exploded extremely quickly. The female cultivator did not have any protective magic tools. Seeing that she was about to be tainted by the ink fog, Xiaohua was helpless. He could only wave his sleeve again and use the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell to disperse the ink fog. Chapter 2150. This was great. The female cultivator, who wasn't completely sure a moment ago, was even more certain that Xiaohua had the universe concealment sleeve. Now that she knew Xiaohua's cultivation and saw Xiaohua's universe creator, the female cultivator's expression calmed down. Her previous panic disappeared without a trace. She clapped her hands and took out an item. She smiled at Xiaohua, formed a water-dispelling seal, and rushed into the sea. Ah! When Xiaohua saw the item in the female cultivator's hand, his body swayed and fell from the sky. He saw that the item in the female cultivator's hand was none other than a devil's spear tip. Damn it! Isn't this young master's specialty? How did this female cultivator steal it? Xiaohua stabilized his body, and his face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He scanned with his divine sense and observed the female cultivator's actions. The female cultivator dived into the water. Only Zhenjia's diamond-shaped head had some antennae, and there were no antennae on his oval-shaped body. Instead, because he waved his antennae, his entire body moved. As he moved, circles of ripples rippled outwards. It seemed that there was also a powerful magic power within it. The female cultivator flew into the sea and raised her hand. Dozens of water balls shot out and hit Zhenjia's lower body. Obviously, these water balls were no different than tickles for Zhenjia. Zhenjia didn't even move. His body only moved, and he used his antennae to hit Xueqi. Xueqi saw that the ink fog was swept away by Xiaohua, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She wanted to test her strength after foundation establishment. She had just started using her magic tool, and she hadn't used it much yet, but it was inexplicably blackened by Zhenzhe. If Xiaohua wasn't beside her, she would have been poisoned. It was fine if it was in front of others, but this was in front of her own lover. Xueqi's face really couldn't hang on. Thus, Xueqi took out the lightning whip without hesitation. Under the urging of magic power, the lightning whip flickered with electricity. Following Xueqi's wave, the lightning whip whipped Zhenzhe's body. Zhenzhe's strength was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, so he naturally sensed it. Dozens of antennae waved one after another, and the ink balls flew out. A few of his antennae suddenly extended and wrapped around the lightning whip. Chi-la-la! The lightning whip struck the ink ball, and the ink mist that had just appeared was immediately dispersed by the lightning. At this moment, the tentacles had also wrapped around the lightning whip. Moreover, the tentacles extended along the lightning whip, attempting to snatch the lightning whip away from Xueqi's hands. However, bolts of lightning emerged from the lightning whip and struck Zhenzhe's antennae. The tentacle felt pain and didn't dare to move. Instead, it immediately retracted. Just as the tentacles retracted, a crisp pop sound was heard as the lightning whip struck Zhenzhe's back, which was exposed above the seawater. A slightly larger electric arc appeared and entered his back. A faint blue light flickered on Zhenzhe's back before it was extinguished. Roar! With a dull roar, Zhenzhe cried out in pain. His diamond-shaped head popped out of the water. The front of his head was covered with thick tentacles that covered a deep hole that looked like a mouth. At this moment, the deep hole had opened its tentacles, and a ball of water several feet in size shot toward Xueqi. Evil creature! Xueqi lightly reprimanded. The lightning whip in her hand waved again, but this time, it was a slightly rotating circle. A lightning net was formed from the lightning whip and scattered towards the ball of water. With a pu sound, the ball of water was caught by the lightning net and shot forward several feet. This time, under the extremely thin lightning, it gradually shrank and finally disappeared. At this moment, Zhenzhe's head once again smashed into the seawater. Immediately after, several water swords emerged from the water and shot towards Xueqi. Roar! The moment the water swords turned into ice spikes, Zhenzhe roared again. This time, it seemed to be in even more pain. Xiaohua, who was at the side, saw clearly that the female cultivator was hiding under the water. At this moment, she was using the devil spear to pierce through Zhenzhe's defense and deeply pierce his body. Zhenzhe's body was especially soft and slippery, but the devil spear seemed to be its nemesis. Although it was pierced very deeply, the light blue liquid that flowed out showed that Zhenzhe was injured. Rumble! Zhenzhe seemed to be angry again. A wave of divine sense rushed out of the sea and a wave of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed out from Zhenzhe's body. In an instant, it enveloped Xiaohua and the others. Within 10 feet, a bone-piercing chill was born. Kacha! Kacha! With Zhenzhe as the center, cracking sounds spread out in all directions. Immediately after, Zhenzhe nimbly turned around. It was very different from its huge body. Its tentacles swarmed out and reached towards the female cultivator. The female cultivator naturally chased after it. However, it seemed like she was far from being as nimble as Zhenzhe in the water. Moreover, within the seawater the chill was also born. The female cultivator's body flickered as if she was trying her best to resist. Damn, it's really close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. This young master has to make a move. Xiaohua saw layers of frost being born and pressing towards Xueqi. The spiritual energy within the frost was very strong. It was far from what Xueqi, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could compare to. Moreover, when Xueqi waved her lightning whip, she could only break the frost on the side. The frost's tendency to spread was beyond her ability. Thus, she waved her hand and ignited the Samadhi true fire. Like a fireball, the spiritual energy rushed towards Zhenzhe from all directions. Seeing this, Xueqi was overjoyed. She no longer cared about the strong frost and waved her lightning whip again, attacking Zhenzhe's back. How could Xueqi let Zhenzhe turn around? Pa! Pa! The lightning whip hit Zhenzhe several times. Although Zhenzhe's defense was strong and the lightning couldn't injure it, the power of the lightning could always penetrate its body, making it suffer unspeakably. Moreover, Xiao Hua's Samadhi true fire had already completely melted Zhenzhe's frost. Zhenzhe's spiritual energy was really not worth mentioning in Xiao Hua's eyes. Roar! Roar! Afterwards, Zhenzhe fought several times. Xueqi's lightning whip was its nemesis. Moreover, Zhenzhe's extremely powerful black fog was dispersed by Xiao Hua's universe sleeve several times. The female cultivator under the water also stabbed Zhenzhe several times. Zhenzhe roared several times and suddenly disappeared into the sea. Its body quickly dived down and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool created by Zhenzhe's dive almost brought the female cultivator under the water. Fellow Taoist, help me! The female cultivator's face was filled with anxiety. It seemed like she still wanted to dive down and she shouted loudly to Xueqi. Xueqi wanted to help her, but she also understood that she and the female cultivator were not Zhenzhe's opponents. Once they reached the bottom of the sea, they would be even weaker. How could she help her? Thus, she could only smile and say, "Fellow Taoist, why are you so persistent? Zhenzhe has already escaped. Isn't fellow Taoist's life?" That's right. When the female cultivator met just now, she said that she only needed to chase Zhenzhe away. Now that Zhenzhe had escaped, what was she going to do? This concubine needs one of Zhenzhe's tentacles. Just one. The female cultivator's divine sense chased after Zhenzhe, but her eyes were looking at Xiao Hua. Naturally, this idea only came to her after she saw how powerful Xiao Hua was. The female cultivator hastily begged, "If this concubine obtains the tentacle, I will definitely repay you generously." Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He clapped his hand and a black light flew into the sea. "Fellow Taoist, this is..." The female cultivator naturally couldn't obtain Zhenzhe's tentacle by herself. She also knew that Xueqi didn't have this ability and could only rely on Xueqi. However, when she saw that Xiao Hua didn't move and only gave her a small and unremarkable magic tool, how could she not be worried? Xiao Hua looked at the female cultivator with a smile and said, "What can fellow Taoist do you have to repay me with?" Fellow Taoist is so confident? The female cultivator was stunned and said, "That's a Zhenzhe that is close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the sea, it is comparable to the middle stage of foundation establishment." Ouch! Before the female cultivator could finish speaking, her eyes lit up. She sensed something with her divine sense and her face was filled with pleasant surprise. Sure enough, in a moment, that black light flashed from the sea. It was Xiao Hua's black iron needle. On the black iron needle, there was a wriggling tentacle of Zhenzhe. The female cultivator looked enviously at the black iron needle in Xiao Hua's hand and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She bowed and said, "Junior Qua Chiao, from Blood Red Island greets Senior. May I know which island Senior is from? This Junior is truly unfamiliar with it." "Hee. I am Xiao Hua from the country of Shi's Thunder Control Sect." Xiao Hua put away the black iron needle and held the ice-cold tentacle of Zhenzhe in his hand. He said with a smile, "This is my dual cultivation partner, Xueqi." Country of Shi? Thunder Control Sect? Qua Chiao was stunned. However, she immediately understood and bowed again. "This concubine greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue." "Hee. No need to be so polite." Xueqi stepped forward and said with a smile, "This concubine and my husband came to the Sea of Shi to travel. We have already stayed here for a period of time and didn't see any powerful sea beasts." "Fellow Taoist Qua, what is going on? You actually lured a middle-stage foundation establishment sea beast so far?" "I am ashamed." Qua Chiao glanced at the tentacle of Zhenzhe in Xiao Hua's hand, and a trace of shame appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, "Speaking of which, this concubine is somewhat overestimating herself. Every 10 years, my Blood Red Island has a competition between disciples. This is also one of the competitions. This concubine wanted to win, so she took the risk and accepted the mission of killing Zhenzhe's tentacle. However, fellow Taoist Xue also saw that this Zhenzhe was very powerful. This concubine spent a lot of effort to find it and wanted to catch it off guard and cut off one of its tentacles. That was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhenzhe chased this concubine for 10 days and still didn't let this concubine go. If this concubine didn't encounter fellow Taoist Xue and Senior Xiao, this time, I am afraid that this concubine would have lost her life. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. According to this Xiao's opinion, fellow Taoist Qua took out a demonic tool just now, right? This demonic tool is the nemesis of Zhenjia? Hua Qiao didn't hide it. She clapped her hands and took out a demonic spear tip that was slightly smaller than Xiao Hua's spear tip. She handed it over and said with a smile, "That's right. This demonic spear tip doesn't fear transcendence energy and can't be driven by divine sense. It is the best tool to pierce through sea beasts." This concubine obtained this demonic tool a long time ago and has always been able to use it with ease. Therefore, this concubine had the idea of cutting off Zhenjia's tentacle. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi.com to vote for it. Chapter 2151. Xiao Hua took the demonic weapon. It was very heavy, but compared to Xiao Hua's demonic spear, it was clearly inferior. It didn't have the coldness and bloodiness of the tentacle. Seeing Xiao Hua take the demonic spear easily, Hua Qiao was slightly stunned. She unconsciously sized Xiao Hua up again. Xiao Hua didn't care about Hua Qiao's gaze and returned the spear to her. He pondered in his heart, this Hua Qiao blocked the path of demonic weapons and only said that she only has one demonic weapon. How can I make her spit it out? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua handed over Zhenjia's tentacle and said with a smile, "The tentacle is here. Obviously, fellow Taoist also wants it. However, what can fellow Taoist exchange it with?" This. Hua Qiao slightly frowned. Then with a tug of her hand, she took the storage bag from her waist and generously handed it to Xiao Hua. "Senior, take a look. If there's anything you like in this storage bag, you can take it." "Hee, you're quite generous." Xiao Hua took the storage pouch with a smile and took advantage of the situation to hand over the tentacle to Hua Qiao. Hua Qiao was delighted to see that the tentacle was so easy to obtain. She was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Seeing Xiao Hua easily cut down Zhenjia's tentacle, she knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not someone she could defeat. What was the difference between having the storage pouch on her and having it in Xiao Hua's hands? Oh, Xiao Hua looked inside the storage pouch. Sure enough, there wasn't the demonic spear shaft he wanted. Thus, he slightly frowned. "Senior, you don't like anything?" Hua Qiao somewhat embarrassedly said. "Junior doesn't have many things here. However, the remains of the sea beasts are also unique to my Xueqi sea." What's in this jade slip?" Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and casually asked. "It can't be the secret technique of your blood-red island, right?" "No." Hearing Xiao Hua mention the jade slip, Hua Qiao's eyes lit up. She was worried that she couldn't mention the secret method of the bloody red island. Xiao Hua's words were simply like giving her a ladder. This is some information about the language of the devil realm that Junior has collected. Speaking of the secret method of the bloody red island, Senior, where did you learn this sleeve universe? Oh, devil realm language. Xiao Hua didn't mind Hua Qiao's question. His eyes lit up as he said, "Then this Xiao wants this jade slip. No problem." Hua Qiao was the same as Xiao Hua. Both of them were somewhat absent-minded. She nodded and said, "Senior can make a copy. But, Senior, can you tell me where you got your heaven and earth sleeve secret technique?" Xiao Hua took out the jade slip and copied it with his divine sense while casually saying, "This Xiao obtained a jade slip in the Flame Forest Swamp, and it contains this heaven and earth sleeve secret technique." "It really is Flame Forest Marsh," Hua Qiao exclaimed and asked anxiously. "Then, are the other things with the jade slip still there?" At this time, Xiao Hua didn't answer her question. He concentrated on copying the jade strip. Hua Qiao stood there awkwardly. Perhaps it was because they had fought sea beasts together, or perhaps it was because Hua Qiao was not as pretty as Xueqi, but Xueqi still liked Hua Qiao. At this moment, she stepped forward and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua, please wait for a moment. My husband will explain to you in detail in a while." Hua Qiao rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Xue, don't call me fellow cultivator. Just call me Qiao." Hee. Fellow cultivator's cultivation is deeper than this concubine's. This concubine has just entered foundation establishment. How can I casually address you? Xueqi also said with a smile. It can't be. Hua Qiao's eyes widened as she said in surprise. Big Sister Xue's magic power is deeper than Qiao's. How can you have just entered Foundation establishment? Xiao definitely won't believe it.
He. Xueqi was helpless and couldn't explain further.
Thus, Xiao casually explained to Xueqi. Not long after, Xueqi understood the reason. It turned out that thousands of years ago, for some reason, the island master of the Blood Red Island went to the flaming forest swamp of the country of Xi with the other island masters. It seemed like they were hunting some demonic beasts or searching for something. In short, a few early gold core stage cultivators went together. They thought it was an extremely simple matter, but who would have thought that these people didn't come back after going?
After that, the other few islands were in a mess because of the inheritance.
Many people even died. The inheritance of each island was divided into several branches, and some even died out. Sea City's Sioux family seemed to be a branch of one of the islands. Blood Ray Island was considered lucky because the island master at that time had a twin brother. Although his cultivation wasn't golden core, he was still in the late stage of foundation establishment. Under the consolation of this brother, Blood Ray Island didn't fall into decline. However, because the missing island master had brought along some of the Scarlet Island's secret magic books, the famous magic arts of the Scarlet Island, such as the Heaven and Earth Sleeve, were only elementary magic arts. The advanced magic arts were missing. Fellow Taoist Qua. Xueqi shook her head with a smile. Every Thunder Palace of my Imperial Thunder Sect has a library. These techniques are all stored in the library. They definitely won't be lost just because something happened to the sect master. Don't tell me your sect doesn't have such an arrangement. Xiao smiled bitterly. Of course my Blood Ray Island has a library, but it's also a coincidence. Perhaps that senior was comprehending these techniques and took away the jade slips of these techniques. If the island master didn't investigate carefully, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe that such a thing happened. I don't know about the other techniques. At this moment, Xiaohua also finished copying the jade slips. He handed over the storage pouch and said with a smile, however, I can guarantee that the Heaven and Earth Sleeve jade slips recorded in it are complete. That's great. Xiao was overjoyed. As long as I can find this technique, it'll be a great merit. When did I agree to return this jade slips to Blood Ray Island? Xiaohua asked curiously. Even if it's your Blood Ray Island's Heaven and Earth Sleeve technique, I've obtained it in Flame Forest Swamp. It has nothing to do with your Blood Ray Island. Yes, I naturally know this. Xiao smiled apologetically, now that the jade slips are Senior Zhao's. And it can be said that Heaven and Earth Sleeve is Senior Zhao's divine ability. Naturally, it has nothing to do with my Blood Ray Island. However, my Blood Ray Island also has Heaven and Earth Sleeve. I believe that while Senior and his disciple can inherit this divine ability, if you completely copy this technique to my Blood Ray Island, you'll definitely be greatly rewarded. Xiaohua sneered. Your island master is a gold core cultivator. Do you think I'll go? Xiao was silent. That's right. How could Xiaohua walk right into the trap? Xiao sighed and bowed. No matter what, I was able to obtain the whereabouts of the Heaven and Earth Sleeve technique. It's also a merit to my Blood Ray Island.
When I return to the island, I'll report to Island Master and ask Island Master to pay a visit to Senior at the Thunder Controlling Sect in the country of Xi.
If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 2152. Fine. Hearing this, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He didn't want Blood Ray Island to cause an uproar in Imperial Thunder Sect. How about this? Xiaohua glanced at Xueqi and said, I'll believe you this time. What? Xiao was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. This Xiao has always been merciful and benevolent. To be honest, this Xiao has already made a copy of this universe creator cultivation method. My thunder-controlling sect's Myriad Thunder Valley already has a copy. Xiaohua smiled and said, This Xiao is also willing to exchange this jade slip for some things. But what? Xiao said nervously, Senior, I'll do anything you ask of me. Xiaohua's lips curled into a lewd smile. Xiao's skin turned cold and she hugged her not-so-towering chest with her hands. As long as fellow Qua promises not to take the initiative to speak of this matter and help me ask for the location of an island in the Xueqi Sea, I will find a safe place and return the jade slip to Blood Red Island before I leave.
Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke the question that Kuo Qiao had in mind. Of course. Kuo Qiao let out a long breath and patted her chest. Junior swears that I won't speak of this matter to Island Master.
I'll just say that Senior was invited by Junior to compete.
Okay.
Xiao Hua didn't ask what this competition meant and nodded. In addition, what island is Senior Xiao looking for? Kuo Qiao asked again. Can Junior know this in advance?
Of course.
Xiao Hua nodded. I'm looking for an island called Sunset Island. Sunset Island? Kuo Qiao was indeed confused. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said, Junior didn't know there was such an island in Xueqi Sea.
It seems that I have to return to Bloodray Island and ask Island Master.
Xiao Hua wasn't surprised by Kuo Qiao's words. If Kuo Qiao knew where Sunset Island was, Xiao Hua might kill her with one palm. Seeing that Xiao Hua was taking the risk to go to Bloodray Island, Xueqi felt strange and whispered, Husband, you took his secret technique, why are you sending it to him? It's best to stay as far away from Blood Red Island as possible. Wife, don't worry, Xiao Hua said with a smile. He's just a core formation cultivator. Her husband wasn't even afraid of old ghost Zhong from the Zhong family. So why would he be afraid of some unruly cultivators from overseas? Besides, I still have some things to ask of Kuo Qiao. All right. Xueqi naturally had some understanding of Xiao Hua's cultivation, and also knew that Xiao Hua would not force others for his own cultivation, so she nodded in agreement. Senior Xiao, please wait a moment. Seeing that the matter was settled, Kuo Qiao was happy. She smiled apologetically and said, Junior wants to take some elixirs and adjust my breathing. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. When Kuo Qiao took out a pill and was about to consume it, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Daoist Kuo, what pill is this? May I have a look? Oh, this is my Scarlet Island spine pellet. It's refined from the inner core of a sea beast. I'm afraid it's not the same as the Shi country's medicinal pills. Kuo Qiao understood Xiao Hua's words. She handed the spine purline pill to Xiao Hua and said, This pill is for Senior. All right. Xiao Hua took it and put it in front of his nose to smell it. A slight fishy smell, accompanied by a trace of medicinal fragrance, entered his nose. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He understood that the spiritual herbs on the islands of Xueqi Sea could not compare to the Dawn Rain continent, but there were many sea beasts. Sea beasts that condensed their cores all had inner cores, which were also condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Refining elixirs was even better than using spiritual herbs. However, using the inner core of a fifth-rank sea beast to refine elixirs for a foundation establishment cultivator to consume, isn't it too extravagant? Xiao Hua sighed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua blushed with shame. He had obtained a lot of jade slips in Flame Forest Swamp. Later on, he obtained even more jade slips in Ink Cloud Black Forest. He clearly knew that there were some things inside, but he only flipped through them to see if they were useful for his cultivation. There were many qi refinement cultivation methods and some incomplete secret methods that he did not examine carefully. Didn't Kuo Qiao also mention it? Xiao Hua had no impression of the other cultivation methods of Bloodray Island that were together with the universe in the sleeve. However, Xiao Hua could not be blamed. This time, he left the Imperial Thunder Sect and accompanied Xueqi to gain experience. His accumulation was really astonishing. In a short few years, not even 10 years, he still had to cultivate. Where would he have the time to comprehend the jade slips one by one? Perhaps, when the Sword Heart Energy Seed technique succeeds, I will also split a primordial spirit and focus on comprehending these jade slips. Xiao Hua slightly raised his lips. The Dream Execution Sword has been in gestation for several years. Why is there still no movement? Of course, Xiao Hua's split primordial spirit had an extremely subtle connection with his main primordial spirit. How could he not know about the budding changes? However, it had been several years now, and the sword spirit had not been born yet. This made him somewhat impatient. During this period of time, it was also fortunate that he had the soaring dragon shears. Otherwise, he would have suffered many times. After an hour, Kuo Qiao finished adjusting her breathing. She took Xiao Hua and Xueqi and flew straight to the place where the sun rose. This flight lasted several days. What made Xiao Hua blush with shame was that Kuo Qiao was different from him. She did not need to take out the Sinan at all. She knew where to go and how to hide like the back of her hand. It was as if this Xueqi Sea was her own backyard. On this day, it was already noon. They arrived at a messy reef. Countless jagged reefs protruded from the sea surface. Large patches of seaweed and other things swayed between the reefs. White foam also floated between the seaweed. Hua Qiao stopped in midair and said in a low voice, "Senior Xiao, Sister Xue, please wait for a moment. I have a senior brother who is training here. I will call him later." When speaking of senior brother, Hua Qiao's face was slightly unnatural. Oh! Xiao Hua's heart moved. He immediately thought of that tall cultivator who was as valiant as an ox. Xue smiled like a flower and said, "If Qiao is willing, of course it's good. Sister doesn't care." "Thank you, sister." Hua Qiao clapped her hands and took out a communication talisman. She whispered a few words and shook it into the sea. The communication talisman emitted a blue light and disappeared into the water. Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of air bubbles violently appeared. Soon after, there was a loud sound of water. From the gap between the reefs, a burly middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator squeezed out with difficulty. This cultivator's body was very large. It was actually somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's Vajradharma body. It was the male cultivator that Xiao Hua saw. Qiao. The male cultivator floated to the sea surface and glanced at Xiao Hua and Xue. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then landed on the reef and called in a low voice, "What's the matter?" When Hua Qiao saw the male cultivator, a trace of warmth flashed in her eyes. She pointed at him and said, "This is Senior Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is fellow Taoist Xue." Oh, the male cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and Xue and bowed. Hua Rhyming of the Blood Red Island greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue. This Hua Rhyming is a bore? Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't have a particularly good impression of Hua Qiao and Hua Rhyming because he previously thought that Hua Qiao wanted to join forces with Hua Rhyming to plot against him. But now, after hearing Hua Qiao's introduction, Hua Rhyming called him senior without any explanation. This was absolutely not commensurate with his middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. However, after Xiao Hua and Xue returned the greeting, Hua Rhyming said to Hua Qiao in a silly manner, "Qiao the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent are all scheming. It's not like you were cheated a lot in Dawn City. Why don't you pay more attention now? Fellow Taoist Xiao is obviously at the early stage of foundation establishment. Why do you want me to call you senior?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face burned. Wasn't it him who coincidentally obtained the tail of the Devil's Spear during the auction in Dawn City? Brother Ming. This senior Xiao can't be compared to other cultivators. Hua Qiao pursed her lips and smiled. "It was Senior Xiao who rescued me from Zhenjia's tentacles." "Ah? You really found Zhenjia?" Hua Rhyming was shocked. Without caring about anything else, he turned around and bowed deeply. "I really have to thank Senior Xiao. Qiao is a little headstrong. I have advised her several times, but unexpectedly, she still went to find Zhenjia. If it wasn't for Senior Xiao, I wouldn't have known." Seeing that Hua Rhyming had put Hua Qiao's safety first, which was completely different from Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhongyuan, Xiao Hua was delighted. He raised his hand and said, "Don't be so polite. Fellow Taoist Hua. Just call me fellow Taoist. I don't dare to call you senior." Senior Xiao called me Senior Xiao. How would I dare to change it? Hua Rhyming shook his head and said, "Moreover, Senior Xiao saved Qiao's life. I will definitely call you senior." Brother Ming, look at what I have here." Hua Qiao immediately took out Zhenjia's tentacles as if she was presenting a treasure. "You really got it." Hua Rhyming smiled and reached out to hold Hua Qiao's hand. He said with a smile, "The first place of this competition will definitely be yours." It's all thanks to Senior Xiao." Hua Qiao said with a smile. "I also asked Senior Xiao to help me." Senior Xiao also agreed. When Hua Rhyming heard this, he immediately turned around and wanted to bow. Xiao Hua had a headache. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, you don't have to thank me." No. How could Hua Rhyming let it go? He still wanted to bow. However, Xiao Hua's arms seemed to be cast from copper and iron. He seemed to be unable to bow down. Hua Rhyming was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength again, he heard Hua Qiao say, "If Senior Xiao doesn't allow you to bow, then don't bow." You bowed so many times in such a short period of time. You are making me dizzy. Qua Rhyming was very obedient to Qua Chao. He immediately stopped bowing and stood up. By the way, Brother Ming, did you get the tiger mark amber? Qua Chao took back Zhen's tentacles and asked with concern. Chapter 2153. Hearing Qua Chao-er's question, Qua Rhyming was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I don't know why, but this tiger amber is especially smart this time. I have been guarding it for dozens of days and have seen a few of them.
But before I can make a move, they immediately run away, as if they already knew I was here.
Hee, Brother Ming, you made a bet with me. Qua Chao-er covered her mouth and said, I already got this Gung Jia. What are you going to say?
Yes, I lost the bet.
Qua Rhyming nodded and said, whatever Chao-er says. Okay. Qua Chao-er puffed up her cheeks and said in a fit of pique, it's always like this. You obviously lost, but you still act like you won. Even if you win, I still have the final say. What's the point?
Chao.
Qua Rhyming took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Senior Xiao and fellow Xue are both here. Don't let them laugh at you. Qua Chao-er slightly raised her head and avoided Qua Rhyming. She slightly blinked at Xue, but her face towards Qua Rhyming was still gloomy. Xue looked at Xiao Hua and secretly laughed. She knew that Qua Chao-er was throwing a tantrum. She also lowered her head and looked at the dark green sea. She was very focused, as if there was the most attractive trick there.
Chao.
Seeing that Qua Chao-er did not forgive him because of his words, Qua Rhyming smiled apologetically and said, whatever you say, I will definitely listen to you. You will listen to me? This is what you said. Qua Chao-er frowned and said angrily, Yes, I will definitely listen to you. Qua Rhyming hurriedly said, I will accompany you back to the island. It's fine if we don't catch this tiger amber. No way. Qua Chao-er said unhappily, if you accompany me back, you won't be able to complete your task. Won't you be at a disadvantage in the competition? Then wait a moment. Qua Rhyming was played in circles by Qua Chao-er. He hurriedly said, I will go down and catch the tiger amber immediately. Do you think that tiger amber is yours? When Qua Chao-er said this, she seemed to have thought of something interesting and actually laughed. Although Qua Chao-er was not as fair and beautiful as Xue, her bright eyes were also beautiful. Qua Rhyming's eyes were filled with tenderness. How about this? Qua Chao-er thought for a moment and said, I originally wanted to accompany Senior Xiao and wait here, but you have been waiting for dozens of days without any results. This tiger spot amber should be surrounded by several people, but my cultivation is not enough. Why don't I ask for Senior Xiao's help? We only need a small amount of tiger spot amber's inner core to refine the spine silk pill. You only need to capture one. How about we give the rest to Senior Xiao? Oh, only now did Xiao Hua understand that Qua Chao-er had been talking for so long because she wanted him to help Qua Rhyming, but she was afraid that Qua Rhyming wouldn't be willing, so she did this. She really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, Qua Rhyming was displeased the moment he heard that, and there was displeasure on his face. It was just that he had just said that he would listen to everything Chao-er said, so he was too embarrassed to say anything more. He could only keep his head down and remain silent. Senior Xiao, tiger spot amber is a necessity for refining the spine silk pill. This great flag reef is also the place where tiger spot amber is most likely to appear. If you want to refine the spine silk pill, or exchange it with the islands overseas, this tiger spot amber is the best sea beast. At this moment, Qua Chao-er smiled and said to Xiao Hua, My brother Ming's cultivation might not be as good as Senior Zhao's, but he has some talent in searching for tiger spot amber. It will be much easier for him to help you. And Qua Chao-er had put in so much effort, how could Xiao Hua not help her? Moreover, he also needed sea beasts like tiger spot amber, so he agreed without hesitation. Qua Rhyming heard Qua Chao-er call him my brother Ming, and his unhappiness had already mostly disappeared. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xiao, please come down with me. Okay, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Qua, go first. Seeing Xiao Hua easily use the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, Qua Chao-er also said to Xue, Sister Xue, let's go down too. This great flag reef looks very dangerous, but the bottom of the sea is very beautiful. I followed Brother Ming here several times, and every time I was intoxicated. Is that so? Then we should go and take a look. Xueqi thought Kwa Chiao, or was worried about Kwa rhyming, so she said casually. Unexpectedly, when Xueqi also used the water dispelling art to enter the sea, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at this world that she had never seen before. When she just entered the sea, there was still sunlight, and after the sunlight was filtered by the dark green seawater, it actually turned into several different colors, dyeing all the seawater. Some small, almost invisible things swayed in the ripples of the water, and there were also small algae and other things floating. As she went deeper, the sunlight weakened, but she saw many fishes. Some were slender, some were thick, some were pitch black, some were colorful, some were in groups, some were alone, and there was even a long sea snake swimming in the distance like a belt. This was not the main reason why Xueqi was shocked. She saw that the many reefs on the surface of Xueqi Sea had already become huge stone pillars in the sea. These stone pillars were like continuous hills, and the stone pillars were extremely tall. When Xueqi scanned with her divine perception, she actually could not see the bottom of the sea. On top of the pillars formed by these reefs, there was a layer of thin, fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were multicolored and extremely dazzling. Although the sunlight was extremely weak, the ripples on the surface of the water were actually like rays of sunlight that shone directly on the surface. What is this? Xueqi opened her eyes wide and looked around. Looking at the multicolored stone pillars around her, she said curiously, "Why is it so beautiful?" "Okay, Sister Xue knows." Kwa Chiao said proudly, "These are corals, and they are the specialty of Xueqi Sea. You can't see them anywhere else. Moreover, the corals on this great flag reef are even more special. The other places are either red or pink, and they are all single colors. Only the corals here are multicolored. Or maybe it is because of the rainbow colors, tiger spots are the most likely to appear. It's really magnificent." Xueqi dived all the way down, looking greedily. This was a strange sight that she had never seen before. "It's even more beautiful when we go deeper." Kwa Chiao pointed with her finger and said, "There is no sunlight in the depths of Great Flag Reef, but there is no lack of light. In the abyss, there are all kinds of grotesque sea beasts and fishes. They can all glow by themselves, reflecting each other. It's even more beautiful than sunlight. Sister Xue, you don't know this, but there is a bald flat sea beast that has rows of candles on both sides of its body. It's extremely bright." Where? Xueqi was even more excited as she dived down. However, just as she dived down another few hundred feet, a huge force blocked them. No matter how Xueqi urged, she could not go any further. Chapter 2154. Sister Xue. At this time, Kwa Chiao said helplessly, "Our cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. We can only go this far by using the water-splitting art. This water-splitting art is not the 5 elements escape art. We can't go freely in the sea. If we can cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, we will be able to see the beautiful scenery in the abyss." "Oh, I see." Xueqi released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she could see Xiao Hua and Kwa rhyming, but she couldn't see the beautiful sea beast mentioned by Kwa Chiao. Xueqi was a little disappointed and looked at Xiao Hua with envy. She followed Kwa Chiao to play among the corals. Xiao Hua was like Xueqi. His eyes lit up and he was very curious. Kwa rhyming didn't explain to Xiao Hua that Kwa Chiao was clever, he just kept diving. Using the water dispelling art was different from using the earth escape art. When it reached a certain level, it would immediately generate strength. Xiao Hua didn't notice it at all. He followed Kwa rhyming deeper into the cave. When Kwa rhyming stopped, Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Kwa, you don't seem to be here, right?" "Yes, the tiger mark amber is still down there." Kwa rhyming pointed at the place several feet below and said, "My cultivation can only go this far. If I want to catch the tiger mark amber, I will need to use a magic tool." After saying that, Kwa rhyming clapped his hand and a 1-foot-long magic tool that looked like a ship's anchor flew out of his storage pouch. It slowly sank down until it reached a pitch-black hole that was several feet in size and a few square feet in size. "Hee hee, so you are waiting for me." Xiaohua laughed secretly.
Just as he was about to say something, his heart moved and he was about to release his divine sense.
Senior Xiao, Qua Rhyming said, don't release your divine sense. The tiger mark amber is very sensitive to divine sense and magic power. Xiaohua nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black square hole. His black iron needle was released along with his Buddhist sense. After half an hour, the seawater at the entrance of the cave swayed slightly, and a square-headed pig-like sea beast poked its head out. However, as soon as the sea beast poked its head out, it immediately shrank back, as if it was frightened. After a few times, the sea beast came out of the hole. Gah! What a strange sea beast! When the tiger spot who completely came out, Xiaohua was stunned. He saw that the tiger spot whose whole body was yellow. It really looked like a tiger spot. The square pig head was connected to a few ball-like bodies. Finally, there was a triangular tail. Under that ball-like body, there were a few baby claws. Qua Rhyming's magic weapon didn't stop at the entrance of the cave. It was half a foot away from the entrance. The tiger swam out of the cave. While its body was still, its head spun a few times as if its head was separated from its body. Immediately after, the tiger leopard swayed its tail and swam towards the coral on the reef. Qua Rhyming's magical artifact was guarding that direction. Seeing that the tiger leopard was close to the magical artifact, Qua Rhyming was overjoyed. In these dozens of days, the tiger leopard had never been so close to the magical artifact. However, when he activated the magical artifact, a trace of magical power surged on the magical artifact. The tiger leopard's body didn't change direction at all. A water arrow like the water of heaven and earth sprayed on the magical artifact. Qua Rhyming's body slightly stagnated and his true essence also stopped. The tiger leopard's body suddenly retreated and rushed into the black hole faster than the flying sword. At this moment, suddenly, a black light appeared in front of the black hole. It was the black iron needle that Xiaohua released before. The tiger leopard couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the black iron needle like a candied haw. Half of his body rushed into the black hole before he finally stopped. Hiss! Qua Rhyming gasped. He knew that although the tiger leopard looked very clumsy, it was actually very clever. Moreover, its square head was very hard. Even his magical artifact couldn't break its head. However, Xiaohua's black iron needle pierced the tiger leopard's head. On one hand, the tiger leopard's speed was too fast. On the other hand, the black iron needle was really sharp. Seeing that the black iron needle was effective, Xiaohua dove down several feet and easily arrived at the side of the black hole. He waved his hand and the tiger leopard fell into his hand. Sure enough, the tiger leopard's skin was very hard and cold. It was far from the soft skin that he saw. This is for you. Xiaohua handed the tiger leopard to Qua Rhyming and said, the rest is mine. Thank you, Senior Xiao. When Qua Rhyming saw that Xiaohua was able to easily dive down, he knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was deeper than his own. After Qua Rhyming received the tiger leopard, he said, then let's do what we did just now. Junior will put the magical artifact there to lure the tiger leopard. Senior, use the magical artifact to kill it. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and still put the black iron needle between the corals. After a while, no more tiger leopard came out. Xiaohua asked, fellow Taoist Qua, I have something to ask. Senior. Qua Rhyming smiled apologetically and said, Junior has already said that the tiger leopard is very smart. Junior doesn't know where their nest is. Junior only knows that they often come out from this hole. Just now, after the tiger leopard disappeared, I'm afraid another tiger leopard will appear after an hour. Oh, that's not what I'm asking. Xiaohua shook his head and said, I heard from Qua Chiao that the tiger leopard's inner core is necessary to refine the ridge pellet, right? Yes. Qua Rhyming nodded and said, Junior doesn't know the formula of the ridge pellet, but Junior knows that the ridge pellet is refined from the inner cores of several kinds of sea beasts. Although the tiger leopard's inner core is very little, without its inner core, the ridge pellet can't be refined successfully. Xiaohua nodded, but he still didn't understand. Since the tiger leopard has an inner core, it should be at least a 5th stage sea beast, right? Why is its strength so weak? 5th stage sea beast? Qua Rhyming stared blankly and said curiously, the tiger leopard isn't a 5th stage sea beast. It can barely be considered a 2nd stage sea beast. No way. Xiaohua was stunned. How can a 2nd stage sea beast have an inner core? How can a second stage sea beast not have an inner core? Qua rhyming was even more baffled. Even if it's a first stage sea beast, it also has an inner core, right? Otherwise, what can the islands of my Xueqi Sea use to refine pills? Fellow Taoist Qua, you're saying that all sea beasts have inner cores?
Xiaohua patted his forehead and suddenly understood.
Yes. Qua rhyming nodded. Apart from ordinary fish, shrimps, and ordinary sea beasts that don't have inner cores, all the sea beasts that we cultivators hunt have inner cores. Otherwise, why would we hunt them? Hee, I understand now. Xiaohua said with a smile. I thought that sea beasts were the same as the demonic beasts on Xiaoyu continent.
Only after reaching the 5th stage can they have a demonic core and the strength of a golden core cultivator.
Is that so? The demonic beasts on the continent are so strange. Qua rhyming was also a little surprised. I rarely go to the land. This time, I went to the Haoming City with my junior sister and lost a lot of spirit stones at the auction in the Haoming City, so I don't know much about the situation on the land. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. After Qua rhyming explained the matter, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Sure enough, it was not far from what he thought. It turned out that Qua Chiao was the one who took out the jade slip with the demonic language to bid. She wanted to bait him or let him take more spirit stones to vent his anger. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would suddenly stop and let Qua Chiao bid for her own jade slip? Haoming City didn't care who bid for it. Although it was her own item, she still had to give a certain percentage of the commission. Qua Chiao tried to be clever but ended up with a loss of spirit stones instead. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed, but then frowned and said, right, why didn't you all take these inner cores to bid? Hee, Senior Xiao, do you think we are unwilling? Qua rhyming smiled and said, unfortunately, the elixirs of the Dawn Rain continent seem to be different from those of the overseas islands. Moreover, most of the cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent have an earth attribute physique, while most of the sea beasts in the Xueqi Sea have water attribute inner cores. Who would want more? Besides, the elixir recipes of the Xueqi Sea islands are rare, and each island treasures them like their own lives. They have never been leaked, so how could there be such elixir recipes on the Dawn Rain continent? Then, who would want the inner cores? I'm afraid that's not all.
Xiaohua smiled as if he had thought of something.
Yes, in addition, the elixir refined from the sea beast's inner cores is very violent. Only the disciples of the overseas islands with tough meridians and solid bodies can take it. Ordinary cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent can't take it, so the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is more gentle and suitable for them. Qua rhyming said with some jealousy, the disciples of the overseas islands also want to take that kind of elixir. Not only is its medicinal effect good, but it also has no impurities, unlike the spine purlin elixir, which requires the use of cultivation techniques to refine its impurities. Alas, it's a pity that the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is too expensive. Each elixir costs a lot of spiritual stones. We can't afford it. Hee. Seeing Qua rhyming start to complain, Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything.
Actually, the inner cores of the sea beasts might be different from the golden cores of us cultivators. Qua rhyming said again, from what this junior knows, all the sea beasts with spiritual abilities have their inner cores. They use their inner cores to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Sometimes on the Xueqi Sea, on the night of the full moon, many sea beasts with profound cultivation will release their inner cores to absorb the essence of the moon. The power of their inner cores can fill the entire sea surface. Therefore, the sea beasts of the Xueqi Sea are the same as the spiritual herbs on the Dawn Rain continent. The more profound their cultivation and the longer their lifespan, the more useful they are to us cultivators. Xiaohua's expression changed. He raised his index finger to signal Qua rhyming to be quiet. Impossible, right? Qua rhyming was slightly stunned. He didn't dare to release his spiritual sense, but based on what he saw, the two of them talked for less than an hour. How could the tiger-spotted amber appear? However, when he looked at the entrance of the cave with some dissatisfaction, sure enough, an even bigger square head and big ears poked out. Chapter 2155. With Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness and the black iron needles without mana fluctuations, Xiaohua and Qua rhyming were able to capture the tiger spot amber with ease. In just half a day, they had already obtained 9 tiger spot amber.
In front of Qua Ryming's dumbfounded eyes, Xiaohua even gave him a second tiger spot amber. Xiaohua seemed to be addicted to it. He released his Buddhist sense to check if there were any more tiger mark amber coming out. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. A feeling of palpitations came from the depths of Great Flag Reef, pressing down on his heart tightly like a mountain. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of warning sign was very serious. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, he knew that the most important thing right now was to leave this place. However, just as Xiaohua was about to speak, a fiery red color gradually appeared from the depths of Great Flag Reef. Ah? Fire wave fish beast? Qua Ryming's eyes immediately opened wider than a ball. His face was full of surprise and ecstasy. This is the legendary sea beast. Fellow Taoist Qua, Xiaohua said hurriedly. This place is extremely dangerous. Quickly follow me. Ah, dangerous? Qua Ryming was stunned. He quickly scanned with his divine sense but didn't see anything abnormal. He said disapprovingly, Senior Xiao, if we talk about cultivation, I can't catch up to you. But if we talk about experience in QC, you should listen to me. Good boy, a spirit min beast. Qi Yen Song. As Qua Ryming spoke, he no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. Instead, he used his divine sense to look at the dozen or so multicolored sea beasts that had spread out in all directions and were rapidly swimming away. He muttered, These are all rare beasts that I can't even see normally. As he said that, Qua Ryming activated his magic tool. The ship anchor flashed with a blue brilliance and flew towards a spirit min beast that was approaching. Fellow Taoist Qua, this is the last time I ask you. Don't forget that you can't even see a single one of these rare sea beasts normally. Why are they all out now? Xiaohua formed a water-dispelling seal and his body began to sway. Unexpectedly, Qua Ryming's eyes lit up. He simply turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's reminder. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly flew towards the surface of the sea. Wife. Xiaohua released his divine sense. He had long since seen Xueqi, who was lingering around the corals, forgetting to return. He hurriedly said, Let's go. All right. When Xueqi heard Xiaohua's call, she immediately activated her magic power and flew towards the surface of the sea. Of course, she didn't forget to shout, Fellow Taoist Qua, quickly follow me. But Qua Qiao's body moved slightly. She still hesitated and said anxiously, Where's my brother Ming? Xiaohua has already passed by Qua Qiao grabbed Xueqi and said anxiously, I feel that there might be some unusual movement in the Sea of Life. I already warned fellow Taoist Qua, but he wants to capture some rare sea beast. Qua Qiao quickly scanned with her divine perception. Indeed, she saw even more rare sea beasts surging out. Her eyes also lit up. Praise fellow Taoist. Xueqi knew Xiaohua's premonition. Although her body had already flown several meters with Xiaohua, she still didn't forget to shout, Let's go. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Oh, Qua Qiao casually responded. She waved her hand and a light purple rope flew out. It was caught by Xueqi. At the same time Qua Qiao flew up, she hurriedly transmitted her voice, Brother Ming, let's go, roar. At this moment, a sound similar to the roar of tens of thousands of bulls rose from under everyone's feet. The entire seawater seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles gushed out from the depths of the sea. Along with those bubbles, an extremely powerful confining force covered an area of more than 1,000 meters. Ah! Xueqi was greatly alarmed. The magic power in her body had already begun to stagnate. Whatever water-dispelling art, whatever flying technique, they all slowed down. Rise, Xiaohua roared. The phoenix body flew out of his body. With a phoenix cry, its fleshy wings flapped and shattered the confining force. However, this confining force seemed to be the might of heaven. Just as it was shattered by the phoenix body, it immediately gradually reappeared. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the magic power on the surface of Xiaohua's body surged. With a burst of brilliance, he used the bright thunder escape and flew towards the horizon with extreme speed. Roar! Just as Xiaohua flew for more than 1,000 meters, the confining force suddenly disappeared again. What followed was actually an incomparably powerful suction force. A suction force that spun towards the bottom of Gueha Sea. Rumble! Another deafening sound rang out. The majestic Great Flag Reef just now was still multicolored coral rocks, but now it was like a withered branch swallowed by a flood. It was instantly destroyed, and even the suction force rapidly sank. The seawater within 1,000 meters of Xueqi Sea rushed towards the bottom of the sea like a funnel. It was as if the entire seabed had leaked a large hole here. Brother Ming, Kwa Chao screamed miserably. The hand holding the light purple rope actually loosened. Her small and delicate body instantly fell into the whirlpool. She simply didn't have time to struggle and was about to be swallowed. Do you want to die? Xiaohua roared angrily. The phoenix Dharma body turned around and flew over. Its sharp phoenix claws instantly broke through Kwa Chao's defense and pierced into Kwa Chao's back, firmly grabbing her. Senior Xiao, quickly put me down. Kwa Chao screamed somewhat crazily. I want to find Brother Ming. I want to die together with Brother Ming. What's the point of this? Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. At this moment, he had already brought Xueqi to the edge of the whirlpool. The suction force was already relatively weak, and Xueqi was able to resist it. Even if I die, I want to be together with Brother Ming. Even if I die, I want to tell him that I love him. Kwa Chao struggled with all her might, but how could she break free from the phoenix Dharma body? Her petite body was brought to Xiaohua's side. Her Taoist robe was already soaked in blood. When Xueqi heard this, she was about to cry. She turned to Xiaohua and said, Husband, I know you can save Kwa Rhyming. Put me and Kwa Chao down, and I will immediately take Kwa Chao and escape from here. I don't want to see this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks separated from each other. This. Xiaohua released his divine sense. At this moment, the entire whirlpool was already enveloped by a huge suction force. Under the might of heaven and earth, his divine sense couldn't reach far. However, he could still see Kwa Rhyming struggling with all his might in the whirlpool, being dragged into the abyss bit by bit. After estimating for a moment, Xiaohua understood that he should be able to save Kwa Rhyming. However, this whirlpool and the collapsed Great Flag Reef were obviously the might of heaven and earth. Which cultivator could say that they could escape unscathed under the might of heaven and earth? However, Kwa Chao's extremely desolate gaze, incomparably desperate expression, and resolute actions all hit Xiaohua's weak spot. Chapter 2156. Forget it. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and grabbed Kwa Chao. He threw her to Xueqi and said, Fly horizontally as soon as possible. Then, he turned around and rushed into the whirlpool. But at this moment, there was another loud roar. The tremors were several times stronger than before. Countless bubbles surged out from the bottom of the sea, and countless corpses of sea beasts were tossed out by the whirlpool. In fact, Great Flag Reef was collapsing at an even faster rate. The suction force of the sea was several times stronger. Withdraw, Xiaohua dived quickly, and his spirit was released at the same time. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, didn't forget to amass wealth even when his life was in danger. Fortunately, as the corpses of the sea beasts around Xiaohua disappeared, Xiaohua's speed didn't decrease. It even exceeded the suction force and approached Kwa Rhyming at an extremely fast speed. Kwa Rhyming's face was already pale. He could still use the magic power in his body and make a dying struggle. Just as Xiaohua turned around, the suction force increased greatly. He was in the center of the whirlpool, and the suction force increased greatly. His true essence was now imprisoned, and he couldn't use any magic power. He could only be helpless. He fell into the whirlpool, and his whole body was not only spinning like a top, but also being dragged by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. There was no need to mention Kwa Rhyming's mood. He was extremely depressed and regretful. In his mind, besides Xiaohua's warning before he left, there was only Kwa Chao's smile. His mood was very similar to Kwa Chao's. He was extremely regretful that he didn't say anything to Kwa Chao. Chao? Just as Kwa Rhyming felt that the spinning sky and sea were extremely dark and was about to close his eyes, a figure appeared in front of him. When he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, when he opened his eyes again, the figure was already close to him. However, it wasn't Kwa Chao, but Xiaohua. Senior Xiao. Kwa Rhyming was completely stunned. He was even more stunned than Kwa Chao. Unfortunately, Qua Rhyming could only think with his head, but he couldn't move his hands and feet. He didn't have any magic power, so he could only watch with his eyes wide open. Whoop! Just at this moment, a gust of wind was born from the center of the whirlpool. It went against the torrential seawater and rushed into the air. Following this gust of wind, the range of the whirlpool suddenly increased, and the suction force also suddenly increased. Oh no! Xueqi was shocked. The pressure on him had increased as well, and he had no choice but to release the phoenix technique. Moreover, he was extremely worried about Xueqi. But at that moment, the strong winds and the suction force seemed to be able to absorb his spiritual will. Xueqi's spiritual will was unable to reach far. How could he meet Xueqi? Forget it! Xueqi gritted his teeth and stimulated his magic energy once more, causing his figure to flash once more as he flashed towards the center of the vortex where the suction force was the strongest. Crack! Just as Qua Rhyming's body was about to sway, the Phoenix Dama body extended its sharp claws and grabbed Qua Rhyming's back. Oh my, this guy's physical body is a little strange. When the Phoenix Celestial body's sharp claws pierced into Qua Rhyming's flesh, Xueqi immediately felt something strange about Qua Rhyming's flesh. It was incomparably tough, and if it wasn't for the Phoenix Celestial body's continuous advancement, this claw might not have succeeded. This was a situation where Qua Rhyming didn't have the slightest bit of magic energy. However, even though Xueqi had caught Qua Rhyming, he had also fallen into a quagmire. This strong suction force had already enveloped the surroundings of the vortex, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Xueqi's own true essence was also condensed, and his magic energy was gradually unable to be used. Seeing his body being dragged into the vortex, his entire body also began to involuntarily spin. While Xueqi was inwardly complaining, his mind was also rapidly turning. Xueqi had already experienced this spinning vortex many times in the Dark Netherland, so he could be considered to have some experience. Therefore, he didn't struggle upwards, and only urged his limited magic energy to fly parallel to the direction of the vortex. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, although Xueqi didn't escape from the vortex and fell down a lot, Xueqi had already gradually flown out of the center of the vortex, and his escape was in sight. Wang! A buzzing sound, as if millions of flies were flying around Xueqi's ears, shook his entire head. At this time, his magic energy was also completely disordered, and he was simply unable to continue flying. In just a moment when Xueqi relaxed his strength, the entire vortex was like a huge mouth swallowing the entire sea, the Great Flag Reef, and many of the remains of the sea beasts that Xueqi didn't put into his space. Xueqi and Qua Rhyming's bodies also fell down by several tens of feet. Damn it! I'm going to die! Xueqi was greatly alarmed, and his mind became slightly clearer as he immediately urged his cultivation method, and the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was activated. Soon after, a rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded Xueqi's meridians, and some of it overflowed from the surface of his body. Go! Xueqi's spirit was once again shaken. On one hand, he turned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into flowing true essence to urge his magic energy, and on the other hand, he used all his strength to urge the bright thunder escape to rush out of the vortex. He also didn't forget to continue putting the remains of the sea beasts in the vortex into his space. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Inside the vortex, all kinds of noises were unceasingly heard, and it was really lively. However, the suction force and the sweeping gale were similar to the dark wind, and gradually expanded, sucking in the several hundreds of feet of sea water. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was sucked in by the gale, forming a huge funnel that directly pierced into the sky. It was as if the end of the funnel was the layers of white clouds in the sky, and those white clouds were also drawn into the vortex. The Great Flag Reef that was originally in this sea area had long disappeared. In its place was a vortex that looked like the mouth of a pitch-black beast. This vortex was very deep, and there was simply no bottom. Everything within several hundreds of feet couldn't escape this vortex, and was completely swallowed by this vortex. Xueqi urged so much magic energy, and it was almost the same as when he was risking his life in the ink-black forest. On one hand, he skillfully corrected his body, and on the other, he urged his magic energy, and the earth-yellow brilliance around his body repeatedly flashed. In addition, about a foot behind his upper body, the Phoenix Celestial body flapped its wings to resist the restrictive force, and its sharp claws even grabbed a sturdy man that looked like a diamond. G. The sound inside the vortex changed again. This time, It was as if a giant was pushing a stone door, and there was the rusty sound of the door's axle moving. Following this sound, the hurricane that stood erect in the sky suddenly slapped down, and this situation was simply a replica of the dark wind.
A wave of vast and unparalleled power from the outermost part of the vortex, from the top of the vortex, suddenly began to shrink.
Everything in this area, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was wrapped up and suddenly restrained. Roar! Xueqi was very anxious, and he used the dragon transformation art with all his strength. His meridians were agitated, and his true essence instantly multiplied. Moreover, for safety's sake, Xueqi spat out another mouthful of blood, and he had no choice but to use the reverse blood-devouring art. The bright thunder escape changed direction again, and directly rushed out of the vortex. Xueqi's whole body flashed with brilliance, and his speed instantly increased by half, just barely surpassing the enormous power of the vortex. At the final moment when the vortex was rapidly shrinking, he rushed out of the vortex. Like a wild horse out of control, Xueqi's speed suddenly rushed into the still-surging Xueqi Sea. That speed had already broken through the water-dispelling art, and Xueqi's whole body entered the sea water. That ice-cold sea water at this time made Xueqi feel so familiar. At this time, Xueqi's meridians were already flowing with true essence, and abundant magic power filled his whole body. Xueqi naturally knew that using the reverse blood-devouring art would damage his cultivation. With a sigh, he let go of Qua rhyming, and the phoenix body returned to his body. He used the water-dispelling art again, and said indifferently, "Let's go up." "Yes, I will listen to Senior's instructions." At this time, Qua rhyming was extremely respectful. This vortex was formed by heaven and earth, and the might of heaven and earth was something that only spirit-severing cultivators could resist. And Xueqi was actually able to escape from the vortex and save him. Husband, Brother Ming, without waiting for the two to fly far, divine senses had already swept over. Xueqi and Qua shouted at the same time and rushed over from the distance. Although Xueqi's face was filled with surprise, but it was obviously not out of her expectations. "I am injured. Take me and fly." Xueqi unceremoniously leaned on Xueqi's shoulder and hugged Xueqi's small waist. Xueqi's mouth curved into a smile, and she nodded. "Okay." Saying that, Xueqi hugged Xueqi's small waist and flew out of the Xueqi Sea. When Qua rhyming saw that Qua Qiao's robe was stained with blood, he did not care about anything else, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Qiao, your injury." If it was another day, Qua rhyming might not dare to do this, and Qua Qiao would definitely be shy, or even slightly angry. However, Qua rhyming had gone through life and death, so he did not care about anything else. Qua Qiao also slightly twitched, and then sadness came from her heart. The corner of her mouth opened, and she cried, and threw herself into Qua rhyming's arms, tears flowing down. Qiao. Qua rhyming was stunned, like a clay statue. At this time, he realized that his behavior was inappropriate, but Qua Qiao gave him an even greater impact. For a moment, he was at a loss. It was still Qua Qiao. She raised her hand, took Qua rhyming's fan-like hand, and placed it on her shoulder. Qua rhyming's hand trembled, and after a moment, as if he was blessed by luck, he trembled and touched Qua Qiao's beautiful hair. However, he only touched it slightly, and immediately retracted his hand as if it was burned by fire. Then, he hesitated for a moment, and firmly stroked Qua Qiao's black hair. "Qiao." Qua rhyming's voice was trembling. "Your injury. Is it serious? Is it a problem? I have healing pills here. You should take it according to your feelings." Qua Qiao shook her head vigorously in Qua rhyming's arms, and her tears and snot rubbed on Qua rhyming's body. "Oh." After a moment, Qua rhyming was still not at ease, and asked again, "How did you get injured? Did you hit a reef?" Qua Qiao almost wanted to stomp her feet. She did not want to leave Qua rhyming's warm embrace, as if it was incomparably safe and tranquil there. However, she felt sweet in her heart, knowing that if she did not answer, Qua rhyming's heart would not be at ease. Chapter 2157. It's nothing. When Senior Xiao saved me, he used his avatar to scratch me. Weren't you also caught? Qua Qiao opened her mouth and took a breath of air. She said with a choked voice, Sister Xue already gave me a pill. It's just that I didn't have time to change my Taoist robe. Oh, Qua Rhyming nodded. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that Xiao Hua's Phoenix Avatar's sharp claws were very powerful. His heart was also slightly distressed for Qua Xiao Er. Xiao Hua and Xue flew into the air and watched the gradually shrinking whirlpool. They still couldn't use their divine sense to probe inside. Good girl. Xiao Hua sniffed the fragrance of Xue's body and said, Why is your husband's luck so bad? Wherever I go, there will be problems. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly happened in such a vast and boundless QC. Why did I have to encounter it? If you say I encountered it, then I encountered it. I could have run away by myself. But my wife's kindness was aroused and insisted that your husband go save them. My wife, how can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your husband will be in danger? Hee hee. Xue pursed her lips and said with a smile, I naturally know that you won't be in any danger. That's why I let you go. My wife, you have the ability to foresee the future. How come I never knew about it? Xiao Hua laughed and said indifferently. However, a trace of gloominess appeared on Xue's face. However, she forced a smile and said, That's right. My husband can do it on a whim. How can I foresee the future? All right, this Qua Rhyming was brought back by this young man. How will my wife reward this young man? Xiao Hua said as his nose gently rubbed against Xue's snow-white neck. All right, Xue's face flushed red and said, Qua Chao and Qua Rhyming are coming up soon. Don't let them laugh at us. TSK, if these two people continue to chatter, let's see if my husband doesn't throw them into the whirlpool together. Xiao Hua muttered in a low voice. However, just as he was about to dawdle, Qua Rhyming held Qua Chao Er's hand and flew up from the QC. Qua Rhyming looked a little embarrassed, while Qua Chao Er was natural and unrestrained. She did not seem to be shy at all. Junior thanks Senior Xiao for saving my life again. Qua Chao Er and Qua Rhyming bowed to pay their respects. At this moment, Qua Chao Er was sincerely convinced by Xiao Hua. This cultivator is truly resourceful and noble. Hee, get up. Xiao Hua also couldn't stay on Xue's body. He straightened up and waved his hand. This is my wife's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her. Naturally, the two of them bowed to Xue. Xue immediately supported the two of them. She blinked her eyes and said, Since you've been through life and death, I hope that the two of you can connect with each other and cultivate together. Qua Rhyming was a little embarrassed, but Qua Chao Er nodded and said seriously, I will remember Sister Xue's words. Oh, although it was my wife's orders, you still have to thank me. Xiao Hua interrupted again. Yes, as long as I have it or Brother Ming can take it out, we will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Qua Chao Er said without hesitation. Great. Xiao Hua praised in his heart. The last devil spear shaft won't run away. However, since Xiao Hua knew that there was no devil spear shaft in Qua Chao Er's storage pouch, he didn't say anything. He smiled and said, Since fellow Qua said so, I will remember it. When I think of something and ask you for it, don't refuse. Of course. Qua Chao Er nodded and said, I still have some things left on the island. When I return to Blood Red Island, I will definitely let Senior Xiao choose. In addition, if Senior Xiao needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me. If Brother Ming and I can do it, we will definitely do our best. Oh right, fellow Qua, your body seems to be very tough. Could it be that you have a secret technique? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he thought of something and asked. Senior, this is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Qua Rhyming nodded and said, I have practiced it since I was young. Secret technique of body refinement? Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he immediately connected with Qua Chao Er's strength. He turned his head and said, Fellow Qua, have you practiced it before? Yes. Qua Chao Er nodded without hesitation and said, This is the rule of my Blood Red Island. All disciples have to practice it when they are young. However, after they grow up, it depends on their aptitude. Most of the female disciples give up, and only 30% of the male disciples can continue to practice it. Brother Ming is one of them. Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel happy. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, This secret technique. I probably can't see it, right? Qua Rhyming's face showed that he was in a difficult position, while Hua Qiao said naturally, "It is as Senior Xiao said. This is the secret technique of my blood-red island. Outsiders can't see it, and we have already made a blood oath." "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. Hua Qiao said with a smile, "However, Senior Xiao has the complete technique of my blood-red island. If you want to exchange it with that technique, there will be no problem." Hua Riming looked at Hua Qiao with a puzzled expression, and Hua Qiao didn't explain. "Yes, that's right." Xiao Hua nodded and said with a wave of his hand, "I just suffered a little injury and need to rest for a few days. Is there a place for me to rest? Can you two fellow Taoists lead me there?" "Senior, please follow me." Hua Qiao nodded and used her divine sense to scan the Great Flag Reef, which had disappeared without a trace. She flew up and flew towards the sunset. After more than 20 days, above the boundless sea, a blood-red color was painted on the horizon. Corresponding to the blood-red color, the Sea of Union was also blood-red. Moreover, there was a particularly bright spot amidst this blood-red color. When they flew closer, they could clearly see that it was an island that was connected together. On the island, blood-red plants covered the ground, and the rocks and soil on the island were also blood-red. It was very strange. "Senior Xiao, this is my home," Hua Qiao said and pointed. However, when her hand reached for Hua Riming's hand flashed. It was as if he was afraid of being seen by the other disciples of Blood-Red Island. Hua Qiao glared at Hua Riming, and this guy obediently stretched out his hand, allowing Hua Qiao to grab his carrot-sized finger. Xiao Hua stroked his chin and looked at the island about 100 li away. After thinking for a while, he released his divine sense and rushed towards Blood-Red Island. "Oh!" Hua Qiao obviously sensed Xiao Hua's divine sense and was slightly stunned. Soon after, she understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. Sure enough, after a while, the same divine sense swept out from Blood-Red Island, circled around Xiao Hua and the others, and locked onto Xiao Hua. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.